Hey everyone, welcome back. This is day 2 of our marathon live stream for Army National Hiring Day. My name is Sergeant Sharps. I'll be back all day with you again. And a few of the things that we're going to be talking about today. Actually, let me get the schedule pulled up here. So in the morning, we're going to go back over HPSP. So in case anybody missed it, that way it's first thing up, and just kind of go through what HPSP is, what we're looking for, and kind of the timelines that you need to start applying, and just to make sure that you get the best chance possible to apply for this scholarship. And it's not there. Sorry, one second. All right, so starting off, you're going to get to see me for a little bit. Then we're going to get Captain Perkins back on here. And he's going to talk about family medicine in the Army and the Army Reserve, and how that kind of fits in to our overall health system when it comes to pretty much everything the Army does, what kind of patients they see, what kind of life, and what does their 9 to 5 look like. Then we're going to stay on here with Captain Perkins and talk about physician's assistants. Where they came from, kind of what the history of the PA is, and what their role is, especially in the Army, because they have a very unique role that is completely different than what you see in the civilian sector. They are independent practitioners. They are the primary trainers for medics, the primary trainers for especially any general medical skills. So we have what's similar to a first responder. It's called CLS, Combat Lifesaver. And it's taught by the medics, but the program, it does have a lot of say from the PAs, and especially when it comes to like lessons learned and things like that, they can incorporate that into their own program. So that's going to be from about 10:30-ish with Captain Perkins for talking about family practice. And then we're going to try and shoot for around noon with the physician's assistants. Then we're going to go at 1 into Army research. So Staff Sergeant Fant, newly promoted, actually has had a chance to work in some of these Army research laboratories. And we'll give her a chance to talk about what her experiences have been like, what types of research that the Army does. And the cool thing is I actually got a chance to sit down with Lieutenant Colonel Black, who by trade is a veterinarian, but his path in the Army has kind of been a little bit different. So he actually went into the research pathway, and he's worked at Walter Reed Army Research. He's worked at DARPA. So if you don't know what that is, it's the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And I got a chance to sit down, had probably a good hour-long discussion with him. That's actually going to get posted onto our YouTube probably later on this week. I still need to get some editing done. I got all the final approvals from all the agencies saying that I can go live. So if you want to, go ahead and actually not with that one. Hold on. There. Go to the link tree and jump on over to YouTube, like our page, hit the subscription. So that way, as soon as we do go live, you'll get a notification. The other thing that you can do is take a look for that logo wherever you listen to podcasts. So it's on Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, everything like that. We do have our podcast. And what I've also been doing is taking day 1, and I'm kind of breaking it up so that way you don't have to listen through all, I think we're on for 6 hours yesterday, into the different sections. So into nursing, into USAGPAN. And I broke it up so that way it's in listenable chunks. You don't have to sit there and scroll through it. All right. And so what I'm going to do is, give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. Okay. So after that, we do actually have a special guest that got confirmed. We had one cancel and another one come on. So we'll be talking to her a little bit later on. And so that's probably going to be around 2. And then to finish off the day, we're going to go back through undergrad nursing. So I get a lot of calls, especially coming from University of Akron and Kent State. Those are 2 of our biggest universities that have nursing programs. And I get a lot of calls from their undergrad nurses like, hey, how do I become an Army nurse? This is where I'm at now. And so that way we can lay out a pathway and kind of talk about what the best method is to becoming an Army nurse, what you need your skill sets based in, because the Army only looks for certain types of nurses, and that does change year to year. Excuse me. So that way we can kind of guide you on that path. And even if we're not going to be here for the next 2, 3, 4 years while you're pursuing that degree, at least you have a good idea of what you need to do. And then when you get to a certain point, you reach back out to whoever took over my seat and start the process from there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into HPSP right now. I'm not going to have any slide decks or anything like that, but what is HPSP? So it's a full ride scholarship. That's pretty much the bulk of it. It's a full ride scholarship to medical, dental, or veterinary school. Veterinary is a little different because you have to pay for your first year. We also give you money in your pocket. So that way you can pay for car payment. You can pay for rent. You can pay for food. It's a little over $2,200 a month. It is taxed. And that way it gives you something to live off of. So you're not actually accruing all of that debt while you're in your pre-med program. With that, so I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday. There's 2 different ways that schools do this. You can either go the traditional route where you'll have your summers off and then you go back for your M2 or D2, and then you have a summer off. You go through D2 to D3 or M2 to M3. But there's a lot of schools now that are going more towards just straight through, where you get like 2 weeks off. That's it. And the way it works for us is while you're in school, you're getting that stipend. Typically, where you take your breaks is when you go to your basic officers training. So we actually call it the direct commissioning course. You don't go through basic training like I went through. You have cadre that lead you. It's more of a team building exercise than anything else. And that's down at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. I want to say it's 4 weeks long. So it does take up a good chunk of your summer. The other thing that you can do during those time periods is doing your rotations through Army medical centers, and also doing there's a possibility of doing undergrad research as well. Not undergrad, but graduate research in there as well. So there's several different things that you can do during that time period, but then you'll have to complete Bullock once you're done. So that's the basic officer leaders course. That is less of a team building exercise and more of where do you fit within the Army medical system as a whole. And it's down at Fort Sam Houston, Texas. And that's where all medical professionals pretty much start their career. So it doesn't matter if you're a lieutenant or a major, you'll all be going through this at the same time and learning together. So once you finish your med school, you've done everything, you've graduated. What we do is we recommission you as a captain. So your pay increases, your responsibilities increase, and then you head off to residency. I won't go through the match day process. We kind of beat up on that yesterday. So if you want to take a look at that, go back and take a look at our HPSP. It should be back up on YouTube later on today. I still have to upload it because it was actually pretty lengthy. And we go through the match process for both the military and the civilian side. The match process, as far as the military side, if you don't get your first choice, what are some of the options that can happen and where to go from there. So go ahead and take a look at that. But when it comes to your residency, what you're going to look at is where you're heading and then how long is it? So the how long is it is kind of the key piece, because whenever we as the Army gives you something, we ask for your time back. So what we talk about with your time is how much service you owe the Army on active duty. So HPSP, so to be upfront, is an active duty program. And the length that you owe back is either the length of your residency or the length of your med school, whichever is longer. So if you go to an emergency medicine residency and it's 3 years and your med school is 4 years, you owe 4. If you go to family practice and it's 4 and 4, you owe 4. And again, surgery, that's much longer. So you start increasing it up. But while you're in residency, you're getting paid as the rank of a captain. So we talked about kind of the pay yesterday. Again, we can go back through it. And what I'll actually do is on our link tree, I will go ahead and add that as soon as we get Captain Perkins on here. I just don't want to cut off stream for a little bit. And I'll add a link to the pay chart. So That way you can see it. It gets published every year. It is a little bit confusing when you first look at it, but we've kind of broken it down in several different conversations that we had yesterday. So you go through residency. You keep plugging away at residency, and then once you finish up, you're a doctor. You're unrestricted license in whatever field, whatever specialty that you finished in. And then what you're going to do is you're going to head on to your next duty assignment as practicing as whatever that specialty is. So for example, if you're an emergency medicine doctor, we're going to put you in a place where we can use that skill set. If you're family practice, I mean, we have clinics. It's Fort insert name here. There's going to be a health clinic somewhere nearby. So there's positions available all over the world for family practice, emergency medicine, kind of the same thing. More the subspecialties. And when you're getting into like cardiothoracic surgery, things like that, now you're going to start talking about big medical centers. So our big ones, you're looking at Hawaii, Washington State, Texas, DC complex area. So those are your big medical centers, your big teaching hospitals as well. So that's kind of what you're looking at. So what we ask for you back is going to be your length of residency. Once that's done, then you can actually choose. It's like, hey, do I want to stay active duty? Do I want to go into the Army Reserve and start establishing a practice in my local community? Or am I done? Is that it? So if you're done, it's like, all right, cool. Thank you for your service. And guess what? You're still a doctor. So you get to go home, you get to go wherever and establish a practice, join a hospital system. It's really up to you. But some of the benefits of that is when you're going into that hospital system, they already know that you have the experience behind you. And especially when you get into some of these larger hospital systems, we have Army Reserve doctors all over inside them. Kind of a little story that happened. We were commissioning an emergency medicine nurse. So an ER nurse, we commissioned him earlier this year, and we were in Akron General Hospital and went in there. We scheduled it. We only knew of a few people that were invited. And then all of a sudden about 60 people just came walking in, and they were just people that were previous Army healthcare, in Army healthcare. So whether it's nurses, doctors, PAs, physical therapists, like they all came out to show their support. So whether they're current in the Army Reserve or they were prior service, they all came out to show their support. So within these hospital systems, you will find that we do have a very large presence, whether it's Army, whether it's Navy or Air Force. I'm sure you can find somebody that can talk about it. So that's kind of when you get into these areas, they do realize that you have your skill set's already been vetted. So you're more than a safe bet to bring on board. And especially when it comes to your credentialing and everything like that, we have all of your credentialing in your CV when you leave the military. So that way it's a very easy transition for you. And the military does assist with that through our SFL TAP program. So that's a long way down the road. Over the course of that time period, there are various incentives. I don't want to go into detail because it does truly change every year. And it's not really based off of the level of your skill set. It's based off of what we need. So, for example, if you're a nurse practitioner, we may be full on nurse practitioners. So there may not be a bonus associated with extending a contract. But if you're a critical care nurse, we are really hurting for critical care nurses. So that way we are giving them a bigger bonus to stay on board later on. So it does change every year. And that's going to be something that when you manage your career, you need to look at. All right. So some of the questions that we did have from yesterday, let me go ahead and pull those up. Actually, I had one on the phone. Okay, I know this was, I know I said I was going to reach back out to you. I still haven't gotten a chance to. So as far as aren't currently serving, if you get accepted to med school, kind of what the process is. I'll kind of break it down into all three components. So if you're active duty and you want to apply for HPSP, you still have to meet all the same requirements. So you need to have your undergrad in a feeder program to go into med school. You need to take your MCAT. You need to have a good score on your MCAT. And then you need to be applying to medical schools at the same time. What we will do is we'll get a conditional release saying that if you are going to this program, the Army will release you to go to attend that program. Typically, if there's something left on your contract, they'll tack it onto the back, stuff like that. That's what happens with ROTC. But those are one-off cases for active duty. If you are enlisted, you will need to go take a MEPS physical. That's non-waiverable. We were trying to work that through, because truly, what's the difference between a PHA and a PHA? When you're an active duty officer, we can utilize your PHA, but still same thing. You're going to need to take your MCAT. You're going to need to get accepted. You're going to need a high GPA. You're also going to need letters of recommendation from at minimum of 3, maximum of 5 people. One of them will have to be a supervisor. Going on to the reserve. If you are in the Army Reserve, yes, absolutely. You can apply for HPSP. We've done it. Some of our sister stations have done it as well. The way it works is roughly the same. We send up your conditional release to the Army Reserve. We go ahead and verify all your credentials, all your qualifications. We submit your stuff to the board. And then again, if you have a contract, gets tacked on. National Guard's a little different because each state is. So if you don't know, National Guard is run by the states. So for me, I'm in Ohio. I actually have to ask the state of Ohio to release somebody from the Guard. If you're in Michigan, you have to ask the state of Michigan. So it truly is a case-by-case basis. And what I will say is talk to your local recruiters. What I'm going to do is actually change this right here. If you take a look at the ticker on the bottom, I'm going to post code that you can text. So if you text AMMZ, it's 462769, which actually is Go Army. And what that'll do is that will get you put in contact with your local recruiter. So make sure that you put in accurate information, and the local AMEDD recruiter, so the officer side, will be able to reach out to you, check through all your credentials, and actually walk you through the process and get you started. So that way, if there's any questions that you have, you can kind of actually have a sit down and a face-to-face with them. So that way, no matter where you are across the country, it's not like I'm going to be sitting here processing you from Akron, Ohio. I do want to get you to somebody local, so that way you can actually discuss it with them. So if you do have any questions, as we go throughout the day. So please go ahead and leave us a comment on here, whichever platform you're using. So right now we are live on Columbus Company's page. We are live on Akron Station's page. We are live on my personal one, YouTube, and Twitch. So I'm able to see every comment that you guys post. We are going to try and answer them live as long as we have the answer for you. If not, we'll try and get it for you. We also have various people monitoring these chats as well that'll be able to help you out with it. All right. And so first up is Captain Perkins. So if he is around, I'm still kind of waiting for him to log in here. I know we're still a little bit early. But what I can do is I can go through my background. I did go through it yesterday, and we do like telling our Army story. So each one is different. And even though I came in originally as a 68 Whiskey, which is a combat medic, my story as a combat medic is going to be different from somebody else's story as a combat medic. So we had Sergeant Beck on here yesterday, and his was completely different than mine. So it really is how you manage your career. And the way we do that is actually through when we re-sign contracts, there's kind of a negotiation piece about where we want to go, what we want to do. That's how I ended up in Hawaii for 3 years. And that's also how I ended up here. I actually volunteered to do this because I do believe in bringing in the best medical professionals into the Army, because you guys are the ones that treat me. You guys are the ones that treat my family. So we really do have a vested interest in finding the most qualified and best people for it. And if it's something that you're kind of on the fence about, you're wavering back and forth, we can sit there and actually talk about the reasons why we do it. And if it falls in line, awesome. If it doesn't, honestly, there's no harm, no foul, and have a nice day. But we will sit there and show the reasons why we believe that Army medicine is actually an awesome choice for a career. So my story started, I was in college down in Tampa, Florida, and I was going to school and I'm pretty much running out of money. I had previous experience being an EMT. And so I came in and I said, I want to be a combat medic. And when that happened, they're like, well, we don't have combat medic. We have healthcare specialists. It's like, okay, well, what is that? Like, it's pretty much combat medic. All right, cool. I'm in. So then I joined in 2008 and went through AIT at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then went through basic training at Fort Benning, went through AIT at Fort Sam Houston, which is down in Texas. That's home of Army medicine. So if you are in the medical field, you will go down there at some point. Went through all that. My first duty station was Wiesbaden in Germany. And I wasn't expecting it because everything I was told going through the program. So again, this is 100% on the enlisted side. This is not the medical professional side. But this is just where I come from. Going through all that, I was working in a clinic. So I was working as an LPN, taking vitals, just doing some notes. And actually just got a question here. So, what are your thoughts on National Guard pilots, Chief Warrant Officer, Straight Officer better? All right. So because I do have experience actually in the aviation field, the way this works is Army Reserve Aviation Command has the majority of the air assets for the Army. Absolutely. So I won't post that one, but he's been looking at all branches for pilots. So I can't talk Navy, I can't talk Air Force, but I can talk the way that the pilot accession piece works for the Army. If you want to be just a straight pilot, that's it, just pilot. You're not going to go through. So Army officer active, you're not guaranteed a pilot spot. Kind of correct. It all depends on the field you qualify for. So let me kind of break this down into a few different sections. So as far as the qualifications, what you want to do if you are looking at just being a pilot, what you're going to want to do is go talk to your local recruiter and you're going to want to ask for WAFT. So it's a Warrant Officer Flight Training. And the way WAFT works is you're going to have to pass your standard physical coming in through MEPS. You're going to have to go to a flight physical clinic. So I used to run one of those at Fort Knox. And there's a lot of different qualifications and they change every year. I've been out of the game for about 3 years. So I really can't tell you what the exact things they're waiving and whatnot. But you're going to need to pass that. You're going to need to pass a flight aptitude test, which is called the SIFT. Once all that's complete, then you send your packet in for a review board, similar to the way we talk about our boards. You'll go through all that. You'll either get a thumbs up or thumbs down. That's kind of how it works. If you get a thumbs up, what you're going to do is you're going to end up going to Fort Rucker, and it's called a bubble pipeline. So you'll go through WACS, which is like your warrant officer career candidate or your warrant officer candidate school. You'll complete that. Then you'll jump into the warrant officer flight training. And if you want to be a pilot, warrant officer is the best way, because if you qualify and you're selected, you're guaranteed to be a pilot as long as you maintain everything else. When you're talking about officer, so commissioned officer, so like Captain Perkins that I'm about to bring on, he is a medical service corps officer. Now, if you want to be a pilot in the Army as an officer, there's 2 different ways you can do it. You would either go through a commissioning process, so ROTC, or you would do a direct commissioning. Okay. He said you can do WAFT or you can go Army Reserves and as an officer. So the way it works when you go, actually, let me bring Captain Perkins on. Hey, sir, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
So we actually had a question. This is not medically related. This is more towards aviation. So when you came on to through your commissioning pipeline, did you know you're going? Well, you boarded as the 70 Bravo, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so his is a little different. But when you come on as an officer, especially through an ROTC program, you're not guaranteed a field.
That is correct. Yeah, you definitely want to talk to the cadet command because typically the recruiters, we're not involved when it comes to the commissioning because they're commissioned through the cadet command. That's when they become an officer. They definitely will have to request an ed delay if they're trying to pursue the medical branch.
So again, active duty, supposedly branch aviation is not guaranteed up front. That because I'm medical, I can't speak on that. But from being in aviation units, not all aviation officers are pilots. I'm just saying. So we don't guarantee aviation contracts up front, with the exception of warrant officers. Those are the only ones that, like us, when we bring somebody onto the medical side, we put them in a medical pipeline. With warrant officers, if you come on as a warrant officer, which again is a commissioned officer, they just hold a different type of commission. They are the absolute subject matter expert, and that's what we have warrant officers for. So what will happen is you'll have an aviation. So, for example, a commander for an aviation unit, you'll have a lieutenant colonel being the commander of that aviation unit. He may or may not be a pilot. But when anything aviation related, whether it's maintenance on the aircraft, whether it's if it's weather, if it's strategy using air assets, what's going to happen is he's going to turn to that warrant officer because that warrant officer knows anything and everything aviation. So if you truly want to be a pilot, warrant officer is your best bet. Again, I can't speak on other branches. I do know they have direct pipelines. And how that works is you're honestly going to have to go talk to their recruiters because I don't know much about it. My dad was an Air Force pilot, so that's way back. Like we're talking like Vietnam era. So I'm sure it's changed. So I wouldn't even reach out to him at like, hey, what's the pipeline like now? Like he'd probably be like, I don't know. So, WAFT, supposedly there's a technique you can do, come in as a pilot officer through the Army Reserve. Again, you're going to need to talk to that Army Reserve recruiter. There is one unit in Kentucky. Yes, that is ARAC. So it's the Army Reserve Aviation Command. That's the unit that I used to work very close with. And especially for their flight medics and for their new accession pilots. But National Guard pilots, yes, you can look at them too. But the one thing I will say is National Guard pilots is you can get locked to that state. They're state run, they're state by state. So keep your options open. Don't get tunnel visioned on one specific field. Talk to every single branch. Get all your information. I like to be as very upfront as possible. So that's where I do say to just talk to them. Yeah. Again, Navy, Marines, Air Force all offer upfront aviation. So does the Army. But again, warrant officer, not for commissioned, or not for the commissioned officer route instead of the warrant officer route. And just so you know, the way that the active duty, well, warrant officers are active duty. Just tell you that right now. They're both active and reserve. So we actually active, reserve, and National Guard. So it's across all three components that we do have warrant officers. So either way you want to do it, it is available. As far as the commission officer, the way the commission officer pipeline works is it's all based off of your scores when you go through OCS. And you get ranked on what we call an order of merit list, and that determines your branch. You may have a little bit of a say. Other than that, there's not much that I can do. So again, we only handle medicine. That's pretty much the extent I can talk about the warrant officer side. The only reason I know a little bit about it is just because I've helped some of these units out with it. I've actually applied for warrant officer myself. I was picked up and I actually got injured, so I wasn't able to attend. And that's kind of the amount we can go. But as far as we're going to shift focus back into the medical piece. So, sir, I don't know if you saw it a little bit before. I was talking about HPSP, so our med school program. Again, we just kind of wanted to touch on it every single day, and so that way give people multiple chances to jump on, ask their questions like, "Hey, how do I get my med school paid for?" Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's definitely HPSP is a great program. If you're trying to become a physician or even a nurse or vet, I mean, it is a great program too. And I know you talked about it yesterday and today, but to have your med school totally paid for, school of choice, if it's Harvard Med, it doesn't matter. They will pay for your entire tuition. I mean, that is a great opportunity. Then also to have to get a $20,000 sign-on bonus. That does require a 4-year agreement, but $20,000. And one thing about, I don't know if it was
concurrent.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And they do pay the $20,000 pay in installments, $9,000, $9,000, and $2,000. But then, yeah, as you mentioned, a monthly living stipend. It's almost $2,400 a month, and it increases every July. So it's definitely a great program.
And it's also broken up into the 9, 9, and 2, mainly for tax purposes.
Exactly.
Most people can mitigate an increase in taxes of about $9,000 fairly easily, whether it's through investments or whatnot. Talk to your financial planner. I'm not one.
Exactly.
It's just because you've been in the Army long enough, you get bonuses. For re-enlisting. I mean, I was deployed, and I was lucky enough to get a tax-free bonus, which was awesome.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Then I re-enlisted in Hawaii, and it was not so awesome because it's like, oh yeah, here's your $9,000 bonus. You end up getting about $4,500 of that. It's taxed at 28%. Yeah. So and I don't know if you mentioned yesterday. I know I had an appointment yesterday with a potential applicant. But was it discussed about the matching process when you had Sergeant Beck on about HPSP, how with the Army, our matching, it's in December. So you're actually matched 3 months prior to your civilian counterpart. So, yeah. I mean, I know when being a medical student there, that suspense, it can kill you, but you learn your matching 3 months prior. So that's always a good thing as well. Are you at home, sir, or are you in your office?
I am at home. I brought the office to me.
I was gonna say, did you take the background from the office?
Yeah. So yeah, it's on my hand receipt. I'll take it back tomorrow.
That's fine. Yeah. Hey, so during the whole coronavirus thing, we are still open. We're working from home, and I had to joke with him a little bit because I mean, we really do need to set up a true office space. I mean, I have it set up at my house. I come up here, close the door. I talk with my son like, hey, I have to go to work, and this is work. Then when I'm done, I'm downstairs. So I've seen it like, because we've been using Zoom, we've been using Microsoft Teams, so we get to see everybody's backgrounds and like where they're set up. We get to see other people sitting out on their boat, Captain Dulworth.
Oh, that must be.
But yeah, sorry, we got a little off topic. The match process. Yes, you do match early. Yeah. And typically there's your better chance of getting your first choice. Because I believe Colonel Moore, pronouncing that right? The HPSP pretty much program administrator. He did a live stream broadcast as well, kind of talking about HPSP. And I believe I have it on my YouTube page. If not, I will get it added on there. So again, subscription, hit the bell. That way you get notified when it goes live. Yeah. And that way, when you're in residency, that it's hopefully going to be one of your first choices, but there is also things you can do here and there. You can take other choices like flight surgeon, and wait for the next enrollment cycle to open up and then apply for that. So there are different ways, and those are on a case by case. So that's not through us. That is something that gets managed through what we call APMC and your career, like your career counselor. Not career counselor. What's the word I'm looking for?
Manager.
That's it. Career manager.
Yeah. Well, one thing about the matching with the Army, I would say it's almost hard not to match in the Army, because with the matching, with your first specialty of choice, we're pushing somewhere between 85, 90%, somewhere between there.
Mm-hmm.
And then second choice, we're over 90%. So it's they will definitely work with you. So one thing about the Army, if you don't get your first or second choice, it's not like they leave you on your own. They will continue to work with you and try to find a residency for you. So they do all they can to work with you.
One thing, so I got another question. Sorry, I completely forgot this one. This was actually asked yesterday later on in one of the chats. What happens if I fail out? If I fail out of med school, do you know?
Yeah, that's wow, that's a good question. So, yeah, once you, I remember the previous program manager, MedCorps program manager. If you get too far behind, you do get behind, and they say it's possible you could do maybe a GMO tour. And I may be misspeaking, but I definitely will confirm that. But if you get too far behind, unfortunately, you could get reclassified as another type of officer within the Army, or it's possible you could be separated as well. Because I look at the social work internship, for those social workers who want to become an Army social worker, if they fill out a social work or they can't meet the academic standards, it's based on the needs of the Army. They could be reclassified as another type of officer or be separated.
Yeah. So that is something that does get asked quite a bit as well. Our special guest, actually, I think that might be a question for her.
Yes.
So we'll see her hopefully later on today, and we'll definitely readdress that as well to see, because she would know, actually.
Yeah. I'm not a doctor. I just slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Yeah. So then continuing on, going through your residency, typical pay for residents. What's your resident pay typically down in your area? Yeah.
So in a civilian, it's basically definitely a location plays a part, but in the civilian world, I believe it's somewhere between 45, 50, 55,000 during residency. In the Army, you're paid as an Army officer. So, you're getting your base salary as whatever your rank is as an Army officer and your BAH. So it can range anywhere between, 60, 70, mid 70,000 during residency. So you can make about 30,000 more during an Army residency because you're getting paid as a military officer.
So Chris Liu said, excellent material. I also like to add that Army allows its medical professionals to bloom where they're planted. So just because someone doesn't receive their first or second choice of assignment, it's those unexpected assignments that the best experiences actually happen. That's absolutely true. There are officers that I've personally worked with. They're like, hey, this wasn't my first choice, but I truly do love it. Yeah. And the thing is, there's also opportunities for fellowships and stuff later on down the line. You truly do manage your own career. I have had a hey, how's it going, ma'am?
Yeah, hello, ma'am.
So they do encourage it, and you can manage your career. I've had a say in where I've gone about 95% of the time. You've been in a lot longer than I have, sir. Not saying anything, but
yeah. Well, one thing I tell the future soldiers after commissioning, I actually had this conversation with a physical therapist I commissioned earlier this month. Well, last month, now it's July and June. And I told him, he said, yeah, I enjoy the water. I want to find hopefully I get my first duty assignment close to the water. And I told him, and that's fine, but sometimes you have to think about what's best for your career. So let's say assignment comes up for Hawaii, and you really want, hey, everyone loves Hawaii, but then your career manager states, hey, but we have this commander position that's in Fort Polk, Louisiana. And I told him hey, I know it's South Louisiana, and you got opportunity to go to Hawaii, but you really should choose that Fort Polk assignment.
Funny you mentioned that. So we had somebody that we talked to not too long ago. She was going through her PA program. So we're going to go in PAs a little bit later. Yeah. So during her phase 2, she elected to go to Fort Polk. Yeah. People ask, why? Yeah. Why did you elect to go to Fort Polk? And hers well, I knew if I go to Fort Polk, there's nothing there. So I'm going to spend my time studying. If I was in Hawaii, she's like, I'd be on the beach. I'd be out downtown. Like I'd be doing all sorts of other different things instead of studying. So that was her mindset and her whole idea process behind it.
Exactly.
So does one qualify for public loan forgiveness opportunities? So if you're talking about the 10-year public loan forgiveness for providers, no, they do not, because what we're talking about now is on the active duty side, because this is it is a scholarship program. There is no loans to forgive. We pay for the med school, so that way there's no public loans. But what you're talking about is, if I'm not mistaken, the way it works for medical professionals right now is if you graduate med school, you go through your residency, and you work 10 years in a nonprofit organization
or civil service,
you can qualify for student loan forgiveness. So how that works, one, it's not guaranteed in writing right now. It is at the whim of what happens in 10 years. If the program's still there, it's there. If it's not there, oh well. The other thing about this is so when you graduate med school and you start into residency, your student loans are due at day 30. You start paying back your student loans immediately. Now you can defer that, but and I'm sure you've sat through the same presentations at these med schools. So I sat through the one at NeoMed, and I saw the difference between starting to pay your med school loans right now versus deferring it for 4 to 5 years. The amount of interest that you pay is astronomical. Like exactly. I'm talking a house.
Yeah, exactly. If I could chime in, I went to a presentation at one of our local colleges at it was actually Wright State. So I was speaking to the graduating med school students, and there was a lady there from the organization that helps them manage their their med school loans that they took out to pay for schooling. And she mentioned to them the day after they graduate, all the interest that accrued while they were in med school is going to hit their loans the day after they graduate. So she said the average would be about $35,000. I'm like, whoa. And then she said, if you defer your loans during residency, you can expect your loans to accrue about between $800 to $1,200 a month on interest alone.
So there's a car and a house.
Yeah. I was like, wow. I was like, and here I am. I was like, hey, you should be coming to talk to me, because we have the STRAP program and loan repayment and pay back $250,000.
Let me hold you right there. So the second part of this question was in any from the start loan repayment opportunities. Again, as a medical professional, yes, what we talked about was STRAP. So actually here, pick these folks right up after med school before they even apply. So the way it works for this piece is as long as they are matched into that residency, they can apply for STRAP. As far as the med school piece, what we say is you need to start applying for our scholarship when you're applying for your med school. So if you're in your senior year of your undergrad and you think you want to go to med school, come talk to an AMEDD recruiter. AMEDD recruiter.
Yeah, so go ahead.
So that way we can get you set up. But let me jump back. So as far as from the start student, the opportunities, undergrad, we don't really handle that. We're looking for advanced practitioners. So this is where the STRAP program comes into play. So between med school and residency, this is where you apply for STRAP, and we can start paying back those student loans in that first year. You're going to have to take it for the first year and start paying those month by month, or you can defer it. That's 100% up to you. But after the first good year, what we call good year, which you're going to get when you're in STRAP, we start paying back up to $240,000 in $60,000 increments per year and paying that back. So there are the opportunities to start taking that student loan repayment as soon as you graduate med school. But let me jump back over here. Right before med school or even before they apply. So you can apply to our program before you want to be applying to med schools, because the way it works is we need a list of schools that you've applied to. You don't need to be accepted, but you just need to have applied to them. And then we'll work through your process. We can get you board selected. We can get you ready to go. As soon as you get that letter of acceptance and you enroll, we start our process to pay that school. So that's the way that works.
Exactly. Yeah. And what I usually recommend in our area for potential med students who are interested, we ask them, we say, hey, come talk to us. We can start the process the summer before your senior year, because that's typically when most med students are preparing to take the MCAT or taking the MCAT. And so we'll have their scores. So we recommend coming the summer before your senior year. And as you mentioned, yeah, you don't have to have a LOA, a letter of acceptance to apply. We'll do the memo, type up a memo stating that John Doe has interviews or has already interviewed with these schools and pending a letter of acceptance. And the Army will allow that to be in your packet, so your packet can go to the board. And then once you get that letter of acceptance, we just upload it in your packet and you are good to go. Another thing I wanted to mention is about the strap. Definitely talk to your recruiter. There's only certain residencies that are strap is available for. So it's not any residency. So
and it changes.
Exactly.
It changes every year.
Yeah. So you definitely want to talk to your recruiter so they'll have the most current list.
And so here's the thing also about the residency. So because it does change every year, if you go talk to the recruiter and you're like, hey, I am in urology, for example. I don't know if it's on the list right now, but
yes, it is. Oh, well, yeah, I don't know about it. I know it was last year.
Yeah, exactly. It was last year. It may or may not be this year, but just because it's not this year, don't give up. Come back. So our fiscal year changes October 1st every year. And that's when we are allowed to start looking for what is qualified that year. So we go on year by year increments. So if for some reason it wasn't accepted last year and we're looking for it this year for strap, you can apply that year. And then it doesn't matter if it drops off. So as long as we're looking for it in that fiscal year that you apply for it, you got it. So got another question from Jose Vargas. Wife is finishing her practicum and will graduate with her master's in social work by the end of the year. Once she graduates, she is interested in putting her skills to use in the Army. What would the process be for her at this point, sir? All master's in social work.
Yes. So with her, she will have to get her hours in to get her LISW. So we do have the internship program. So she can definitely talk to an Army recruiter. We have what's called the SWIP, the Social Work Internship Program. And it is a great program. So they allow you, they will set you up to do your training. You will go to Fort Sam Houston at first to do some training there. And I believe we have about, I believe it's up to 10 training locations to get your hours in. And Hawaii is actually one of the locations. But and so when you complete this program, you serve on active duty as a licensed social worker. And the good thing about it, you will be licensed in the state of choice. So for Jose Vargas, Mr. Vargas, so if let's just assume they were based out of Ohio, once his wife completes this program, fulfill her active duty obligation, she can decide to stay in active duty or switch to the Army Reserve and come back home to Ohio, and she will be certified to be a licensed independent social worker. So it's definitely a great program. So definitely reach out to us if she's about to complete her MSW.
And one thing I will say, again, over on the YouTube side, there is a channel, I believe it's called Army Social Worker. He is a SWIP recipient. Mm-hmm. Have her go take a look at his channel. I'm all for all these officers that are, especially the newer generation, that are documenting their progress through these programs. Yeah. It is awesome. Yeah. And it's also not from a recruiting standpoint.
Exactly.
It is 100% their opinion. Have her go take a look at it. Because I know he did document his progress. I've tried to reach out to him a few times, trying to get him onto our podcast and stuff like that. Still haven't gotten a reply back. Still working on it. If you watch this, I'll be blowing up your inbox again. Okay, sorry, I was looking at another comment. Again, back over to the aviation side. Army Reserve direct pilot. So if you're in Kentucky, go talk to the Army recruiter. Not the medical side, because we don't handle that piece. And it all depends on where you're at, again, what state, and they're going to be the ones that can best set you up through that process. If you do have questions, you can shoot me a text. I can talk to you off the chat about it, kind of talking about my experiences and what I've seen as far as the aviation side of the house. I just don't talk about it here because I know some stuff has changed. And the question you asked, because it is possible HIPAA stuff, I know you disclosed it, but yes, we do accept that. Yep. So LASIK, PRK. Again, it does change. I've seen waivers go through all the time. As long as PRK, absolutely. Same thing with LASIK. As long as it's healed, you have no haze. You'll just need to get an ophthalmology exam. That's about it. So I hope that answered your question on that one. All right, sir. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull up your stuff because today we are talking about family medicine physicians. That is kind of your catch-all for pretty much anybody in a health clinic. But they can also be assigned various other places. They can be in hospitals. They can be running clinics by themselves. So let me jump over and get that pulled up. Sorry, not only am I hosting this, I'm also producing it as well. So it may take me a little bit to jump over. So, Jose, you live in San Antonio, down the street from JBSA. What I will say is, are you part of USEREC, or are you out of a different unit?
Yeah, we definitely get his wife connected to the medical recruiters down there in San Antonio. I went to the healthcare recruiting course and the officer in charge course with the OIC of that station if she's still down there.
Okay.
So I can definitely get them in contact.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, Jose, you can either shoot me a message here. Okay, he's part of USEREC. I'm gonna say, look up the AMEDD station, and we can, or if you want to go ahead and text me, what I can do is I can get the point of contact from Captain Perkins here and get it sent over to you. So that way we can put you in contact with someone local. You can work with them. That's why before we get going on here, it doesn't matter if you are across the nation, across the world. If you're watching this, go ahead and share it. We're here to answer questions. We're going to have some subject matter experts come on later that can answer them in a lot more detail. And if anybody's interested, we're going to send them right back to you guys in the local area. So this isn't going to be like something where Akron Station is going to try and process everybody.
Yeah. Hey, let's let Jose know I like his picture. He's looking pretty cool. Like he's having fun in that picture.
Obviously, he got his blues tailored properly, so it doesn't look like a stuffed sausage.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yep. So our Twitch commenter, I got your text. I'll go ahead and link up with you later once we get off the live stream here, and so that way we can kind of go through and I can talk about my experiences going through the application process of WAFT and what it's like and what my experience was studying, especially for like the SIFT, because to me it was an easy test. I also have a pilot's license, so there were some things there that was already like second nature to me, but it's nothing that can't be overcome with a little bit of studying. That's truly what it is. All right. And I think I have your stuff up, maybe. Or maybe I should close out everything else from yesterday. Yeah, after we were done yesterday, it's like, all right, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, all right, and because Microsoft 365 is extremely annoying, you guys get to see the actual frame.
Okay. That's no problem. That's fine.
All right. And so before we get going on this one, what I will say is like our page, share this broadcast right now. So that way we can answer as many questions as needed. I still get my phone ringing from people asking random questions too. But that way we can answer them live. The other thing to take a look at is jump over to our YouTube page, like and hit the bell, because we're doing more broadcasts like this, but not necessarily live. I do a lot of pre-recorded stuff. I do a lot of interviews with Army professionals that are not your normal Army professional. So like I said, I did one with Lieutenant Colonel Black, who's an Army veterinarian and also a researcher. I did one with, actually just went live last night, Dr. Ben Boswell. He is an Army Reserve physician, and he's also the team physician for the Cleveland Browns. So we have Army Reserve physicians everywhere. And that's where I like to be able to have them come on, tell their story. And that way it's not just like a question and answer session. It's like, hey, what's your story? How did you hear about it? Why did you even sign up? Like, what was your motivation statement like? Yeah. So, all right. Got this all set up. I'm going to be monitoring the chat. So if you do have any questions, by all means, throw a question up there. I can stop them and we can get those answered. So, sir, take it away.
All right, thanks. Hey, so I'm Captain Perkins, officer in charge of the Cincinnati Medical Recruiting Station. Joined the Army November 17, 1994. Joined as a combat medic. After I came back from Iraq, decided I wanted to become a commissioned officer. And here I am now doing healthcare recruitment. So there are a few topics that we will talk about today. Why the Army? People, some physicians, if they're able to join us, want to know, well, why should I consider the Army? So hopefully the information we provide today will give you better insight to the Army and, interest you, and hopefully reach out to a healthcare recruiter. We talked briefly about it, assignment opportunities, so we'll discuss that as well. But, since we've been doing this, you can go to the next slide. Okay. Since we've been doing this, I like to provide historical facts. So I found this fact pretty fascinating when I came across it. So Dr. Mary E. Walker is the only female Medal of Honor recipient to date. So I thought I was definitely fascinated with that. She was awarded the Medal of Honor in 1865 by President Johnson. Unfortunately, it was rescinded in 1917, along with 910 other recipients, but it was restored by President Carter in 1977. So that's good stuff. All right. Next, we'll go ahead and talk about the AMEDD structure. I know yesterday during previous presentations, we talked about this. So these are the different umbrellas within the Army Medical Department. So you have your medical corps, which is your physicians, dental corps, which would be your dental professionals, the veterinary corps, the specialist corps. That would include your PAs, your physical therapists, your dietitians, and so forth. And your medical service corps will include the social workers, your clinical psychologists, your medical service officers, your environmental engineers, and so forth. All right. So why the Army? As a physician, the first bullet should be one of the main reasons the Army may interest you, the autonomy. The autonomy that our physicians have in the Army, it's unmatched. Patient care is not dictated by what the patient can pay. It's not dictated by insurance companies. It's dictated by, the care that the physician wants to provide. If this patient needs an MRI or a CT scan, as long as it's within reason, hey, you can get your patient in to have that done with no problems. If there's a medication you want to prescribe, as long as it's within reason, you prescribe the medication. So there's no arguing with insurance companies about trying to find an alternative method or medication. So it's just great. That's one thing the current physicians serving that they like about military medicine. Also, when you're working as a physician, you're serving as a physician for the military, malpractice insurance is not needed. So that definitely reduces costs. It states here we have Army physicians newly published in all peer-reviewed journals. So we definitely have some great minds serving in the Army. And then also we use over $1 billion in research and development. So we're always looking for that cutting edge technology and leading the way when it comes to medicine. All right.
And one of the things that I know we touched on it yesterday, but the R&D, Army doesn't patent stuff. We push it back out to the civilian sector, and that it happens all the time with everything that the Army does for research. It gets released back into the civilian sector for them to use. And so the picture you actually have here, that's San Antonio Medical Center, Military Medical Center, SAMC, or also it could be known as BAMC. Yeah. That's the whole Defense Health Agency renaming, stuff like that. But one of the guys that we talked about yesterday, Colonel J. Hanigman, now works here. Yeah. And he did a lot of research for whole blood products and getting whole blood products down to like point of injury, especially for the medics, the flight medics, stuff like that. And he's even starting to get the municipalities. So like San Antonio EMS, like they now carry whole blood because of the research that the Army has done, and they've vetted it, and they've gone through all the trials, and they found that the outcomes far outweigh the risks associated with it. So that's why when we talk about research, because we're also going to be talking about it later, Army research is a big deal. And it's not just Army research, it's all medical research. Typically, we have a hand in it. Zika virus. Her name slips me right now, but we actually had one of our, I think she was a captain, actually. She was one of the lead researchers on coming up with a Zika vaccine and to eliminate the Zika virus. That can actually be seen, I want to say it's on the AMEDD webpage if you dig back a few years. But I do specifically remember seeing that.
Is it Lawrence? Was his last name Lawrence? Maybe I got the last name wrong, but I got to look at it. Yeah. But yeah, Fort Sam is definitely one of the Army leading military treatment facilities. They're well known for their burn care and burn research center and just the research they're doing there. Also, the Intrepid Center of Excellence, which is a state-of-the-art rehabilitation center. They have one there and also one in Walter Reed at the DC area. So those two locations are definitely well known for the healthcare and research that they provide. And you mentioned the Intrepid Center of Excellence, or CFI, Center for the Intrepid. It's been known as both. Yeah. If you don't know what that is, it's worth digging into. So for the physical therapists, for the DOs or possible DOs that are watching this, occupational therapists, it is probably the premier inpatient physical rehab facility that I've ever seen. And it's one of those ones that we've brought educators, we brought hospital administrators down to San Antonio and had them take a look at the center, and they were just blown away by the capabilities. And not only that, but we pair the rehab with the research to make sure that we have the best possible outcomes, that people can return to hopefully full normal life. There may be some limitations, but trying to reduce those limitations is the ultimate goal of Center for the Intrepid. It's just not treat them, get them to the point where they can get it home, and then send them back on their way. So it's definitely something that is worth looking into. Yeah, and one thing about SAMC that I like, also they assist with treating some of the local population as well. So they're getting access to that top-notch healthcare as well. That's a great thing. And one thing I do also want to mention, so we've talked about Hawaii several times on this show, and I've also done it on my podcast as well. So one of the reasons is I've been to Hawaii. Captain Dulworth's been to Hawaii. Hawaii is actually Hawaii, when we say that, is Tripler Army Medical Center. Tripler is one of our biggest teaching hospitals. We have several residencies that go through there. Honestly, it's a destination that a lot of people try and get to, but you also have a fairly good chance of going there just due to the amount of teaching that goes on at Tripler.
So that's the reason why we mention it quite a bit. When we talk about these residencies and these big, what we call med-sins, which are medical centers, it's Tripler, which is in Hawaii. We have Madigan up in
Tacoma near Seattle.
Yep, Tacoma. SAMC or BAMC, which is San Antonio. Is Beaumont still one?
Yes.
I know they have a teaching place there, and then Walter Reed, so the DC complex. If I'm missing any, I'm sorry. Like, go ahead and flame me in the comments. It's fine.
Yeah, we have teaching hospitals in Georgia as well. So we have the Fort Benning and everything. So yeah, we have numerous teaching hospitals. All right, so the job duties. As a family medicine physician, you and I both saw just show up with, being former, well, you're still a medic, but me being a former medic, we're familiar with the job duties that family medicine physicians. One is the sick call clinic. We all played our part. So the sick call clinics is pretty much like the Army's urgent care clinic. That's where family members and soldiers go if they're, they have a medical need that needs attention and it's not an emergency need. So they go to the sick call clinic, which is held daily during certain hours. And the family medicine physicians are typically the ones who are overseeing that clinic, and they have nurse practitioners, PAs, and medics manning that clinic as well. So besides that, they also, the family medicine physician will be conducting and directing patient care. They're the physician, so they would be in charge of that. Also, being a family medicine physician, you can be given the responsibility to man Army hospital or Army clinic. Definitely one thing about the Army, and we stress this every day, we're all about leadership. We're grooming leaders. So we're definitely set our physicians up for success and just enhancing their leadership skills.
And one thing I do want to touch on with this. So you mentioned running like the sick call and what we call TMC, so the troop medical clinics, typically run by a senior captain or a major. That's about what I've seen for some of the smaller TMCs. They do fall into the hospital. But here's the thing. So you come through, especially the HPSP program. You do family medicine, 4 years, 4 years. So you're looking at 4 years afterwards. So good, you're going to be a senior captain, if not possibly a major by that time, depending on how competitive you are. When you leave, so if you decide, hey, I'm just going to do my 4 years and I'm getting out. At what point in the civilian sector, 4 years after graduating your residency, could you possibly have officer in charge family medicine? Or so it's there are job titles associated, because like you said, we groom leaders. That's what we do. Like we can pull a contract and have a family medicine doctor filling a seat and seeing patients. Again, we can pay for that. We want the leaders that can take over these clinics, that can run the clinic. So when we talk about active duty, it truly is a career and a lifestyle, because we're constantly pushing people to take that next step. So going from being the OIC of a floor or of a small clinic to becoming a clinic, like a deputy commander, to becoming a clinic commander. And even on the nursing side, like our own battalion commander, an OR nurse, our previous battalion commander was an OR nurse. So we're constantly pushing people to go to that next step. Exactly.
Good stuff. But also, we are family medicine physicians. We also would like for you to partake in, the GME, mentoring the residents that are coming through. Madigan is one of the training locations for the family medicine residency. So you will be involved in that as well. So common question all recruiters get when it comes to officers, regardless of the job: do I go to basic training? No, you do not go to basic training. There are two initial officer courses that you go to. The first one is called Direct Commission Course. For the family medicine physicians, it's only, for the medical corps, it's only 3 weeks long. Medical corps, dental corps, and vet corps is only 3 weeks long. All other corps is 4 weeks long. And as you mentioned, Sergeant Sharp is in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. And there's a lot of classroom time, but they do get you outside so you can practice your work on your basic soldiering skills. And you're going to be in a class with all healthcare professionals. There may be other physicians who decide to join the military, maybe other nurses, social workers, but they're all going to be healthcare professionals, and you're just all learning about the Army. They just teach you how to recognize the different ranks. You do soldier skills like land navigation as an officer. Yeah, I know that's
it's a running. So for those who don't know, officers doing land nav is a running joke, I believe, in actually every branch of the military. Like, unless you're prior enlisted, like, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't trust you with a compass or a map.
Yeah, but hey, it's fun times though. Then the next course is in Joint Base San Antonio, or Fort Sam Houston, whatever you want to call it, and that's the Basic Officer Leadership course. And this course is for active duty. It's 9.5 weeks. For the Army Reserve, it's a little bit different. It's 4 weeks, but there's two phases to it that I will discuss. But the Basic Officer Leadership course, or BOLIC, they will touch on some of the things that you learned at DCC, but it's more leadership focused. You're learning more about I tell people, you're learning more about what the Army Medical Department plays in the entire Army. You learn about operations and planning when it comes to planning our resources to help out for a mission. You know, with future curriculums in the BOLIC, they may talk about the planning that went into effect, how the Army assisted with the COVID-19 response, how we utilize our medical resources and sent them out to the various states to help out. So with this course in the Army Reserve, they give you 3 years to complete both of these courses. So if we have any physicians out there that are considering the Army Reserve, but have doubts about leaving right away, you won't. You will not leave right away. If you talk to your recruiter, you decide to join, get selected by the Army board, you're not going to the following month telling your family, hey, I'll be back in 8 weeks. No, you have plenty of time. You have 3 years to complete both courses, and your unit is going to, your Army Reserve unit will help you register for these courses. With active duty, you tend to go to the courses quicker because you are on active duty, so they have more slots available. So you'll be able to knock these courses out quicker.
Yeah. And so the other thing about these courses right now, yes, they are still going on. I have one of the HPSP students that is going through DCC right now. Pretty much they went down there, they're getting quarantined for 2 weeks. By themselves. So they even say, it's like, hey, bring a laptop and hopefully you have a Netflix account. But they start doing their online portion a little bit early. So they're able to do that from their quarantine rooms. And when I say quarantine room, it's a hotel room. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
And also when you get down there, so you get put up in a hotel for BOLIC. And I was actually in the same hotel when I went through one of my schools, and it's officers of all ranks. I mean, I believe we had a lieutenant colonel that was in there and brand new. And I remember coming up the elevator after like going to the gym, and like there's a group of them trying to sit there and figure out how to put together a rucksack. It was amusing. I mean, not just because like these are medical professionals and they're thinking about it way too hard, especially for an Army piece of equipment. But that's where like some of the NCOs, we went out there and if you don't know what NCO, non-commissioned officer, people who've been in a little bit, like we went through and we helped them like, hey, this is how you do it. Like take this, show your friends. So it's not like they're just left to their own devices. You do have people there with them as well.
Exactly. And I remember, I was 15 years enlisted before I became an officer. So, and that's exactly what we did. I didn't have to go to BOLIC at that time, but I didn't have to go to DCC, but I went to BOLIC and we had new officers in BOLIC. And for those who've been in for years, and we're like, hey, how about we put these new officers, new to the military, put them in the leadership positions, and we'll definitely support them. Set them up for success, because it doesn't benefit us to see someone else fail. So we're all about the teamwork, ensuring that bringing our peers up with us and make sure they're graduating the course and succeeding as well.
And so that's also something to expect. when you go to DCC, when you go to Bullock, things like this, if you have no military experience, there's a very good chance we're going to put you in the leadership role, because they're going to break you down into platoons and squads and stuff like that. I mean, I've been a squad leader. I've been a platoon sergeant. You've been a squad leader and platoon sergeant. The same thing. Like, what do we get from that? We don't get anything. So it's better to leave us just in the group, and outside we can help mentor people and train them a little bit on, hey, what's the process? What's the procedure for this? Yeah. What do you need to do? So that's where it's, they really do try and kind of take people out of their comfort zone, but yeah, they may not be comfortable, but you will see people excel, because I've seen it myself. Right. Getting people to excel in an area they're not comfortable with, just because that somebody said, hey, you're up, go to it.
Yeah, but we definitely have fun in Bullock. We had the weekends off and got a chance to, it was Monday through Friday, classroom time, and there's 2 weeks of field time where you're in a field setting. They're setting up like medical tents and running mass cow situations and everything. You get some good training in the field in Bullock. So you learn how the Army operates in a field setting. So definitely good times. Assignment opportunities. We talked about this briefly. So the Army Reserve and the active duty. So we're transitioning. The Army is transitioning from the combat support hospitals or CASHs, and we're transitioning to what we're now calling field hospitals. And the field hospitals they're more modular, and they're allowed, they can be mobilized quicker than an entire 248 bed combat support hospital. So that's what we're transitioning to. So as a family medicine physician, you could be assigned to one of these hospitals on active duty and Army Reserve. With the Army Reserve, we have two programs that are very popular among physicians. They're called the IMA, Individual Mobilization Augmentee, or the AMEDD Professional Management Command, APMC. These two programs, they give physicians a lot of flexibility for those physicians who may have a private practice or they're part of a group that's really busy. Well, these two options they give you flexibility on completing your training, your 1 week in a month and 2 weeks in a year. They allow you to, just look at your professional, your work schedule, talk to your family, talk to your employers, and you can work out the dates when you want to complete your training. With the IMA, you will be assigned to a active duty Army hospital. You're still in the Army Reserve, but you'll just be assigned to an active duty Army hospital, reporting to the hospital commander, and you're going to be treating the soldiers and their families and the veterans and retirees who come to the hospital for care.
Yeah. The one thing I do want to say about APMC. So we have a neurosurgeon in our area. She's one of, I believe, 2 or 3 in this area. So taking her from here it takes planning, because they need to make sure that that she can't be on call. So it does put an extra stressor. So the hospital system might need to bring in an outside specialist to kind of help cover that as well. And she's part of APMC. Her unit is not here. Her unit is somewhere on the West Coast. But what she does in lieu of going to her unit, she either works in her career field in the hospital. Instead of being paid by the hospital, she's just paid by the Army. She does grand rounds, going around using it as a teaching opportunity. She also comes out and talks to and helps with the recruiting effort as well. So she's a well-respected neurosurgeon in this area. So when I go into a surgical residency, we can bring those subject matter experts, and that counts for their time. Now, the other really cool thing is they can manage their mobilizations / deployment. So when people hear deployment, instantly you think war zone. I mean, in the Army Reserve, that's not always the case. In fact, more times than not, it is not the case. So if that makes sense, there's a better chance of you going to an active duty hospital somewhere in the country just to relieve somebody that wants to go on vacation than going to an active war zone, especially with these very specialized medical professionals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I remember you mentioned this yesterday. We've had Army Reserve healthcare professionals get deployed or mobilized to Hawaii. Whoa, that was pretty stressful. Yeah,
Yeah.
they got so it's
90 days in Germany for deployment. I mean,
exactly. And I know a Army Reserve family medicine physician. He's a physician. He's in Tennessee. Great guy. I have used him to speak with family medicine physicians considering the Army Reserve a lot. So he's been in about 8 to 10 years in the Army Reserve as a family medicine physician. His wife is a physician, and they have 3 young daughters. So if you have a family at home, it definitely talk to your family if you're considering this. But him and his wife, they have a great plan in place. I'm sure they both have busy careers, and then raising 3 young daughters, that's definitely takes a lot of planning. But he enjoys it. His first deployment was to Fort Hood, Texas, doing like case management. So he did that for 90 days, and then his second deployment was to Washington State, and he was like a staff physician at Madigan in Washington State. So, but his deployments for 90 days each, and they weren't back to back. So I actually talked to him about 2 months ago. He said the family medicine physician have with the whole reorganization going on, a family medicine physician could expect, it's not guaranteed, but they could expect maybe be asked to deploy 90 days every 5 years, which is not bad at all. And as you mentioned, there's an opportunity for you to get ahead of that and select your own destination. And when you talk to a recruiter, they can explain that. They can go in more detail about that. There's a program where you can go to a website and volunteer for a deployment. I know an ER physician in Tennessee in the Army Reserve. He was in Tennessee, and he volunteered for a deployment to Georgia, which was only 4 hours away. So it was good stuff. All right.
Oh, and then active duty. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. We pretty much talked about that as well with the active duty. We already talked about Walter Reed and San Antonio, which is our possible assignments for active duty officers. We have reserve medical units out there as well for those physicians who live in that area. But those are 2 great, military treatment facilities that gain a lot of recognition and well deserved.
Yep.
All right, the career positions. So you can serve as a commander in both active duty and the Army Reserve. So when you're serving as a commander as an Army Reserve medical unit, you are the CEO of that medical unit. Sure, the medical unit may not be as large as one of the civilian hospitals, but your responsibilities are similar to a CEO of that hospital. So, and you do have a staff that will work there with you, and work for you when you're not there during the week. So that is a great opportunity to hone your leadership skills. You can be a consultant to the Army Surgeon General. So we have consultants on active duty and the Army Reserve. So these consultants, when we find physicians who are interested in joining the Army Reserve, these consultants are in the reserves. They're in private practice or may have their own practice, and they're serving in the Army Reserve. And these are the individuals that are reviewing your credential, your CV review, to see if you meet the qualifications or eligibility to continue with the process. But that is a great opportunity for those family medicine physicians who want to be in a more of a leadership position. For active duty, if you are interested in going and getting a master's in public health or a master's in healthcare administration, the Army has a program with Baylor University. Is a top-ranked program. It's a 2-year program, and it's ranked number 9. I know the Master in Healthcare Management is ranked number 9 in the nation, ahead of some Ivy League schools. So it's great training. And also, as we mentioned earlier, for active duty, if you're in the Madigan Hospital, Seattle area, you can be a residency director for family medicine physicians. All right, so I pull this, we get a common question about, money, and I totally understand when it comes to joining the Army Reserve, the Army period as a physician. So this slide will be geared more towards the active duty because I went on payscale.com and pulled this yesterday. So of course, these are always averages, and the pay can differ based on your location. And so it's saying that brand new family medicine physician, in the world could make roughly around 180, just under 188,000. And so we just wanted to compare these figures and it shows the trajectory of the pay as your tenure or your experience increase. So it's just a brief on payscale.com. And on the next slide, we will show how the Army is really on par with that pay when it comes to family medicine physicians. Hopefully they can see this. But on the left side, we have the Army Reserve, the incentives and base pay. And then on the right side, we have it for active duty. So I know the base pay may seem small with the Army Reserve, but that's why we, to get you in line with other, with the civilian world, that's why we offer bonuses, board certification pay. And one thing about it, in the Army Reserve, you're doing 1 week in a month and 2 weeks out of the year. And we're not talking about, we're excluding deployments and mobilization. We're just talking about your typical 1 week in a month and 2 weeks out of the year. So that's what, 38 days out of the year. So for 38,
something like that.
Yeah, so 38 days out of the year in the Army Reserve. And these figures, these are estimates. We get pay raises when Congress authorized the pay raises. We get them every year. So you get roughly around just under 39,000 a year if you come in as a captain.
In addition to your civilian pay.
Exactly. And then the second figure is if you come in as a major. And your rank is determined based on your years of experience and your advanced education. And that's how we determine your rank. We look at all your credentials and we send it up for review. And so
as a doctor, you will not come in under a captain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then also we offer, if you want loans paid back, we offer $250,000 loan repayment, the same amount as the active duty. Then with the insurance, it's a great insurance for the Army Reserve. We have a CRNA in Cincinnati. He used the insurance for him and his family. He said it only cost him $20 to have his second child using the insurance for the Army Reserve. And he works at the Cincinnati VA. So he's already in the federal system, but he said the insurance through the Army Reserve was better and $20 to have your second child. So I'm hoping it only costs $20. I'm expecting a child on this month.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm hoping it's free or no more than $20.
So, and here's the other thing. When my son was born, again, we were out in Hawaii.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is Hawaii is crazy expensive for everything. Like you hear about the $5 a gallon milk. I mean, no joke. It is $5 a gallon. I was paying when gas on the mainland was like $2.50. Like I was paying $4.50 a gallon for gas. Electricity. I've gotten a $600 electric bill without having AC. So, I mean, it's nuts. But when you talk about the medical incentive, my wife went through, she had emergency C-section in the hospital for 3 days. I think our grand total was $60, $80, something like that. She had to pay for food. Like that was the only part that was not covered. And that's it.
Wow.
So, and this was also for all of her, the fall or the prenatal care, every appointment, like every 2 weeks going in for the evaluations. And then afterwards too. It was all covered. We didn't have a deductible. We didn't have anything. So there are a lot of people that complain about military medicine. I personally, there have been a few things, but it's as easy as asking for a second opinion. I mean, if you don't like the answer, go ask for a second opinion. You have every right to do that in the Army too. But again, that's why we are so vested in bringing in the best people, is because you're going to be the ones treating our family. Let me just take we had a question. So it was actually one of the other battalions. It was asking about taking snippets and clips. Absolutely. You guys can do that. And slides available. Sorry, no, we didn't have them posted anywhere. What we will do is I will actually have, I'm going to retain this live stream and I'm also going to cut it up. So we're going to be splitting it up into each topic that we discuss, and it's going to get reposted onto our YouTube page. So if you go to the link tree, or actually if you look in the description, it looks like you're on Facebook. Or if you just type it in, it's Careers in Army Medicine. It's over on YouTube, and you'll be able to see all of these later. And we can retain it, and also later on down the line. So this data changes.
Exactly.
if you want to shoot me an email, actually, I don't have my email on here anymore. I'm on Global, Michael Sharps. If you want to shoot me an email, we can go ahead and coordinate it. I don't see an issue with putting this out. Just adjust it as needed every year. Because as we've discussed before, the base pay, it goes up every year. The incentives, they go up, they change, like whatnot. So a lot of this is, it's a year by year thing. So
exactly.
Look like it answered the question. Cool.
Yeah, and some of the acronyms, for those who are not in the military that are on here, like the BCP, that's board certification pay. So that's additional pay to Army Reserve if you're board certified that they give you. Is paid on a monthly basis. So for the active duty, just divide the 6,000 by 12. The incentive pay is additional pay that they give as well. They basically just trying to get you on par with your civilian counterpart. So if you look at this for active duty, if you look at this total figure, a brand entry-level family medicine physician on active duty coming in as a captain, you're actually making more than your civilian counterparts. And also, like I said, it'll be based on location. The housing allowance, which is money you get to pay your mortgage, it's based on location. So the figures used on here is San Antonio, and that figure may be higher now. So if you live in California, New York, overseas, or Hawaii,
you can actually go the link down below, the link tree / Akron Army Med. I actually have a link posted to the BAH calculator. Yeah. So it's, you may not know the zip codes for San Antonio, whatnot, but what you can do is you can take your zip code that you currently live in, plug it in there, and when it asks for your rank, you're typically going to put 03. So because we're talking Army doctors right now, go ahead and plug in 03 because that's the bottom you're going to come in at.
Yeah.
And then with or without dependent. So dependent is a wife, a child, anybody that you're taking care of. Right. Hit the calculate button and see what it looks like compared to your rent or your mortgage right now. So that'll kind of give you a good roundabout how on par it is. And honestly, it's fairly good. If you do live in those really, really expensive areas, New York, California, Hawaii, Alaska, there is a cost of living adjustment mainly due to that electric bill, that like insurance, like because it is higher, we recognize that and we give an additional amount, but that's based by location. So consider that free money when you go out to those areas.
Exactly. And then one thing before we move on, I just wanted to put the Army, for those considering the Army Reserve, if you use it's called TRICARE Reserve Select. If you use that insurance when you join the Army Reserve, two important things that I want to mention. One, you will not be denied for a pre-existing condition. If you're cleared to join the Army Reserve and you need a med waiver and it's approved by the Army physician, the chief medical officer, and you're commissioned into the Army, once you get to your unit, you can register for TRICARE. And if there's a pre-existing condition, TRICARE cannot deny you because you're in the Army.
Same thing with family.
Exactly. Yeah. And then when it comes to the using the insurance, if your current family physician or dentist accepts TRICARE on the East Coast, TRICARE is serviced by Humana. So if your current dentist or family physician accepts TRICARE, you will continue to use them. You don't have to go to a military base to be seen. You will just continue to use your current dentist and physician. So it's definitely a great insurance. Right.
Sorry, the beeping was my server yelling at me.
Okay, no problem. All right, so we can go ahead and talk about other benefits and entitlements.
There you go.
Yeah, so we have the blended retirement system. So everyone's familiar with, when you do 20 years in the military, you typically get a pension, which is a great benefit because before I came back on full-time status, I used to work for a well-known investment company. It's one of the leading investment companies in the country, and they don't even have a pension anymore. So it's just people are living longer, and these pensions are getting expensive. So companies are just getting rid of the pension. But the Army is one of the few organizations that still has a pension if you meet 20 years of qualifying service. So the blended retirement system is a hybrid plan. They basically took like a 401k or 403b, a defined contribution plan, and combined it with a pension plan. So in the old days, if you didn't do 20 years in the military, you left with nothing. However, with the blended retirement system, it allows you, if you don't stay 20 years, it still allows you to leave with some type of retirement benefit. And on this figure, I don't know if they can see it, but it's just breaking down. We do automatic contributions now. So this is available for any new soldiers, officers, or enlisted who joined the military after 2018. You now have the option to participate in the blended retirement system. And they do, as I say, they do matching. They will match up to 5%.
I'm actually going to try and put a link to it right now.
Okay.
So militarypay.defense.gov. Yeah. So one of the things about this retirement system that is different than almost every other one. So on the active side, not on the reserve, active duty, I will get to retire and start drawing my pension at 43 years old.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
43.
Yeah. Active duty, after 20 years of active service, yeah, you start withdrawing your retirement the beginning of the following month, the month following your retirement. So yeah, it's definitely good stuff.
And then I'm going to go open a brewery.
But yeah, they do automatic contributions, and so so with the automatic contributions that they do it for Army Reserve and active duty, where they'll start off by taking 1% for Army Reserve. They'll take 1% of your weekend drill pay, start putting it in the the thrift savings plan. And active duty, you're paid on the 1st and 15th, or however you set it up, your payment plan and active duty. There's a few people on active duty, they say, hey, pay me monthly. I'm like, wow, okay, that takes a lot of good budgeting right there. But this blended retirement system, so we do have a retirement plan for those in the Army Reserve and active duty. If you're considered an Army Reserve and you're participating in your own company's employer-sponsored plan, I say you definitely talk to a financial advisor or an accountant or someone so you can plan on that. You just want to make sure, you got to keep track and make sure you're not going over the limits. So that's my experience from working at that investment company coming into play. But you just want to talk to someone who's well-versed, financial planner or accountant.
And if you go down to the link tree, I went ahead and added the blended retirement system on there too.
Oh, cool. All right, so let's talk about eligibility for family medicine physicians. So you do have to be at least board eligible, and you could be a doctor of medicine or osteopathic medicine. Foreign medical school graduates, yes, you are eligible to apply if you have a certificate from the ECFMG. Must have completed 1 year of graduate medical education, internship after medical school. And then must have a license to practice medicine, an unrestricted license to practice medicine within the U.S., District of Columbia, or Puerto Rico. And then also for those who are foreign medical school graduates, you must have completed accredited U.S. residency. And so we talked about, the age. I know we have some physicians like, oh, I'm too old. I just wanted to show, this is an article from a doctor, and this is not like 10 years old. This is within the past 2 years. And that's an article from a doctor in Wisconsin that decided to join the Army Reserve. That's his daughter on the left, who's currently in the Army. And he decided, hey, I want to get my skills. I want to help out, serve my country as well. So he was 60 years old when he joined the Army Reserves. We have a 61-year-old radiologist around the same time out of Houston that joined the Army Reserve as well. So even though it says the age limit is 47 years old, definitely for certain specialties, we can pursue age waivers. So definitely give us a call, reach out to your recruiter, local recruiter, or reach out to one of us, and we'll get you in touch with a recruiter in your area to talk about Army Reserve. Text
AMMZ to Go Army, which is 462769. It's down below. Take a look at it. So this article is from 2018. That article, whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, my camera's reversed. It messes me up. So, and also Mr. Air now.
Hey, how's it going, Sergeant Ayers?
So yeah, we do have these age waivers, and it's all based off your specialty. So if you're CRNA, yeah, we can consider things like this. If you're a surgeon, absolutely come talk to us. We actually get a lot of older doctors that they're like, hey, I've done everything that I've wanted to in my life so far. My kids are grown. They're out of the house now. It's just like it's just me and my spouse. Like and they're saying that like literally I'm bored. Like this is something I've always wanted to do. Can I come on and do 3 years in the Army Reserve? Yes, you can. If you have these specialties, we can, and we also can give the rank associated with it too. Because didn't you get one of us brought on I believe it was a full bird here within the past, I want to say it was like year and a half. And now it is a slow process. Because you need to get approved by the Secretary of Defense. You need to get approved by Congress. So it is not a slow process. But if you have that specialty, don't disqualify yourself. Let one of us sit down and talk to you. And again, you don't just need to work with me out of Akron or Captain Perkins here out of Cincinnati. If you text AMMZ, you get more information. Or if honestly, you can just Google Army Medical Recruiter and it will put you in contact. Now we are a little bit spread out, especially on the West Coast. So when you get in touch with them, there may be a lot that gets done virtually, but then you will get face-to-face at some point, at least to sit down and talk with them. And we have government vehicles, we'll travel.
Exactly. And then the last point on here, for active duty, you do have to be a U.S. citizen or a naturalized citizen. For the Army Reserve, you only have to have permanent resident status. Also, I just wanted to mention this: if we have any residents on this live stream, you can apply. So that permanent resident status that allows medical residents to apply for the Army Reserve as well.
Yes.
So definitely reach out. So
I know we're going to talk about strap. See, we'll cover strap a little bit. Because we got a little bit of time after this one. But like you said, there's foreign, the foreign residents that are here. If you're a permanent resident, you can apply for the STRAP program. Now the STRAP program, it's again, student loan repayment, as long as it's a US backed loan. So that's, if you qualified for it, then yes. If not, then it does provide a pathway as well.
Yeah.
How to apply, same thing, AMMZ.
Yep. Exactly. And then this is just a few documents that your recruiter may want you to bring to the initial appointment or send, so they can just look at everything before you really get involved in the application process. With the CV, just the recruiter will work with you to put your CV in the format that the Army, the board requires it. So don't worry about your current format of your CV. Just make sure it's current. And then the recruiter will work with you or provide you with a template on how the Army likes it. We require prime source verification of all your, training certificates, your internships, residency. So you just provide us a copy of the certificate, and we will reach out to the residency coordinators or GME coordinators to get the prime source verifications.
So everything that you do, like when you go apply to a new hospital, when you get onboarded and you go through their credentialing.
Yep.
We do the exact same thing. So everything that you did for your credentialing, we're going to need it. So you might as well just bring that entire packet in when you come talk to us.
Exactly. Yeah. And we just ask for a little more information because you're coming in as an officer and you're getting a government security clearance. So we're just going to dig a little bit deeper, but it's definitely worth it. So you said your dad was an Air Force pilot. Is that him in this? He said
no.
No. But
But one of the things so we did talk a lot about people who are currently practicing. So if you are just shut this down. If you're currently practicing family practice doctor, ER doctor, whatnot, there are a lot of bonuses and a lot of incentives and stuff like that. But now when we talk about the student side, so your residents, that's where we have our STRAP program. So it's the Specialized Training and Residency Assistance Program. I finally remembered it. But the residency program, what that does, it actually covers, it gives you a living stipend while you're in school. So it's about $2,200 a month. So that way it takes you from that 40,000-ish and bumps it up a little bit. So at least gives you some more money to help you pay for those student loans. But at the same time, you can also qualify for student loan repayment while you're in the STRAP program. So it's $60,000 a year for up to $240,000, I believe it is right now.
What loan repayment?
Yes.
It's the loan repayment is 250,000, so they'll pay a maximum of 40,000 a year. So years 1 through 6, they'll pay 40,000 a year, and then last year 7, they will pay 10,000 for a total of 250,000. And it's only applied towards principal only. So there is a small chance there could be a small amount of interest left over, but they will definitely knock out 250,000 of your principal loan.
And so here's the thing, that also changes every year. Mm-hmm. So you have to talk to your recruiter. But for example, if you come on board and we start everything and if you will sign, hey, this is my incentive, this is my signature, whatever incentive that is available that you signed for when you raise your right hand, that's what you're getting. So it doesn't matter if it changes and goes away next year. We don't really care. It's whatever you sign for at that time. But the thing to consider is if it's not available 1 year and you're in your certain specialty, check back the next year. It may be back. So it's all based off of what the needs of the Army are.
Exactly. And also with obligations, since we talked about it earlier, if you're already a board certified physician and considering the Army Reserve or active duty, you can actually sign up for a minimum of 2 years. So, and I know 2 years sounds like a lot, but for the Army Reserve, if you remember, you're only doing you're only doing 1 week in a month and 2 weeks out of the year. So you're doing 38 days each year for 2 years. So, so it's really not, I know 2 years, but if you have a lot going on in your life, it could seem like a lot, but definitely reach out to us. You can sign up for a minimum of 2 years for those already board certified physicians.
Yeah. All right. So that kind of covered at least the medical core side, doctors. If you have any other questions or comments as far as the becoming a doctor in the Army, going through med school, if you're a resident, you have questions, or if you're currently practicing MD or DO, doesn't matter what field, get a hold of us. Well, either us or someone local. So again, goarmy.com/hiring days, the texting AMMZ. You can even send me a text and I'll direct you to the right place and the right person who's local to you. Just because we're up in Ohio and Michigan, it doesn't mean that we can't put you in contact with somebody down the street from you. Yeah. So we're going to shift gears a little bit. So we talked about all the MedCorps. Now we're going to go into PAs. So this is something that both Captain Perkins and I have a lot of experience with because as medics, that's who we worked for. That was pretty much our supervisor. Anything medically that we did was signed off by them, which may sound a little bit weird because typically they're not the ones doing the signing. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. So we're going to jump off here for between 5 and 10 minutes. I got to brew some more coffee. Grab something to eat, because one thing I found out from yesterday is if you don't take breaks, you get really hungry by the end. So go ahead and stick around. During the break, jump on over to our YouTube page, Careers in Army Medicine. Subscribe to it, hit the bell, so that way you can you'll get notified of any new videos that we post. And I have, I believe, 4 new ones coming out here soon. I try and stagger them out. I don't want to just flood it and things like that. The other thing to take a look at is you will see it up in the top right-hand corner, Careers in Army Medicine podcast. So it's on Stitcher, it's on iTunes, it's on Spotify, pretty much wherever you listen to podcasts. Go subscribe, leave us a comment. We will start having some more exclusive content coming just to the podcast. It's not going to be on YouTube. It's not going to be on Facebook. So you're definitely going to want to pay attention to that. But for now, we're going to go ahead and jump off here. And sir, I'll see you back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, great.
Hey everyone, we are back and kind of shifting gears here. So we started with our family practice because we did trauma surgeon yesterday. Now we're going to go over to physician assistant. So I don't remember. Do you have the history of the PA in here?
Yes. Yes, it's, I always do a did you know slide. So
Yeah.
it's when, yeah.
So a lot of people don't actually know this, and even PA students don't know it. There's a few programs that still teach it, but I know down here at one of our PA programs, they actually have a whole section dedicated to this. But either way, hey everyone, welcome back. So for the next hour or so, like I said, we're going to be talking about physician assistant and also the SP core. So it's specialist core. We'll kind of lump both of them in there.
Yeah.
So I see some people kind of dropped off a little bit. That's fine. So if you're on the channel, go ahead and share this, tag some people. So if there's anybody who's interested in a PA program, interested in medicine in general, send this over to them, send it in Messenger, tag them, have them join us, because what we can do is we can actually answer the questions live. That way, if anybody's on the fence about it, or if they just need some guidance on how the process works, or just what a PA does, I mean, we can answer those too. Let me get this screen shared here. All right, there we go.
Okay, good stuff.
So agenda, same thing. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So, with the PAs, as we mentioned, this is the PAs are part of the specialist core. The specialist core is one of the Army's most competitive. Their boards are some of the most competitive when it comes to in selection and promotion. So we are definitely looking for those PAs who are well qualified. You must have the right clinical experience. It's
Yes.
a must. The specialist core, their board only meets once a year. However, PAs are the only jobs within the specialist core that applicants can go to the board every month. So that's really, that just shows how bad, how much we need PAs. So just a little historical fact. So with PA week, previously PA week, PA Day used to be celebrated once a year on October 6th. But now it was two reasons they did it on October 6th. One was because October 6th was the day that three Vietnam era Navy corpsmen, that was when they first graduated from the PA program. And then the other reason that they celebrated it on October 6th was because of Dr. Eugene Steed. He's the founder of the PA program, and that's his birthday, October 6th. But now it's an entire week for PA week, October 6th through the 12th. So it just shows that with Dr. Steed, he went to Fort Bragg with two other physicians to observe the training for some special forces medics. And he was so impressed with their training, and he was like, man, they are able to operate on their own. So he was so impressed by their training that he was influenced to go ahead and start a PA program at nearby Duke University, because they were at Fort Bragg, which is not too far from Duke University. So they kind of led to the whole development of the PA program, and eventually the Army, 1971, I believe, it was their first PA graduates.
Yeah. And even today, there are, I believe it is actually Duke, and I think UNC, they do some of the transition programs, taking 18 Deltas. So if you don't know, that's Special Operations Combat Medic, and transitioning them to PAs. There's also a lot of new schools that are doing the same thing for standard 6-8 whiskeys, because they'll do almost like a skills assessment and kind of see where they're at and what they've done, and some of them can get fast tracked. And I know a friend of mine that I deployed with did that exact thing.
Yeah, and with our PAs, one thing about the Army, with our PAs, you have a lot of autonomy as well, like a physician. So there's, in certain settings, medical settings, PAs are the only healthcare providers. You have your medics and your PAs. So and so it's definitely the leadership and autonomy you have as a PA in the Army. It is great, and you definitely get trained up, and the mentorship that PAs receive in the Army, it's above all. So here's talking about some of the job duties as a PA. One of the main ones is as we mentioned, the PAs, you train the medics. We rely on the PA medics. Well, rely on PAs for that guidance and that mentorship. Just because the medics are looking to and hone their skills as well. Because it's the medics that are going out there with the infantry soldiers, making sure if they are injured that they're able to that they're stabilized and returned back to the rear to receive that higher echelon of care. So we rely on the medics rely on the PAs for their training. Also with PAs, they're involved with trauma management. So you get a lot of experience and training in trauma management as an Army PA. You interpret X-rays and tests. You advise soldiers and commanders on when it comes to medical related issues that may impact the soldier or the mission.
Mm-hmm. One thing I do want to say, so as far as the job duties, there's I would almost say there's three distinct like kind of roles for PAs. So we can kind of go through those. The first one is working in what we call the BAS, Battalion Aid Station. That is where you typically find your medics and your PAs. So what you're going to have is the way that it works is within a medical platoon for a battalion. If you don't know size of battalions, they're typically accounting for about 1,200 soldiers. I think that's about a good number for now. They go up, they go down, depending on the type of unit and whatnot, but that's a good estimate. And what you'll have one medical platoon sergeant. So that typically enlisted, an E7, sergeant first class. You'll have two staff sergeants, which is going to be like your treatment NCO, who oversees all operations for that BAS. That's your day-to-day. They're the ones doing the manning, the ordering, and stuff like that. Then you're going to have your evac NCO. And your evac NCO handles your triage and evacuation. So they handle everything on the outside. And they also handle the medics when it comes to your ambulance drivers and managing your senior medics for the lower echelon. So your company level senior medics, stuff like that. So within a typical medical platoon, you're going to have about 30 medics, give or take, again, depending on the type of unit. They're all overseen by one PA. That PA is responsible for coming up with their concept of operations. So if they're going out to the field, if they're going setting up a battalion aid station out in a field environment, that PA is going to be the one working with the medical platoon sergeant saying, hey, this is where our stuff needs to be located. This is our entry point. This is our triage point. This is what we call the DIME or ID-ME. So your triage categories. This is the flow through the aid station. This is what's going to go when you go out the back to the evac sections. Like they're responsible for coming up with the overhead view of everything going on. It's the treatment NCO's job to make it happen. And all the NCOs to make that happen. The thing that also happens with them is they tell the medics what they can and can't do as far as their scope of practice. If they're comfortable with a medic doing an enhanced scope of practice, far above and beyond what an EMT basic can do. I mean, I've personally trained like brand new junior medic E2s how to do things that paramedics can't even do. Like I've taught them how to do chest tubes, like in the back of a vehicle. Like granted, did they do them on somebody live? No, but guess what? They got trained, they got competency, and if need be, they can do it. But if you notice, there's a piece missing that's not here. There's no physician. Like the physician is not down there at that aid station. They're not directly overseeing everything a PA does. And this is one of the biggest draws for PAs, and that we want to get the information out. You are an independent practitioner. Yes, you do get your stuff vetted and overseen by typically your brigade surgeon. So you're going to have a doctor that oversees, but it's not going to be the micromanagement level that you typically find within a hospital system. So it's a very unique position. And if you come in with a skill set that is not normally a PA skill set. So for example, if you're a physical therapist and you also are a PA, you can incorporate your physical therapy experience into your PA practice. Same thing if you've trained under an osteopath. Like you can take those osteopathic manipulations as long as your brigade surgeon can verify that you're competency in them. You can incorporate those into your practice as you see fit. So they are given such freedom when it comes to how they want to manage their patients that you will never see it on the outside. You just won't. As far as when you were previously enlisted as a medic, what else have you seen that the PAs were able to do that besides the training that you just haven't, like, you've never come across it since then?
Well, it's like you really, a lot of the things that you said, yeah, the PAs were in charge, and the brigade surgeon or their physician would be at an entirely different location. So it was that PA running the show. Two medical fields we definitely look for PAs to be experienced in, that we would like for them to be experienced in, is emergency medicine. So we're definitely looking for PAs with that emergency medicine and orthopedics, because the Army is real big on that sports medicine model. So we're definitely looking for the PAs in those type of training. But when I was in Iraq, our PAs had a PA. He was worked in the EMT, which is the ER emergency section for the Army. We call it EMT. But yeah, the doctors felt real comfortable with him running the overnight shift. They were always available if they were needed, but he was running the show at night with us. And so they definitely suturing. They were teaching the medics or training the medics on suturing. So they definitely did a lot when it came to helping out the medics as a PA.
So that's kind of the emergency medicine side. And like we said, we look for certain skill sets with PAs. So emergency medicine is a big one. And I would almost venture to guess to say that's almost a requirement to have.
Yeah.
One of the other sides that you see PAs is in your TMC, so your troop medical clinics. So that's your family practice clinic. That's your doctor's office. Like, you make an appointment, you go in, you get seen. There's a very good chance you get seen by a PA. You'll get seen by the nurse or the medic. They'll take your SO and your vitals and stuff like that. Sometimes your more senior medics will actually start going through some tests and go through an assessment and a plan. Then what they'll do is they'll take that to the PA and for verification. And the PA will say, yep, go for it. And the PAs can prescribe medications. The PAs can order labs, order RADs. So order radiology tests, order lab tests. They can refer out to physical therapy, occupational therapy, like develop an entire course of treatment for whatever they see fit, and then present it to the patient, and then they're on their way. Again, what's missing? You have a doctor that's not really playing an active role, because we empower those PAs to be fully independent licensed practitioners. So that's one of those things that we preach, is the autonomy of it. So whether you're on the emergency medicine side, treating people in a battalion aid station, or like an emergency medicine section, like an EMS, like you were saying, sir, and then even over to a family practice clinic, they'll manage their own clinic, and they may have, depending on how comfortable they are with the brigade surgeon, they may have their stuff looked at, like have their notes reviewed and stuff like that every once in a while. And I think there's a certain criteria for it, and making sure all their coding is correct and whatnot. And that's the family practice PA. So again, that's an additional skill set. When you want to apply for this, it will give you an advantage over your peers. And you mentioned the osteo side. Osteo/surgery is, we actually have what's called an ASI. So it's an additional skill identifier. And I believe it's the M1 for PAs, if I'm not mistaken. And it's an additional job code for those PAs to go further down the surgical route, the surgical and sports medicine route. So they can manage everything from emergency through long-term acute into the orthopedic care. Yeah. So that's kind of those are those three distinct fields that the PAs are in, but we do really try and preach autonomy with that.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So next, I guess we'll talk about the initial officer training. So it's pretty much the same for the other jobs as well, with physicians and other officers, medical officers within the Army. So with the initial officer training, it's the with PAs, the direct commission course in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. It's 4 weeks long. And then the BOLIC for active duty PAs is 9.5 weeks. And for the reserves, it's 4 weeks for the PAs. In the reserves, there are 2 phases. The first phase is all online for the BOLIC. And the Army Reserve gives you, they give you an entire year to complete the online portion. And then once you complete that, you go to the resident portion, which would be 4 weeks at Joint Base San Antonio, in San Antonio, Texas. And also with the Army Reserves, just like with physicians, they give you 3 years to complete both courses. Active duty, you complete it sooner because there's more slots available, and the courses are offered multiple times, throughout the year.
And this kind of, I know we touched on this back when we were talking about the family practice, but you do have kind of a say a little bit in where you want to go for your phase 2 for your PA. So if you come in as a brand new PA for your assessment, like they said, they went to Fort Polk to kind of isolate themselves and keep studying. That's more the student side. So as far as where you go on the active side, that's definitely a conversation, but so I kind of got a little bit ahead of you, but yeah, this is the entry requirement. So this is reserve, like he's talking, you have 3 years to complete it. On active duty, you're going to kind of hit it back to back before you go out the door.
Exactly. Yeah. And I commissioned I worked with a PA here in Kentucky. He actually went active duty. He was in the Army Reserve. He was mobilized for a year to Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, for a year as a PA. And he was basically doing case management. His wife was a stay-at-home mom with 3 kids. So I know we mentioned this previously. He brought his family with him on this mobilization for a year. Of course, it was on his own dime, but they stayed off post. And when he came back from the deployment, came back to Kentucky, he was like, man, I just missed the autonomy I had on active duty. So we worked together and got him selected, and he's back on active duty now. He actually got his duty station. He was from Kentucky, and he selected Fort Campbell as one of his top 3 choices, and he got Fort Campbell. So his family, they're all happy. They're at Fort Campbell doing good things, and yeah, he's definitely enjoying it. And he had that orthopedic experience. So he actually did the Army PA program. He was enlisted whiskey, combat medic, applied for the Army PA program, student program, was selected, completed that, and the rest is history. Just wanted to mention one thing about the Army PA program. You have to be currently serving, in the Army, Navy, Air Force, to apply for that program. So it's not open to the general public. You have to be currently serving to apply for that program. And that when you apply, the recruiters, we can definitely help you with the packet. Typically, we don't lead that process, but if you have questions about some of the paperwork and things like that, we can definitely help you with that.
Yeah, I think that's so after we go through the PA, so we're talking about like the direct accessions right now.
Exactly.
So again, we're the Army. We have a lot of words that we use. So when we say assess, that just means it's like an onboarding process. We're bringing you on into the Army. As far as the PAs are concerned, what we'll do is we'll kind of go through the active/reserve that are currently practicing or soon to be graduated PAs. And we'll also then talk about some of the student opportunities because we got a little bit of time to discuss those. And like I said, we'll talk about IPAP, and we'll also talk about the little known program that was just addressed about 2 weeks ago on Facebook. So stick around for that one.
Very cool. Okay. And then we have the assignment opportunity. So just like the other healthcare professionals with PAs, you're assigned to an Army Reserve medical unit or a military treatment facility. As you mentioned, the battalion A station as well, which is a field setting for PAs that gives them a lot of autonomy. We also, PAs have the ability to do research in the Army. So if there's PAs out there interested in that opportunity would be available as well. You can teach at the schoolhouse, new PA students. You teach them at San Antonio or one of the training locations. And then also you can, for those who want to do the elite stuff, the cool guy stuff, you can serve as a PA with special forces, supporting the special forces or Rangers.
Yeah. And I've personally worked with one that worked in with regiment. So it's, if you do want to go do the cool guy stuff, jumping out of airplanes, like rappelling from helicopters, you can do that. Or if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. So it's one of those things, like people see things on TV, everything that the Army does. It is not all kicking down doors and stuff like that. That is, we're not looking for people to do that.
Yeah.
We are strictly looking for medical professionals. If you have questions about that, again, you can go ahead and text AMMZ to the number below, and they'll put you in contact with one of the recruiters that does talk about all the cool guy stuff. So those opportunities are definitely available when you talk about actually most medical specialties. If you look at the more acute side, more the trauma side, their opportunities are available for that. As far as the career positions, I'll let you go ahead and take the Army Reserve, but the active duty I'll kind of cover a little bit too.
Sure, yeah. So with the Army Reserve, I know PAs in the Army Reserve who have served as commanders of Army Reserve unit. I actually know a PA in the Chicago area in the Army Reserve. She was the commander of a Army chemical unit, and so she said she learned a lot. So just to go back on what our battalion commander said, Colonel Blue, she said, sometimes the experiences that you don't, those assignments you didn't select, they give you the best experience, and that PA definitely echoed that sentiment. She said she enjoyed her time as a commander of a chemical unit. She learned a lot from her soldiers, and it just made her a better leader. Then also we have PAs who, on a senior level staff, so I didn't want to get too technical when it comes to the military elements, brigade, division, but basically you can be on a PA like on a staff of a colonel or a general. If you're on that type of staff, there comes more responsibility and leadership opportunities. Then also you can be a consultant to the Surgeon General of the Army, so the Army Surgeon General for the Army Reserve. So these are the PAs who work in private practice, and they are reviewing the qualifications for PAs who are interested in joining the Army Reserve.
Yeah. On the active side, again, how we've always talked about before is we're constantly pushing people to take over leadership roles, to move out of their comfort zone, to do something outside of their normal scope of practice. So again, commander of a unit. And the cool thing is you did put Army unit. That means it doesn't say medical unit. It can be anything. So for example, I was in a cavalry unit commanded by a military intelligence officer. I've been in several units commanded by ordnance. So if you don't know what ordnance is, that's anything material related, trucks, like any supply type situation. I've had ones run by logistics officers. I've had ones run by MSC officers like yourself, sir. So there are certain positions that we call are like branch agnostic. So you don't need to be part of a certain branch to take over those. And this applies to PAs as well. So they can take those leadership positions. And like we talked about before, it's like, okay, I want to go to the beach. Like, yeah, but we have this position over here available that will serve as kind of a launch pad for getting your career taking off even faster. Consultant to OTSG. So Office of the Surgeon General. That's yay acronyms. So the consultant, same thing. When we send somebody's CV up for review, we send it to the consultant. And what they do is it is somebody in your career field. It is your peer that looks at your CV saying, this is the type of person we need. And that's what that is. So they're currently practicing as a PA, and this is kind of like an additional assignment. And they review CVs for us when we ask for a review. And then continuing with higher level education. So a PA is a master's program. There's nothing saying you can't continue it into something else. So a PhD in several different disciplines. We have the Army War College, which we call it the War College, but it is a college level program that is in a whole wide variety of different places. And actually, our previous commander, Colonel Ament, I'm going to reach out to you if you're watching this, because I want to try and get when you're actually going through the course, I want to actually get your opinion and sit down and talk to you about it. But the doctorate level degree in for PAs in emergency medicine, general surgery, ortho, cardioperfusion, there's a lot of different methods. Or even if you want to start looking at healthcare administration, public health, like their opportunities are available for you to do that on active duty that we will pay for. So there's that whole side too.
Yeah, they can go to. I know there's a doctorate of physician assistant studies if they're interested in that. Yeah. So it's not like we're just gonna work you as a PA until you retire in 20 years. No, we want you to go on and do bigger and better things. Exactly. It's actually mandatory. So if you're just thinking and
that's true.
Yeah, as you move up, if you're deciding to make the Army a career, like 20 years, it's mandatory that you move outside of your comfort zone. You just can't stay in patient care. Yes, that's great. We need you, but you got to accept those other positions of that have greater potential, high levels of responsibility. Eventually, you have to start, moving into the administration part as you move up in rank. You just can't continue to. We're happy if that's what you want to do, just do patient care your entire career, but eventually you just have to branch out and in the PA field.
Yeah. Going through some of the entitlements. I mean, we're not going to cover the base pay, incentive pay. I mean, I'm pretty sure we beat this to death, honestly. Yeah. So if you're watching this as a snippet later, you can easily jump back to one of our previous and just honestly look for this slide. So the reason why all of our slides look the same for this is we break it down, but typically we're not talking to a broad audience at a given time like this is. So we're talking to a PA class. We're talking to a residency program. We're talking to the internal medicine department of a hospital doing this presentation. So we have it tailored specifically for them. Pretty much the things you want to look for is, honestly, here's your totals down at the end, and your loan repayment. Those are going to be your two biggest pieces. Everything else, honestly, shoot us a text or text AMMZ, and what we can do is we can put you in contact with a local recruiter that can sit down and take you through this line by line for your location. And that's kind of going to be the biggest thing, because whatever happens in Akron, Ohio isn't going to happen where you're at in Cincinnati, and it's not going to be the same as down in San Antonio.
Exactly. And as you mentioned in the previous presentation, for the Army Reserve, that total is to basically going to supplement your current job. So the Army Reserve is, the Army Reserve, they're not trying to take you from your current job. You will continue to work at your current job. And it was just,
you have to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it would just supplement that. And that's basically, that total is based on 35 to 40 days out of the year is what that total is based on. All right.
Yeah.
And so with the eligibility, so must have a master's degree with a strong academics in the hard sciences, which is like your chemistry, your biology. I've talked to PAs who went through the Army, the IPAP program, and I think I was a medic at the time, and I'm like, what classes typically a lot of the students in the Army PA program failed? And she did say it was the hard sciences, like the chemistry. That does knock a lot of people out of the Army PA student program. So if you're coming in as a board certified, already certified PA, so we look for that master's degree in the strong academics and hard sciences. Also must be completed an accredited physician assistant program.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then for those students who are like, hey, I just graduated from a PA program, or I may be within 6 months from graduating, you can still apply towards become an Army PA. You can still apply. You just must ensure that your overall GPA when you graduate has to be a 3.0.
Yeah. And again, this can change. I know when we talked about nursing with Captain Dulworth, there was a change coming next year. So the level of experience for the nurses we're looking at is now much higher. Yeah. So be aware this may change in the future. Right now we're talking for fiscal year 20, which ends September 30th. we will, if there's any changes to this, we're going to go ahead and update any information that we have. And sir, you and I will probably sit down and do this exact same video again, just with some updated info. But again, your school does need to be NCCPA accredited. We will run that check. We'll check your license. We'll run everything else. And the additional experience in ortho or sports medicine. Now, it's not required, but it makes you extremely competitive. And because you have to think, as a PA in the Army, what population are you going to treat? You're going to be treating generally healthy athletes. We do a lot of physical training. We do a lot of things like that, especially on the active duty side. So you're going to need to understand the sports medicine piece. You're going to need to understand the orthopedic piece to it, not just the family practice, like that method.
Exactly. Obviously, PAs are intrigued by the Army because I believe we are projected to meet our PA mission for this year. If we haven't already made it, I think they're not even accepting any more packets this year, which is
actually surprising because
So obviously, PAs are becoming more intrigued by the Army. So definitely, reach out to us, text AMMZ or to 462-769 if you're interested.
Yeah. And again, same thing, the basic age requirements apply. Between 21 and 42, we say 21 because that's a minimum requirement for becoming an officer in the Army. Now, it can be waived because, like, if you're Doogie Howser and you've graduated early, there may be a possibility that can be waived. But again, that's a case-by-case basis, and we have to look at everything else you've done.
Exactly. With PAs, with it being one of the competitive corps, you have to be well qualified or have some type of special training for them to entertain a age waiver. So
same thing. If you want to go active duty and you're on that 42 border, but you are extremely competitive, you've worked in surgery, you've worked in emergency medicine, you are extremely physically qualified, that they'll, again, case by case, they'll take a look at that waiver. For the Army Reserve, we can go up to 47. So again, extremely qualified, age waivers may apply. It is truly a case by case. So don't disqualify yourself because you think you're too old. Come talk to us. And then as with everything else, so going on active duty, as an officer, you need to be a U.S. citizen. Blanket across the board. For the Army Reserve, it is permanent resident. That's kind of what it boils down to. So there's no really, it's same no matter if you're a trauma surgeon, if you're a family practice doc, if you're a PA, same across the board.
Exactly.
How to apply? All right, this is all the same from before. So what we're going to do is actually go on to, that is more of the fully qualified PAs, or soon to be. So if you're in a school or if you're in a program. So a few of the other pieces we have, I know we talked about IPAP. So IPAP is the Inter Service PA program. And so I'm directly talking to people who are in the military right now. Officer, enlisted, warrant officer, it doesn't matter. You can apply. I had a PA who was a major in the Marine Corps as a Huey pilot.
Wow.
He decided, I'm done. I'm done. So what he wanted to do, he wanted to be a PA. So he applied to IPAP. And now he had to take a downgrade in his rank because you're starting out as a junior medical officer, because our medical ranks they're a little bit different. So he did have to take a pay decrease to come to it, but he also made up for it in the incentive pay. So there's that too. If you're looking for that, again, you can shoot it. You know what? Don't send a message to AMMZ. If you do have a question about that, honestly, the best way to do it is if you Google IPAP, so Inter-Service PA Program, there is an Army website. Click on it, take a look at the packet requirements because they do change every year. I know when I had a soldier that was looking at it, applied, got selected. But they needed to have, like you said, it was the hard sciences. They really do harp on the hard sciences. You need to have a good GPA. And also at that time, you needed to submit an SAT score within, I believe it was 5 years. And I've seen that number shift between 10, 7, and 5. So because you don't process through us, that it's a self packet. Take a look at it. And the other thing is there is a phone number and an email address on that IPAP website. Call them. If you have questions, reach out to them, reach out to that program manager, because they're going to be the ones to kind of help you through that process. It's like, hey, I know it says I need general chemistry and I need at least a 3.0. It's like, I have organic chem. Is that good enough? If you come ask me, I have no idea. Go talk to them.
Exactly. When I looked at it, looked into it about 10 years ago. It was, you had to have the GRE, not the GRE, the SAT. Also, if any of your science classes were more than 10 years old, you had to retake them. And I was like, wait, I already have a college degree. Like, it doesn't matter. Things change. Things change in science. And when I started enrolled in a local community college, it definitely, I saw how much things have changed over 10 years. So yeah, definitely.
And so the way that works is they'll go through the board process, they'll select people, and then they'll put them on assignment to Fort Sam Houston. You go to Fort Sam Houston and you go through your phase 1. It is drinking from a fire hose. Like I talked to my old PA about it, and that's back when everything was printed. And I asked him, like, hey, can I see some like your books from when you were in PA school? He's like, well, we didn't necessarily have books. We had like handouts. And he brought in like 3 milk crates full of like printed handouts. And he's like, you'll walk in like one day that like memorized by Friday. And so like, that's the level. Like, it is a very intensive course. So make sure you have everything straightened away on your personal life before like you set down that path, because the majority of people actually fail out of the phase 1. Once you graduate phase 1 at Fort Sam Houston, then you're going to go on to your phase 2. So that'll be at, again, Fort, insert name here, hospital. Like, they're all over the place. One of the PAs I used to work with is a phase 2 clinical coordinator. So she oversees those new PAs that are going through their clinical rotations. I want to say that's a year to 18 months. I can't remember. I know that does change as well. And then they go on, they're a full-fledged PA, and they go on to their unit and they start seeing patients. So that's the way IPAP works. The little trick that I mentioned before. So there's a lot of AMEDD recruiters, because this was posted to our forum, about, is there any program that we can pay your way through a PA is there any Army program to pay for your way through a PA school? Yes, there is. And it's year by year, because if you look at the regulation, this is for all you AMEDD recruiters. STRAP can be applied toward any AOC that is on the critical wartime shortage list. As long as PA is on the critical wartime shortage list, they qualify. And if you don't believe me, head on over to the AMEDD recruiting forum and talk to Major Matapano, because he verified it right there. So
wow, I learned something today. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're a PA student and you're looking at a way to pay your way through it, now, granted, we can't pay your tuition, but we can give you that stipend, that $2,200 a month, and get at least some money into your pocket while you're in that program, because we know you're not working. You can't when going through that program. This is us betting on you finishing that program. So again, if you have any questions on that, you can either text AMMZ to the number below, go onto the link tree and click on the link there. If you get turned away, call my number. We'll work it out. We'll put you in contact with a person that will do it, just because there are some people that still haven't heard about it, still haven't done the digging, and they're like, nope, we can't do it. Next, bye.
Yeah. And then one thing they could do, once they fulfill their obligation, once they fulfill their obligation for taking STRAP for the PA school, who knows, incentives, we receive updates every year. So by the time they fulfill that obligation, then they may be eligible for loan repayment for the student loans taken out during PA school. So for, currently for active duty, they'll pay back 120,000 in student loans for certain medical specialties, and PA is one. They'll pay back 40,000 a year over 3 years, up to 120,000, principal only. Then the Army Reserve, currently they pay back 60,000, 20,000 a year over 3 years. So yeah, that'd be great. Once they complete that strap obligation, and if there's still loan repayment available, they may be eligible at that time. Now that's years down the line, so who knows what the incentives will look like or the pay plan will look like at that time.
Yeah. So again, if you're interested, and so here's also the thing, I've talked to some people who think they're interested in nursing, going through undergrad nursing programs, and then have made the shift to PA. Because talking about what a PA does, it was never on their radar, because people think, okay, like I want to be in nursing, and actually talking to them about nursing and about what the mentality is for nursing and everything like that. And then presenting, it's like, hey, you do realize there's these other options too. Now, please do your own research on this. Don't just take my word for it. But there have been some people, it's like, you know what? I looked into this PA program and I really like it. Like, what can we do? And I kind of explain, it's like, this is the process. You need to get accepted, everything like that. You'll still need to go to MEPS. You'll still need to do the rest of the stuff, and then go into either take strap, or 6 months from graduation, you can come on board as a fully qualified. And like you said, I don't know what our mission look like as far as being able to close that position. So for those that don't know, we have, at the beginning of the year, we get told we are looking for 50 PAs. And then that's worldwide. But there's a few things that can happen. They can say, it's like, we're looking for 50, but we'll take more.
Yeah.
Or they're like, hey, 50, nah, that's it. That's all we're looking for. And what they do is they reevaluate that every year. So one year they say 50 and we bring in 40. The next year they may ask for 60. Or they may ask for 80. So we don't know. The best you can do is get a hold of one of us, talk to us, and let's get the process rolling, because there's nothing that says that, even though it may be closed this year, to get everything ready, and we just literally have your packet sitting there waiting. As soon as the board opens up, here you go.
Exactly. Yep. It's always best to submit your packet at the beginning of the year versus later on in the year. So yeah, the earlier the better.
Yep. Has there been any? So I know you worked with PAs quite extensively in your career. Have any really stood out to you, like as far as their background, what they've taught you, what they've learned and kind of passed on? While you're thinking, I can kind of explain one of them. I worked when I was deployed. I had not only my PA but a Profis doc. But when we mentioned the special operations side, I was not in a special operations unit. I'm not that good. But I was in the same location as one. And there were a lot of things that in the middle of Afghanistan with very little equipment, like doing a bone debridement and setting up a wound vac. Like that is something that you do not see out in the middle of the mountains.
Yeah.
Just because we were not able, now that it was not on a US soldier, it was not on a coalition soldier. So it was actually on an Afghan local. But we did everything we could to make sure that he didn't get an infection. He didn't die of sepsis. He still was able to maintain range of motion in his shoulder. He was still able to do everything that he could to maintain a quality of life for him. So we did that. We put a lot of money and experience into him. Now, was I leading that? Absolutely not. I was the medic just assisting on it, but that was one of the coolest things that I've been able to do. And it was a PA that was doing it. It wasn't a doctor. It wasn't a surgeon. It was a physician assistant that was sitting there with Sergeant Sharps when I was, this was 6-7 years ago, like just by ourselves. So that's kind of the things that I've seen from the PA Corps, and I have a lot of respect for them when it comes to like what they can do and what they have done in the past.
Yeah, I guess mine would be when I was in Iraq. I was at one of the FOBs in Iraq. Yeah, doing the night, it was doing the change of shift, and just having a PA you know, that was my first time ever assisting, insert a chest tube. And I'm like, wow. That was,
Okay.
yeah, I'm like, whoa, okay. And, you know, they train medics, but I would never, you know, if I'm out there with the infantry soldiers, I would never try it. One, it's different from when in a training environment and on a real life patient, kind of like intubation. And two, I just would not want to open a soldier up like that and set him up for an infection in that type of environment. So definitely not. But yeah, that PA was pretty good. Got it in. I was like, man, I was definitely impressed with when he assisted him inserting that chest tube.
Yeah, I mean, I've done chest tubes as well. That's something that on the enlisted medic side, as you progress further and further in your career, and there is trust that gets built up between, especially with your treatment medic. So your treatment NCO, who's typically that staff sergeant in the aid station, that level of trust with the PA, because there's only one PA. I'm sorry, he can't be up 24 hours a day. So he will empower that treatment NCO to make those calls and make those decisions. And whatever he said, like whatever decision gets made, that PA will back him up 100%. So it's like, nope, I trained him. He knows what to do. So inserting a chest tube, yeah, I've done it. Like doing a crike on somebody. Like I tried to go for the intubation, honestly. And I was getting a nerve response. I'm not going to go into it because it's a little bit gory. But I jumped straight to a crike, like secured that airway, done, passed him off. So it was, it's being able to train those people to be multipliers for you, to be able to assist you in those more advanced skill sets. Or, well, the PA jumps to the most advanced intervention he can do. He can trust the medics to do everything else for the patient. So he's not worrying about managing all of the hemorrhages, all of the breathing, if he needs to do one specific intervention.
Exactly. Yeah. And when the PA's trained you on suturing, typically if they have trust in you, really the only time the IPAs would step in to do the suturing is unless it's on somebody's face. Then they're like, hey, I'll do that. But if it was like on a ligament, extremity, arm or leg, they're like, hey, yeah, I trust you. I trained you well.
Or like if it's like a deep tissue. So if you're suturing muscle and like trying to reattach the fascia, stuff like that, then I've assisted on it. I wouldn't even trust me on it just because the ability for infection is so great. And like, because you're down that deep, you have to realize at what point you need to put in a wound drain, and to be able to close it up without it getting like an abscess. There's a whole wide variety of things that I'm not trained on. All right. So, hey, that's it for PA right now. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I know it was kind of a marathon as well for these 2 hours in the beginning.
It went by quick. I enjoyed it.
But if you guys have any questions as far as the medical corps, so if you're a pre-med student, pre-dental, pre-vet, any pre-health science, I don't care what it is, send us a message. We can at least kind of help you out and guide you on the pathway of what you need to look at, what you need to set yourself up for. If you're going into those schools, when to apply, the same time you're applying for the school. Now, dental corps, apply early, apply in your junior year. Like, that's the best advice I can give you, because if you wait, it will pass you up. It is once a year, and that is it. Vet corps. So vet, again, while you're in your senior year, come talk to us, because we only have a 3-year HPSP for vet corps. Again, all of this may change next year. We don't know. But if you're interested, please reach out to us. We'll talk to you about it.
And one thing about the vets, I don't know if some have done their research yet, but with vets, they're unlike the medical corps, medical residents, vets are unable to defer their loans while they're in residency. Yeah. I found that out when I commissioned. I worked with a licensed veterinarian, and she wanted to join the Army Reserve because of the loan repayment. And she's like, no, we're unable to defer our loans during residency. And she's like, I'm not certified. I'm in residency. Wasn't making a lot of money. She said it was some tough days during residency. I was like, wow.
Vets don't make much.
Yeah.
It's honest truth. Like, you go look up what a veterinarian makes, and then, it looks like a decent amount, but then you have to figure, it's like, you have student loans, you have a practice to maintain.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a lot of that, like, we have hospital systems that are starting to take over like primary care clinics. You still don't have, most vet offices are still family run. Like, you may have things like Banfield, like at the big box stores, stuff like that. But again, the majority of your vet offices are private practices. So you have to think of like your startup costs, getting in and partnering with some of these more established vets, whether they want to bring you on or not. So looking at the Army is definitely a good option when you're looking at the loan repayment piece. Going into residency, STRAP, student loan repayment, all that stuff's available too. But if you do have any questions, please reach out to us, send us a text, go to the link tree. I've tried to post every link that we discussed, from the pay charts to the BAH to our YouTube page. Again, go like us, subscribe, leave a comment. And what we'll do is we'll try and get every question answered. But for now, we're going to go ahead and jump off here for about 15 minutes. I need to go grab some lunch. And when we get back, we're going to have newly promoted Staff Sergeant Fant. She is our subject matter expert when it comes to Army research. So this is the side that you don't really hear about because it's not publicized. So she'll be able to kind of break it down, what research labs we have, what they look at, what they actually research, things that are public knowledge, not the secret side. We can't talk about that here. And she'll kind of go into that. And again, if you have any questions about what a researcher does, let us know. If you're on this channel and if you know anybody in the STEM field, so microbiology, virology, anything hard science, and we pretty much have a position available for it, especially on the research realm, master's degree and PhD level typically. So go ahead and share that, tag them in this, and we'll be back in about 50 minutes. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on. And I believe we will have you back on tomorrow with our special guest, Dr. Gebhardt.
Yes, ER physician, decided to join the Army Reserve at age 53. So he's definitely going to share his Army story.
Cool. Sounds good, sir. Hey, thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.
All right. You too.
Hey everyone, welcome back. And we are here with newly promoted Staff Sergeant Fant. Congratulations, by the way. And what we're going to talk about is biomedical
Thank you.
research. Now, this is a little bit of a delay. So this is kind of a subject that is not often discussed because when we talk about AMEDD, a lot of people automatically think of Army medicine. So when it comes to like family practice, running ERs, running hospitals, but as we've talked about in other other segments, was there's a massive budget that's allocated towards Army research, and Staff Sergeant Fant here has had the chance to actually work in one of those research labs, and so what we did is we asked her to come on and kind of talk about her experience. But before we dive into that, Sergeant Fant, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, kind of what your background is, and how you got to where you're at now?
All right. Well, Staff Sergeant Fant here. So originally I'm from Biloxi, Mississippi. Family military. My dad is actually retired Navy. Definitely was not his choice for me to join the Army. Definitely probably would prefer me in the Navy, but you know, sometimes make the best choice, which is the Army always. So I came in the Army after I graduated college, psychology at State University out in Georgia. Originally, I was an education major. Got to my junior year and realized I don't like kids in large groups, which definitely doesn't work if you're going to be a teacher. So, so that's how I ended up in psychology. Joined the Army pretty much right after college. It was right after the crash, so it was a good opportunity to get some student loans paid off and to see the world before I kind of got settled in my career. So I joined up, joined as a lab tech, 68 kilo, best medical MOS in the Army. Don't really want to tell you any different. And while I was in AIT, actually, they approached me about becoming a Papa 9, which is a research assistant for enlisted side in the Army. And so from that, I went to my first station, which was actually Massachusetts, where Usarium is. Mm-hmm.
So there is a little bit of a delay, so we might experience that. So when she's saying like Papa 9, that is like what we discussed before. That's the additional skill identifier. So typically the kilos, they work in our hospital systems, working a normal like biomedical testing lab. The Papa 9, why don't you go a little bit more in depth with that? Like, what is a Papa 9? What do they do? What's their scope of practice? What's their specialty?
Okay. So Papa 9s are first off, we still are regular lab techs, but our focus is more on research. So everything we do is pretty much geared towards research. So not so much on the clinical side, which is what a traditional lab tech would do. So we're the ones who actually do the bench work for it, any experiment. Also be authors, helpful. So if you ever see like the person in any like movie where you see the person doing the pipetting or mixing up the tubes and all that stuff, that's what the Papa 9s do. So we are in the background doing the work in the lab.
Okay, so I know you said you've gone into the more research side, and then you went to work for NATIC, and that's kind of where we cut off. So go ahead and take it off from going out to NATIC, which is again one of our research labs.
Mm-hmm. So my first position was at NATIC. It's our environmental medicine research lab. So I did a little bit of everything up there. There's really just 4 main components up there. I worked in probably 3 of them, just because there's a limited number of Papa 9s. So once you become one, everybody kind of wants you. So you kind of work in different areas of the lab up there. So 3 of the biggest projects that stuck out to me were, we did heat stroke research. Basically, how does using aspirin help with stroke recovery, and also help maybe you from not getting heat strokes at all. So using animals and different research products to figure out how aspirin can help you with the heat stroke. Another one was the Pike Peak experiment, where the Army is trying to figure out how can we adjust people to different altitudes quickly when going from one area to the next for fighting purposes, right? So if I take you from sea level and drop you off on top of Mount Everest, there's going to obviously be some kind of delay in your ability to perform at your peak. So what medicines or what can we do to help you acclimate quicker so you can be at full fighting strength? Another one that we did that sticks out.
So let me hold you right there. So the Pikes Peak thing is how that directly affects like me doing my job. When I was working as a medic in Afghanistan, we went from Fort Riley, Kansas at about 1,000 feet ish above sea level. Got on a plane, went to Manus, which is a little bit higher. I want to say it's like 5,000, but we capped out at, I believe we were at almost 11,000 for a few different missions and stuff like that. So the research that gets done like this, it does directly affect us, but because when we start learning these things, again, research gets published and it gets starting to know. So now it goes into other communities. So the mountaineering community, I'm sure they know about it. And when you start talking about like HAPE and HACE, so if you don't know what that is, that's high altitude pulmonary edema and high altitude cerebral embolism. And then AMS, so acute mountain sickness, stuff like that. So the research that they're doing in all this stuff directly affects not only us, but also civilian counterparts working in high altitude rescue and things like that. So it's not just for Army use. It makes its way out very quickly.
Yeah, another huge partnership would be with the Olympics. So you have them training at different altitudes to be able to adjust when situations change, because you're not always going to be at your normal altitude when you have to go. So a lot of the athletes train in Colorado because it's higher altitude. So when you move to lower altitudes, you're able to accommodate, move quicker. Plus, there's some research on whether or not training at higher altitude helps you perform better. But we'll see.
Yep. All right, awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and get this situated. Let's see. So like I said today, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cover Army research and the biomedical research piece. It's not that well known, and actually we're going to kind of cover it a little bit later on today. We're going to talk about the Medical Service Corps and kind of how they fit, because that's kind of your catch-all corps for everybody else that's in the STEM field. So people that aren't working in the hospitals, that aren't working in private clinics or private offices, this is more your academic side. So they're going to be working with universities. They're going to be working in doing these research projects and kind of how they would play a role into our research that the Army does as well. So like I said, bear with us. There's a little bit of a delay. So when I click through the slides, there might be a little hang up, but if you do have any questions, go ahead and feel free to leave them in the comments. We'll try and answer them to the best of our ability. Obviously, with anything research related, there's a level of secrecy for some stuff, and some stuff not any at all. So things we may be able to discuss, things we may not be able to discuss. Honestly, we're on the recruiting side, so there's not much that we know that isn't available to be looked at, like readily available. So go ahead. I'll control the slides for you, Sergeant Fant. So just let me know if I need to go on to something else.
All right. Just go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Sorry. I don't know if there's a delay or not with that.
There. Medical research.
All right, so the first question people usually mention is, why is the military doing medical research? It doesn't really fit with like what you traditionally see the Army doing. You see most commercials see us in a war fighting kind of stance. And before I joined the Army, I also too had no clue about the Army doing any kind of research. It just doesn't fit into what we believe the military is. But the reason why the military, specifically the Army, conducts medical research is because historically diseases have debilitated more service members than battle injuries. An example is in the Civil War. 2/3 of the 600,000 soldiers who died were killed by uncontrolled infections. infectious diseases. It was a major factor in the outcome of the war, actually. Had those soldiers lived, the war might have continued a lot longer than the 5 years that it actually did. In World War I, for instance, 30,000 of the 52,000 deaths were the results of infectious diseases, typhoid, pneumonia, the flu. Even in World War II, over half of our deaths were the result of an infectious disease attacking a war wound. And even if we would go to today, 76% of the troops in Iraq and Afghanistan reported having been sick with an intrinsic illness. And so that is why we do medical research. It is important to maintain the health, wellness, and fitness of our soldiers and the readiness of the fighting force. If diseases are taking them out, then it's a responsibility for us as military professionals to do something about it. Not only do we research infectious diseases, but we also do mental health, neurological disease, and psychiatric illnesses as well. Not only is the physical health of the soldier important to us, but also their mental health. And mental health happens to be an issue that unfortunately affects a lot of military personnel, but we're doing something to fight it. We have a responsibility to the soldier and to the soldier's family to conduct research and to counter this enemy like we do any other enemy we face, that America faces. Next slide.
One thing I did want to say as far as this, being a treatment NCO, going through and managing some of the illnesses and stuff like that, we keep what we call a DNBI, so disease non-battle injury, and that's exactly what Sergeant Fan here said. So we manage the whether it's gastroenteritis, so if you ate something bad, you get food poisoning, whether it's a mosquito-borne illness, whether it's rabies, like we keep track of it and we manage it and we track it at the Army, like DOD level, to make sure that, because we need to know what people are experiencing in what region. So like you said, with 76% of deployed troops getting enteric illnesses, so honestly, bad food, bad water, that's one of the fastest ways to put down a unit. I mean, and everybody knows this too. It's like, you only eat from approved sources. Not gonna lie, I got sick too. I mean, when we were coming back, I was sleeping for probably about 18 hours a day on our transit back from Afghanistan, just because I was sick. And also you did hit on like the neurological, psychiatric, and especially TBI. TBI is a big one because before you started hearing a lot about everything going on with the NFL players and getting the TBIs and the massive hits and things like that, there was some inkling of it. But before that happened, the Army started tracking our TBIs, to include putting sensors in our helmets that track forces that we may encounter, and head injuries and blast injuries, and seeing how those affected people neurologically down the line. So I know that there has been a partnership there as well when it comes to overall TBI research. And this is like, again, I've said it in almost every single presentation, Army research benefits everybody. It benefits the civilian markets as well. So it's something that, even though it's not talked about, we really do want to get the information out there, because the more people that know about it, the more people that are interested in about it. And you can't do research without researchers. And that's what we're looking for.
So we kind of covered how we counter this. We counter this through medical research.
Giant buckets of mosquitoes. Like you can nuke it from orbit.
Yes. So I'll just give a history about Army medicine medical research. So we've been since 1893. We're actually Army was one of the first schools dedicated to research. And it was founded in 1893 by General Strongberg, with the focus being on guarding against unsanitary influences and preventing disabling diseases. That's been our goal since 1893. And so our mission is broken down into 5 folds. Military infectious diseases, combat casualty care, operational medicine, chemical biological defense, and rehabilitative medicine. Those are our 5 focuses of medical researches. And it's broken down in right here. So you'll find us all over the world, from Maryland to Texas to Thailand, Korea, Kenya, the country of Georgia. It is a worldwide effort. So everything that the Army does medical research wise definitely has effects worldwide. We are a worldwide entity and interconnected. We work with renowned civilian groups as well, but everything that we do has a reverb effect throughout the world. Next slide. So I'm going to kind of go through the 6 main hubs of Army research and kind of give you like an overview of what they do and some of the research opportunities that are available there. So the first one is the U.S. Army Aeromedical Research Laboratory. It's in Fort Ruckers, Alabama. The goal of the research facility is to solve medical problems and safety issues that affect the performance of aviation and aviators and soldiers. The lab also conducts research on neurosensory injuries and develops standards for how to get wounded soldiers back to work. So a large part of theirs is when you're sending soldiers to Afghanistan and they're switching through altitudes, or even with the medics who are in the helicopters and the transport of casualties from one place to another. How can we do this more safely? How can we do this more efficiently? How can we also hinder TBIs? That's also a big part of their research effort as well.
One of the things about
an interesting thing about
so down at Fort Rucker, Fort Rucker is a home of Army aviation, and I know we spoke on it a little bit earlier about aviation, and because somebody had questions about the pathways going into becoming an Army aviator or just a military aviator in general. But the way that USARIL conducts their research, even going all the way to the medevac side, you'll see it says airworthiness certification and evaluation. So they go all the way down to determining whether or not a piece of medical equipment can handle the vibrations of an aircraft, can handle going up and down in altitude while still maintaining their calibration. So they do extensive testing into not only the safety products for aviators and soldiers in aviation units, but they also go through everything that goes on board an aircraft to make sure that our soldiers can be transported safely. Like when you're running a ventilator, can it maintain the proper pressures while going up and down through altitudes? Because with a ventilator, if you mix up the pressures, the patient's going to have a really bad day. And that's just what it boils down to. So this is one of those things. And like you said, the research partners, there are a lot of well-known research partners. Biggest one right here, NASA. I want to take a little sidetrack here, actually. So we have in the aviation realm, we have things called RAMs. So they're aeromedical officers. So typically it's a flight surgeon that goes to a fellowship, and what they do is they focus on everything aviation, everything altitude, everything hypoxia related. They are the absolute 100% subject matter experts when it comes to that. Well, one of the positions that we do have available for those flight surgeons that go through the RAM course is actually being a physician at NASA, whether it's being a clinical physician, actually working with the astronauts and stuff like that, or being a partner with USARIL, seeing what the human body goes through, especially going into and re-entry from space, and also in high performance G maneuvers. So fixed wing aircraft, rotary wing accidents as well. So they really do take a look at every single part of aviation. That's truly USARIL specialty. And again, that's one of those things that not a lot of people know about, that we have that fellowship in. It's an occupational medicine in aeromedicine. So that's kind of the trajectory that goes. So again, it's not a well-known thing, but it is available. Go ahead.
And another part of it is that they actually have systems in place, particularly for like the Black Hawk, where they can simulate any environment, whether it's hot, cold, stormy, rainy. It's one of the few systems in the world where they can actually simulate the full effect of while you're going through this training. So when we say we test every little aspect about the plane, everything is tested from cold to heat to how is it going to hold up in different environments, and even how do soldiers react in
How
those
much
environments
duct tape can be on the aircraft?
Yeah, how do you react when situations aren't perfect? So they can simulate that all the way down to losing a loose screw. How do you, as a flight crew, react?
Yep.
And then determine how we need to push our training up to ensure that you react properly to adverse situations.
And so with that as well, the training piece, like you said, how does an air crew react? That's not just an Army air crew. That's your life flight crews as well.
Yeah.
So you have those medical specialties flying civilian aircraft over your house every day that you may not know, but they're doing those critical en route transports from a hospital or picking somebody up off some rural road somewhere after a multi-vehicle rollover. Having that experience, because we've done the research, we've done that. Now our experiences can go into the civilian aviation sector to improve their training as well. So it's affecting multiple people just from that one single point of research.
Definitely. So the next main hub of Army research is the U.S. Army Institute of Surgical Research down in Fort Sam, Houston, which is also the home of Army medicine. So you come in, you get an opportunity to go see beautiful Fort Sam, Houston. It's gorgeous if you've never been there. Definitely recommend it. Riverwalk is nice too. So the focus of this lab is to provide combat care, solutions and products for injured soldiers. The care can come in the form of self-aid, trauma, and burn care. So there's so much to talk about what Fort Sam does, but one of their major research projects that came out of Fort Sam was the combat gauze. So hemorrhaging is the leading cause of death in any combat environment. You bleeding out is the most likely cause of your death, first and foremost. In Vietnam, for instance, 40% of soldiers lost their life were due to bleeding, and almost 50% in Iraq and Afghanistan was due to bleeding out. And even if the bleeding is somehow controlled, the soldier still has to worry about hypothermia, infection, and acidosis occurring from the massive amount of blood that's been lost. So the Army developed the combat gauze, which has a hemostasis in it, which allows for the clotting while also the packing of the wound, which is a vital ingredient for stopping blood loss and for the survival and also the recovery later on. The combat gauze developed by the Army was the first gauze to stop arterial and venous bleeding, and has been instrumental, particularly in Iraq and Afghanistan, in the preservation of life. It's that and the tourniquet, which is also another development that came from Fort Sam Houston, have been, there's no way to really calculate the amount of lives that those two things, which seem simple, have provided to our life-saving methods. The tourniquet kind of touched on it, but it's so useful now that civilian counterparts are trying to find ways so they can use a tourniquet in emergency situations as well. Tourniquet's a simple piece, but so life-sustaining. Just to stoppage of blood. So, do you have anything you want to add or anything for ISR?
No. So we really did.
Or about the tourniquet.
We really did hit on it with the tourniquets yesterday, because I spoke with Captain Perkins and also Sergeant Beck. Like, I carry a tourniquet with me almost at all times. I have one in my bag. I have them in my car. It is, and the thing is, it's not new. It's been in use for hundreds of years. So people have known about tourniquets literally for hundreds of years, but we kind of got away from it because it was thought of like, as soon as you put a tourniquet on, you lose that limb. Well, it's not necessarily the case anymore. I'm not going to harp on it too much, but I mean, I carry one. It's a $20 investment for a cat tourniquet to keep readily available, and it can save somebody's life someday. So I highly recommend people do their research, get a tourniquet approved by the council on TC3, so Tactical Combat Casualty Care, because it can be used in every walk of life. It doesn't matter. It's not just for combat.
Definitely. And there were some other research things but those are like the biggest things that come from Sam Houston that are having not only military effect, but local effect, but also global effect. The third major lab in Army Medical Research is the Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Disease in Fort Detrick, Maryland. The core function of this lab is to safely study highly infectious agents that require a BS level 4. So BS level is your biological safety level. 4 is like top gun. Don't get any higher than 4. 4 is your most dangerous biological weapons.
It's like Outbreak.
So some of the agents that,
It's like if you see the movie Outbreak, that's a BSL level 4.
So you're fully in full infectious disease outfit. So if the mask, the gloves, the full body suit, that's BS level 4. So some of the agents that they research are anthrax, botulism, Ebola, the plague, ricin. Purely, the research is purely for just trying to understand, deter, and defend against current or emerging biological agents. We're not trying to make new agents, they're just during defense. So in the event that someone tries to do anything against us, the military is already preparing now for what to do in containment.
Go ahead and say that again.
This is purely defense and precaution. So we're not developing any new agents. We are just defending against the ones that we know about and reviewing emerging diseases. A perfect example of this was in 2016 when the Ebola crisis hit. This research site was already doing research on it. So when the crisis hit, within 72 hours, we had soldiers on ground in Africa providing on-site care and providing research on the site. And
also you have to mention, so the soldiers that were on ground, that were sent out there, were they taking just any unit, like, hey, you're going to go over there, or because it is that they were specialized, like our NBC specialists so they're highly trained and they know what to do. So it's not like when, especially this Ebola thing, they're like, what are we going to do? Shoot Ebola to death? It's like, no. Like we have people that when we say NBC, it's nuclear, biological, and chemical, and they are specially trained in the proper techniques and procedures in not only treatment, but also to collect research samples. And so that way they can see, it's like, okay, is this the normal strain of Ebola? Because Ebola it's not new. It's been around for a while. Is this a mutation? Is it something new? So now you have these highly trained soldiers that can go out there, take that sample and bring it back and say, all right, this is the same strain. There's nothing new. There's not some big thing we need to worry about. Now we can treat effectively.
Yes. And another thing with the labs, they are all interconnected and they work together. So while this lab is taking samples, other labs are back home working on vaccines or trying to discover which strain of this is. What can we do to help or even prevent future outbreaks of it? So they're all the labs are interconnected, working towards ultimately the same goal: protection of the soldiers, the country, and the world. So the ultimate goal, once again, is to find therapeutic vaccines and information that will protect the nation, not to develop anything crazy. So yes, we do do research on anthrax, but we're just doing it purely for protection purposes. Fourth lab, sorry about that, is the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Chemical Defense, located in Aberdeen, Proving Grounds, Maryland, with a focus on developing countermeasures to chemical warfare agents. So once again, like I said with the last one, we are just trying to develop counter methods in the event that anything was to be deployed against us in the United States. So the research is on obviously nerve agents, pulmonary, and toxins. It's strictly for defense purposes and developing pharmaceutical interventions in the event of a development or deployment of a biological weapon. Not really a lot to say about them just because of the nature of what they do, but just know that they are developing defenses against any potential weapons that might be deployed against us. The fifth group, personally where I've been before, USAREUM, or United States Army Institute of Environmental Medicine. The lab is its focus is on improving and sustaining the warfighter's health. So it's anything to do with the soldier, whether it's from their diet to their performance, mental health, everything that does with anything to do with the performance of the soldier is here at USAREUM in Natick, Massachusetts. One of the few active duty bases, I think it's the only active duty base currently in the New England area. I'm not sure if West Point is considered New England area because it's Upper New York, but other than West Point, there's no other active duty post in that part of the country.
And
so
because I even looked at trying to get a position there. You say active duty, but how many active duty soldiers are actually there? So it is a prestigious assignment to even get there, because I know there's very few.
40 in all, maybe 20 enlisted, 20 officers. It's very, very small post. Most people don't know we exist. Even in the community, they don't really know we exist. We're just kind of like, oh, the labs, but no one knows it's really military. It's just, oh, the Natick labs.
Yeah.
So we are a very, very small, tight-knit community up there. If you've been there once, you'll, it's a very tight-knit community. It's pretty much broken into 4 areas: nutrition, performance, thermal, mountain. No problem. So yeah, nutrition, performance, thermal, mountain, and biological. Can't think of it right now, but yeah. So those are the 4 main divisions. I'll give you a little background on a couple of them. So nutrition, they make our MREs, are the meals ready to go. That comes from there. They're always constantly trying to find ways to help the soldier perform better through nutrition. One study I know where they do the calorie deprivation study, and it's in partnership with MIT. Like, at what level of calorie deprivation can you still function at the proper level? Because sometimes when you're in austere environments, you may not have access to the daily recommended amount of calories. So at what level can you still perform optimally? What amount of calories can you still perform optimally at? So they research that. The performance, they have a model where they can tell you based off your bone structure, your density of your bones, how much it will take for you to sustain an injury from. They have an actual computer model that does it all. It's really neat. And the Thermal Mountain group, we kind of talked about already, they're the ones responsible for the Pike Peak study. So it's a pretty prestigious day. If you're in Boston, you should go give them a check. Look out.
They may not let you in.
Yeah, they may not let you in. You might probably won't be able to find it either. So the last lab is the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, and this is actually the last lab I was at before I came here. So my whole military career, I've been in Army research. So it's kind of, before I get to recruiting, my whole career has been Army research. So a little bit about my background there. Then the focus of this lab is to research diseases and brain health. And the diseases they focus on anything that's level 3 and below. So all your level 4, your highly contagious and deadly diseases are handled at Fort Detrick, and anything below that is handled at Rare. And so a little bit of the difference between Fort Detrick and Rare is that these two in particular definitely work in partnership when it comes to disease fighting. Rare is more likely you're going to handle making your vaccines and your drugs. And we have the capability of doing everything in-house, from drug discovery to drug development. All can be handled within house, within Rare. Some huge projects that have had like world renown that came out of Rare. The first one is the HIV TIE study, which was the first clinical trial to show a vaccine regimen was safe and modestly effective in preventing HIV infections. That came from military medicine. Another one was in 2008 when the Zika outbreak occurred. Within 9 months, this lab was able to get a drug from initial concept to clinical trials. This lab has also conducted over 35 clinical studies for malaria. And this is the first and only lab to produce a human vaccine that can candidate for the Middle East respiratory syndrome. It's a cousin of SARS, and it has a mortality rate of 40%. And it was military medicine that was able to get a vaccine, at least a vaccine candidate in place. And that's all from military medicine.
Yeah, it's so
A lot of
obviously named after Walter Reed. And if you don't know the history of Walter Reed, like the actual man himself, it is definitely worth a look, because I mean, everything from malaria to yellow fever to a lot, I believe typhoid too, a lot of the endemic diseases to certain regions, like especially during, because I believe he was around the time of like the Philippine insurrection, stuff like that. There were a lot of what we call DNBI, the disease non-battle injuries, that were occurring in this time period. And he was instrumental in not even if it's either figuring it out or verifying. So through peer review research, actually verifying, yes, yellow fever is caused by this like specific breed of mosquito, whether it's Anopheles or Aedes. I can't remember offhand. I went through the field sanitation long time ago. But that's where a lot of that piece comes from. And so Sergeant Fant here is the person responsible for introducing me to Colonel Black. I know I've talked about him. I believe this is the third time on this marathon. I did get a chance to talk to him. I did sit down with him. We finally got all the approvals done. Now I just need to go back and kind of edit our interview together. But if you're interested in this research piece, head on over to our YouTube page. It's on the link tree below, or Careers in Army Medicine. And what you can do is you can take a look and see what things we have posted, and definitely pay attention to him, because he talks about what it's like being a researcher at Rare. What are some of the things that they've done? What are some of the developments that they're working on? There's one really cool one, especially in this whole time of coronaviruses, because like you said before, MERS is a cousin of SARS, which MERS, SARS, and COVID are all corona type viruses. That's the style of virus it is. So he did mention there was a big push, not only studying SARS and studying MERS, that may shed light on something down the future for COVID. And he does mention it. So I'm going to try and get it posted tonight, if not tomorrow. And that way you can go through, take a look. And it's really interesting to see what Rare has done as far as some of these diseases as well.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely cutting edge. Great place to work too. And go to the next slide. So I kind of mentioned earlier that we are worldwide and we have bases everywhere. So I'll kind of touch on a little bit of those. So we have the Georgia labs, the country, not the state. And that's responsible for monitoring diseases and the antibiotic resistance, which is MRSA resistant. I always get it wrong. But it's been resistant. But look it up, MERS.
MRSA.
But yeah, MRSA, yeah. Look it up. I always get it wrong. I always tie with it. But anyway, the Army has over military research, particularly ever has 6,000 agents on file, because it is a future current issue that the world is going to face. Actually, is because penicillin was great, but as we have continued to use penicillin, things are starting to become resistant to penicillin. And as we create more antibiotics, other things are also becoming resistant to these antibiotics. So it's important that we are aware of what drugs are becoming resistant to antibiotics, so that we can start working on future drugs to combat those diseases.
Which
It
is
is a
why you
future
take your
problem.
entire
That is
course of
all.
antibiotics. Like, even if you're feeling better after 5 days, if they
Always.
say take it for 10, take it for 10, because that's how you get super bugs.
Yeah, it is a coming problem in the future. So the military army is already on top of that and starting to do the research now. So we won't be caught off guard when it happens or as it gradually happens. The Kenya labs in Africa also focus on disease surveillance and outbreak response. So if there are outbreaks in Africa of any kind of diseases, believe me, the military, the army will be there with feet on ground to help out with anything. Whenever there's an outbreak anywhere in the world, you will see an army soldier there helping out in some form or fashion. Whether it's providing just food and water or doing actual research, we will be there on the ground helping out. This is part of our mission. And then the Thai lab, which focuses on emerging infectious diseases. So part of that is that we're in all the major parts of the world, so Europe, Africa, and Asia, looking for emerging diseases. So we're also, not only are we acting on things, but we're also being proactive and looking for future diseases that might occur as well. So this is kind of like a where we are worldwide. So we're a little bit everywhere. So if you also join the army, a little plug here, not necessarily going to mean you're going to be stateside the whole time. There are you. If you want to go to different places worldwide, we are worldwide with research. So if you find yourself being a biochemist and you're like, I don't want to stay in DC my whole career because I'm a biochemist, there's a chance you can go to Europe, you can go to Africa, you can go to Asia. There are opportunities there for you.
And let me go ahead and plug the video again. So Colonel Black, so the only reason I got a chance to actually talk to him was he was currently PCSing. So if you don't know, that's just us moving to a different location. It's a permanent change of station. So he was moving from Rare in Maryland to Germany. So he was getting sent out to Germany and he was taking a command of one of the units out in Germany. So just because you are a researcher, like Sergeant Fan said, just because you're here in the US doesn't mean that's where you're going to be. Like, if you're interested in doing some of these more field studies, we do have the availability for you to do that.
Definitely. So I actually have a couple questions that someone asked me when I was kind of going through the brief with them, and I'll kind of touch up on them. So what sets Army medical research apart? So I think the biggest thing that sets us apart is our direct effect on the soldier and the nation. So unlike our civilian counterparts, the focus of our research is on the soldier and not profitability. So in any civilian research, the purpose of the research is to make an item that you can make money off of. I mean, that's just the nature of any business. Army research is not that way. The ultimate goal is not to make any kind of money or profit. Our goal is to help the warfighter and the nation at large. So in that event, we end up researching a lot of things that are just not applicable to our civilian counterparts because there's no money to be made from it. Like leishmaniasis. There's no real push in America for us to do any research because it's not something that's going to affect us personally as Americans. So there's no skin in the game. But Army medicine researches it because when we send soldiers to those environments, they're at risk. So not only does that research help us, but it helps those people in those environments who may not have access to research facilities to conduct that kind of stuff. Another part is that we provide young medical researchers and middle-aged ones, old ones too, everybody can get some, a safe place to grow and develop not only their research abilities, but their leadership potential and provide them opportunities to be PIs. So our principal investigators. So if you're in research, you know how hard it is to become a principal investigator. You have to have a lot of time in the game before somebody provides you an opportunity to lead your own investigation. Well, in the Army, you have a high likelihood of being a principal investigator as soon as you come in, because you're coming in as a captain, which comes with inherent leadership responsibilities. So if you find yourself in a research spot and you're always second fiddle to somebody, consider the Army. Definitely have opportunities for you to grow in your craft and encourage you without there being.
The other thing to consider, so you mentioned being a PI, and when it comes to research, there's something that researchers they're fighting for, and they're fighting like against each other, trying to get grants. Well, guess what the Army doesn't have to do? Like, the money is there to fund this. Like, you're given a task. It's like, hey, this is what you need to research. This is your funding. Go. Even if you have an idea, like, you're not fighting for a public grant from anywhere. You present it to up your chain of command, and they're like, good to go. All right, guess what? You're off and running. It's not like you have to sit there and fight trying to get this grant. Then if you lose grant money, your project's dead in the water. Like, it is something that is very unique to the Army, that the civilian side is always it. The way it was put to me, so I've talked to a few of them, it is a cutthroat market, especially in academia. You'll have PhD candidates that they're trying to undercut their own peers just to try and get grant money. We don't see that in the Army because they're all working together. Everybody's getting the same funding.
Yeah. So that's definitely a large part about it. It's also security and knowing that you're going to be funded. Because as long as your research is geared towards a soldier, which they will make sure of, obviously, you're going to be funded. You will have everything that you need, plus you can work with other people to get extra things if you need it as well. And there's no cutthroating when it comes to like publishing, because you're working together for the ultimate goal. But it's definitely, that's why I mentioned that mentorship is a big thing in the military research, because on the civilian side, it may not always be advantageous for people to mentor you because you're always vying for the same spots. Whereas military, everyone is secure in their pay and secure in their funding. So I can mentor you, and seeing you succeed makes me succeed as well, because we're in this together kind of thing. It's that team building the military offers to researchers. We have additional opportunities too, like fellowships, different courses that are not available to the civilian side. The thing about these courses is that you can do these courses while in the Army, still getting paid, which sometimes is not always an option. Once you are in your career, you can't just take off time to go do extra courses or things to advance your career, because you have to think about, am I going to get paid? And can I afford to do this with my family? Or even my spot in my research section, can I afford to take a couple of days off? And the military has that, and more than willing to take you.
And so one of the other things, we always talk about like the Army active duty side versus the reserve side. And the Army research is exclusive to active duty. It's just the nature of what we're looking for. So again, this isn't a part-time thing. This is 100% a career, a lifestyle change. You're going to pick up, you're going to move, you're going to go to one of our research labs. So if that does interest you, like, please reach out, whether it's to one of us. We can put you in contact with some of those Army researchers. You can, if you text to AMMZ, or if you send me a message, or if you go to the link tree, send me a message on any of these platforms that you're watching right now. I can put you in contact with Sergeant Fant. She can put you in contact with somebody who is in the appropriate field, and even out to like Colonel Black. We talked about it on the podcast. It's like, hey, if somebody's interested in something like this, would you be able to answer some questions for him? And he's like, absolutely. We'd be able to exchange emails, go back and forth to make sure that it is truly the right field that you want to go into. While I have you on here, I actually, sorry, we might have to cut it a little bit short because our special guest just showed up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to on the medical service corps piece, probably a little bit later on today, and I might rehash it a little bit tomorrow. But when you're talking about Army research, it is truly the medical service corps. So that's your microbiologist, your entomologist, your virologist. So things like that is what we're looking for. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go ahead and set a reminder to watch us, or you can catch the clips later on our YouTube page. But Hey, Sergeant Fant, thank you so much for coming on today. I want to, again, congratulate you. If you don't know, getting promoted to staff sergeant as a 68 kilo is incredibly difficult. And I know people that have sat at sergeant for years until the point where they were forced out because they hit their upper out time. So congratulations. And I know you'll go on to do some great things. And thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. You have a great day.
All right. You too. All right. So I know I said that we have a special guest, and today's special guest is Major Britt Geisler. Let me go ahead and get her on here. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect.
So we reached out to Major Geisler. So why don't you go ahead and explain, first off, your position?
That's always the hard one to explain. So I'm the Medical Recruiting Brigade's Recruiting Integration Officer. So I am the special staff advisor at the Recruiting Brigade on everything medical corps and kind of the physician advisor. I also interact with the medical corps and kind of advise them on recruiting. So I'm kind of the liaison between those two entities in our organization.
So she's one of the people that, say you come talk to me and you're a doctor. I can tell you everything about the programs. And then you're like, what is it like in this situation? It's like, I don't know. Like, I'm not a doctor. I really, really can't talk about it, but I know someone who can. So this is the person that I would actually refer you to. And she is the absolute subject matter expert when it comes to Army medicine. No pressure there.
The absolute, if there's questions I don't know the answer to, I can find them out or connect you with the person who does.
But she kind of guides our, kind of who we're looking for and the way that we look for some of these professionals. Why don't you go ahead and give us a little bit about your background? I know you're a doctor.
Yes.
And how did you end up on a special staff at Recruiting Command? I know that's a very long and loaded question.
But... Yeah, the long and winding road. Well, I was writing down my path actually today.
Well, let's start off with this. What was your commissioning pathway? Did you take HPSP? Did you take strap? Or were you direct commission?
ROTC.
Okay.
Yeah. 20 years ago this year in October, I signed my first Army contract.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And looking back at the past 20 years, I went through ROTC and then I went to Uniform Services University.
Okay.
And then did my OBGYN residency at Brooke Army Medical Center. And then had a few assignments as a OBGYN. One was at Fort Polk, Louisiana for 3 years. And then while I was there, I got the Fort Polk vacation to Afghanistan for 9 months. And then after that, I went up to Alaska where I got to practice really good medicine in a very remote place. And after that, I was looking for broadening experiences and to give back and help the Army like they've helped me, and got the MRB position, which has been so amazing. I've been here for about a year. So everyone says when you go to Fort Polk to Alaska, who did you make mad? Because those aren't the most glamorous duty stations, but I always say the Army gives you what you need, not always what you want. And that's exactly what I needed in my career.
So funny thing you mentioned that, because I don't know if you were watching a little bit earlier. We actually had Colonel Ballou left us a comment on here and said that the Army allows medical professionals to bloom where they're planted. So it may not be your top spot. And ma'am, I'm going to have to talk to you about that one. Are you trying to say that you didn't want to be here with us?
No.
I'm getting that.
The path that I would have never got onto the path to be here and be influenced the future of my own corps if I would have never taken those hard assignments. And this is a hard assignment too. It's challenging because, you know, I got thanked for my service in the medical recruiting brigade by a bunch of medical core 06s. They understand that recruiting is so essential, but so difficult, because you are, even though it's such an amazing job in life, it is a difficult sell, especially for fully trained physicians out there. So they know we're fighting the good fight. And so, yeah. And but Colonel Blue was exactly right. You bloom where you're planted. And I would not be the physician and officer I am today without those challenging and growing experiences like Fort Polk.
So I know you mentioned U-Shoes, and we actually haven't mentioned that at all today, or even yesterday. So that is an additional pathway now, to become an Army medical officer, actually just a military medical officer. So it's the Uniform Health Services University. I think I got that right.
Uniform Services University. They go by USU now. They used to be Uniform Services University of the Health Sciences. Yeah. So it used to be USHS.
Yeah, acronyms.
So Army. But now they go by Uniform Services University because they aren't just a medical school. They also have advanced graduate nursing programs. They have advanced medical sciences programs, like PhD programs and those kinds of things. So they're not just a medical school. And they go by the moniker of America's Medical School. So that is sort of our competition in the recruiting, but we go hand in hand. It's one team, one fight, really.
Yeah, and it is extremely competitive to get into. I think the last time I looked at the number of slots, it was in the double digits. So it is not much per year. And with that, so a lot of people apply to U-Shoes, and then they're directed right back at us for HPSP or for some of these other programs. So if you are interested in U-Shoes, by all means, go check it out. But if you need as far as like dual applications and stuff like that, please reach out to us on that piece. One of the things, I know you mentioned that you're an OBGYN. In the Army, I don't think we're looking for it next year. I believe that actually got taken off. But it is one of those things that they do exist in the Army. And
they do.
Yeah, and she is proof of it right here. I've worked with OBs. Actually, what's funny is I met up with an OB downrange who was serving as a profist doctor because they had thoracic surgeon specialty. Period. Like that, they had that. They were cross-trained in it. They had that skill set, so they were utilized in that field. Some of the other specialties that I've run into, like I said before, pediatric oncology, hematology.
I was deployed with a pediatrician and an ER doctor, and I deployed as a general medical officer. So I was a battalion surgeon. Yeah. So I was taking care of anything that walked into my aid station. And I was lucky to be co-located with a forward surgical team. So they were really excited to have another set of surgical hands on deck. So I got involved in their surgeries, and the orthopedic hand surgeon taught me how to sew on fingertips because soldiers like to pop off fingertips.
We do some not smart things sometimes.
45-pound plates, and so he watched me do one, and then the other 3 after that, I was on my own, and he was there if I needed him. But yeah, a lot of cross training and a lot of really interesting things. And yes, there are pediatricians, there are OBGYNs doing full scope. And
so that's one thing that because I know this was put out on the military HPSP students page on Facebook. Mm-hmm. And I see a lot of talk going back and forth. It's like, what specialties does the Army have? And there's a lot of misinformation that I want to say that's on there. So they're like, you're going to be emergency medicine or you're going to be surgery. It's like, why do we have a urology residency? Why do we have if we have a residency, why are you saying you're only going to be emergency? And I kind of want to let you go ahead and take this one a little bit. So I know we have these specialties. Mm-hmm. For those who are interested coming from HPSP, whether they qualify directly out or not, is the possibilities going to that. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about, friends of mine that I've worked with, former flight surgeons, so I think you know where this is going. They have taken flight surgeon rotations while they're waiting for other residencies to open up. For example, dermatology and ENT. I know 2 flight surgeons that I both worked with. One's an ENT that I'm trying to get him on the show, and the other one's a dermatologist who recently retired out to the middle of nowhere in Colorado and doesn't even have a cell phone signal at his house. So as soon as he gets an internet connection, we're going to have him on here. But I kind of wanted to touch base with you, kind of explain what the process would be. Not only they're going through the match and the subspecialties that are available, but also what if they wanted to wait? So I'll go ahead and let you kind of take that.
Yeah, I had a undergrad ask me how I became an OBGYN in the Army. And I said, well, I wanted to do it. There was a slot. I applied for the slot. I got it. Like it's because of the way our GME, the graduate medical education or residency training programs, we're the largest, Army is the largest one in the Department of Defense. So we have more options. So the way that's set up is that we are training for all missions, such as our combat mission, as well as care for those at home. So we need to have the family practice, the family medicine doctors, we need the ER doctors, we need the general surgeons, but we also need the other areas of expertise to go along with those programs. So it all kind of intermingles and intertwines and supports each other. Family medicine physicians need to learn from pediatricians, need to learn from OBGYNs, because that is part of requirements from the ACGME. So every single residency program in the United States Army is accredited nationally by a civilian organization where they tell you what you need to learn. So it's not like you're getting a different education in the Army. You're getting the exact same one you'd be getting in a civilian hospital. So we have check marks that we have to do, and you need certain times. Like I did a SICU rotation, so a surgical ICU rotation in my OBGYN residency, because that's what I needed to do in its intensive care. So we have urology, we have radiology, we have, flight surgeon, aerospace medicine, general surgery, orthopedic surgery, ENT, ophthalmology. One of the readiness things is LASIK and PRK for our soldiers. So these ophthalmologists they have centers of excellence where they're just rocking PRK and LASIK because it's a readiness issue, getting our soldiers not to require glasses so that they are more adept and able on the battlefield just in every day. So we have multiple missions that are outside of just the combat. Everyone thinks of combat, they need the ER, you need the trauma, but there's other things. And I think especially what brought to light with COVID is, we need our internal medicine, we need our intensivists, our cardiologists, because the Army mission isn't just downrange. The Army mission is at home too. So if you want it and you have the passion and there's a slot, you apply for it. If you want to wait, you have to do at least 1 year of what's called an internship or PGY1 or FIGME. There's lots of different terminologies for it. First year graduate medical education. And we have tons of transitional year programs in the Army. So you do a transitional year and you can go out and be a general medical officer where you take care of soldiers. And some people do that to be more competitive on those uber competitive residencies. One of my buddies did that, and he did his general surgery internship and then went out and did a utilization tour, and he got neurosurgery. We have that too. His rotations can make you more competitive because you have that Army slice of life too. So there are programs that require you to do a transitional year, like aerospace medicine, dermatology, those ones that are a little bit more competitive.
Let me hit on aerospace really quick. So we actually just talked about, I don't know if you were watching the research presentation, but when we hit USARIL, I come from an aviation background. I spent time in aviation, and some of the flight surgeons that I've worked with, absolutely amazing people. Captain Gomez, if anybody has ever heard of Captain Gomez's story, his helmet is still in his office from taking an RPG round to the helmet. And there's pictures of it.
All
posted.
those research labs, because
Exactly.
they do when you do the mishap investigation, they take everything. I got to go to flight surgeon school when I was at USIS, so back in 2009. So
I went to, so the cool thing for me being the aeromedical NCO, we actually get to go through the flight surgeon course. We learn what you guys learn, to learn how to run your clinics efficiently and effectively. But the USARIL lab is just amazing, and the partnerships that they have with NASA. When you go into aerospace medicine, through the RAM program. And there are several people I've talked to, Colonel Salmon down at Fort Rucker.
He was my instructor in the course.
So people like that,
it's back then.
Yeah. So people like that, and there are so many things, and it's not just in the Army. Like I don't remember if it was him, but I know one of the other ones that I worked with, and I know he wouldn't want his name published, but he was working with the aeromedical research with NASA, researching the effects of outbound and reentry G-force on the body, on astronauts. Like that was his focus when he was working for NASA, and he did it for several years. And it also comes down to like aircraft mishaps investigation. So it really does look at the whole scope of an Army doctor. No, you're not just sitting in a clinic treating patients.
If you want to, you can. If you want to be a clinician, you could be a clinician, and we need excellent clinician leaders. But there are different tracks that you can take. And be leaders and researchers and do really, really crazy cool things.
So we just got a comment. So if you don't know, all these comments I can see are coming in live. So actually it's for Sergeant Wainick. Question for you. Can you explain how deployments work for Army physicians, and how often can they be expected to deploy? Now, let's kind of break this up into two separate sections. I know you said you deployed for 9 months as an OBGYN. So that is active duty. Let's take the active side first, both organically assigned and profis. And if you don't know what that means, we can kind of go into it and break it down. And then let's hit on the reserve side. So the reserve side, it's much, much different because you have your own practice to manage as well. So ma'am, go ahead and take it away. So let's say, go ahead and define.
The organically assigned physician, that physician is owned by that unit. You are their doctor. So you're their brigade surgeon, their battalion surgeon. You live and breathe what the unit does. So you will go that whenever that unit goes on their battlefield rotations, you will go with them the entire time. Profis it's a professional filler system that's changed a little bit, but it still gets where they take a physician from the hospital and attach them to that unit, and they go only during certain parts of that unit's mobilization. Sometimes the physician can split up their deployments. I went for 9 months because I volunteered to. That I didn't want to split up my deployment, and the other physician that was there was actually two physicians that split their deployments in half, so it was a rotator, and that can happen, not guaranteed, but can happen. But I went for 9 months because I volunteered to, and I really, really, really enjoyed my time in my unit, and it was such an amazing experience. It was such a cool experience, but.
So that's the active duty side.
Yes.
when you were there, so I know it really does depend on the type of unit and what you're going to be expected to see downrange. We've had people everything from a battalion level aid station to like Bagram Hospital and everything in between. So it's really difficult to say this is what your deployment's going to be like. I mean, you can talk on your experience. I can talk about what I've seen when I've deployed. So I won't quite touch on that. That's more of like when you have a one-on-one conversation with your recruiter and they say, hey, let's put you in contact with Ria. Well, you're going to probably talk to her. But they can also put you in contact with former medics, with medics that are currently on assignment to USREC, and even some of our physician recruiters and our OICs. They have experience with that too. So let's switch over to the Army Reserve side.
The Army Reserve side, right now they have a policy of 90 days boot on ground. So that is, or 90-day BOG. So that the goal is for the physicians to only have 90 days at that mobilization site, wherever it is, at whether it's in the United States, backfilling in Kuwait, or going to Iraq or Afghanistan. They try to do 2 years stabilization in between the deployments. The active duty side, how often you deploy really depends on your job, what type of physician you are, and the rotations and how frequently that job is required, kind of. So,
and so like you said, with it, typically that 2-year stabilization. Now, when you say deployment, again, it's not always to a combat zone. Like I mentioned before, I've had she was an ER doc. Now it's Mrs. Bowder, so no longer Colonel Bowder. She came on board and she's like, I want to deploy. It's like, okay, cool. 90 days in Germany. That was her deployment, was 90 days in Germany, because we had a doctor go on leave and then was PCSing, but we didn't have anybody inbound, but we still had an entire impanelment to fill. So there was an impanelment in Germany, so they can't get care on the civilian side. We can't refer them out. So we needed to bring in one of those doctors, and she fit the bill for that. I've seen it in Hawaii quite a bit. I've seen it. You see it a lot with OCONUS because there's only a certain number of active duty that can be at that location. Can I talk on this mystical website that we've heard where you can volunteer for the deployments?
That is the mystical. Is that the one that on S1net it talks about all the wise taskers and the ones? But I know my Colonel Reed she's now retired Dr. Reed. Yep, it's July. People are retired. He was the USARC surgeon, and there is you can discuss through your chain of command. You can go and you can actually control your mobilizations a little bit. And I always recommend I volunteered for deployment, so I got a little bit of control over my life. So volunteering for MOBs, definitely you can have a little bit more control than it needs to be filled last minute. So you can kind of do the backfills in the cool places and those kinds of things. So it is possible to do that, to kind of control your environment and what happens to you. And you can ask them nicely.
So little off topic. Are you at home, or are you working from home, or are you in the office?
I'm working from home because I don't have Google Chrome on my Gov computer, and this needed Google Chrome. Yeah. So,
and what is behind you?
This is my husband's workshop. Okay. And I was like, well, I can't have a background of books because everyone's gonna, zoom in and figure out what books I have. And then upstairs is just exploded from a 3-year-old. So he's out on a nap. That's why he's not like bothering me for a snack. So we're just like, where can we go? And this is my husband's workshop. He's a saddle maker and leather worker. So I figured, I was like, yeah, he has the American flag.
No, that's actually really cool. So it's one of those things, like, you don't see a setup like that every day. And it shows that, like, contrary to what a lot of TV shows and stuff say, like, we don't live in like barrack style open bays for our entire life. We don't. Like, we have houses, we have hobbies. I'm a home brewer. Like, when I retire here in about 7 years, I'm going to open a brewery. Like, that's my goal. Like, and it is interesting to show, like, everybody's kind of their human side to it as well. So
So I went to Oregon State for my undergrad, and they have masters in all kinds of brewing stuff. They have actual academic programs. Look at that. I'm all trying to recruit everyone all the time.
I've looked at it. But like, I've made my decision. So I want to go into the business side. So I'm working on my MBA right now. I can brew, that's fine, but I don't want to be that brewer for the rest of my life. I want to own it. I want to manage it. So that's where it's the little bit different. That's a little bit about like my future plans. Hopefully.
Yeah. I was a micro major, so I was like, I can actually be a brewer when I grow up. And so it's like, if I get out of the Army, and I'll go get my master's in brewing or something. But
so I know you said you went OB. You said Fort Polk, right? I know we've mentioned Fort Polk here quite a few times because we discussed one of our phase 2 IPAPs that we've had contact with.
I've worked with them.
She picked Fort Polk because there's nothing around Fort Polk, and she wanted to make sure she studied. And then you mentioned some little podunk place. I'm guessing Wainwright.
Yep, Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yep, that is a very interesting place. So pretty much when you fly into it, it's like snow, 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 city, land.
Yep.
And so when we say, like, the people who come in as doctors in the Army, doctors, nurses, any medical professional outside of like the service corps and the research side, because we just went over that, you literally can go any place where it says Fort blank.
Yeah, and I said I've had a small MEDAC life. So MEDAC is the medical activity, and those are small rural-based hospitals. Fort Polk was smaller than Fort Wainwright, Alaska. You'd be surprised. And I've had very rural general OB experience, and like I said, like Colonel Blue said, you flower where they plant you. And I went from a huge hospital, where our medical centers, where there's everything under the sun, a level 1 trauma center at BAMC, to a very small place with very limited ancillary services. So I was not forced, but I was able to figure out how to stand on my own 2 feet as a physician and as an officer. And I was able to continue that and grow organically, where if I probably, in some ways, it all prepared me for, like, when I was in Afghanistan and I was like, you don't have this. I'm like, oh, I'm totally used to that. It's not a big deal. And it made me the physician that I am today. And people, you can stay at the larger medical centers your entire career if that is how your track goes as well. If you specialize, like for GYN, we have maternal fetal medicine subspecialist, urogynecologist, minimally invasive gynecologist. We also have gynecology oncology, and reproductive endocrinology and infertility. And those are all subspecialists within the OBGYN community that the Army actually has fellowships in. Sometimes they have more fellowship slots each year than they, but once you become a subspecialist, you stay at the larger medical centers. And those are, the big ones. Walter Reed, BAMC.
Speaking of fellowships, I know you said, like, the Army does have positions for these extremely specialized fields. So for you as an OB, if you wanted to go into this fellowship, now we did discuss LTHET as far as for the nursing side. what would be the procedure? Is it an application? Is it
the match? It's the same. It's through mods. You go through and you apply for a fellowship through the mods match, and it's the joint. It's like 7 letters long, like the Joint Services something selection board, GME selection board.
Some other acronym we have.
It's a huge acronym. I'm sorry, Colonel Maurer, I don't remember the acronym. He's the deputy director of the Army GME, but you join the match, but it's match for fellowships, hematology, oncology, interventional cardiology, ultrasound for ER doctors. And they're all training that you get while you're still in the Army to specialize. They have those programs.
This is awesome because that is one of the questions. Now, typically I get the questions from like med students and they're like, well, what about fellowships? It's like, do you know what the match process is like? I'm like, no. Like, okay, let's talk this first. And then go through the process. And it's like, no, there are absolutely fellowships. Like, well, I heard there wasn't. Like, yes, there is.
There is.
Now, when you're watching this, she said it. It's there. She is the recruiting integration officer. So you can't blame me.
Yeah. And another thing that people don't realize, well, when you're in the Army active duty medical corps, is there are frequently, not a lot, but you can actually change your career path and go to a second residency. And I have a buddy that was a pediatrician and then now a dermatologist, but was a pediatrician, then went back to residency, and now he's a dermatologist. And one of my mentors was an OBGYN and went back to radiology residency. Now he's a radiologist. So you can, and you're active duty, and you get paid active duty pay, and you train and you get another feather in your cap.
So you're currently at Fort Knox now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
I ran when I was stationed there before I came over here, I actually ran the SRP site, the Central Exams Clinic, the Aviation Clinic, all at Ireland Hospital before the downscope. So we downscope to pretty much from a hospital to a clinic. Now, because you're a physician and you're working in one of these broadening assignments, do you still have to do clinic hours? Do you still how does that work?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm credentialed at the clinic. So they're able to use me anytime they need, because they still have women's health nurse practitioners. They just don't do obstetrics there. So I'm still able to see gynecology clinic. And then within the Army community, I have friends of mine who's like, hey, can you come work with us down there? So, I mean,
Fort Campbell for a little bit.
I can go down to Campbell. I can go down and work at Fort Hood for a little bit, at Fort Benning. I just need to get through the credentialing process and do the time. And it's really my commander, Colonel Mandrel, was like, yeah, whatever you need, as long as I'm doing my job here, I can have the clinic time as well. I know that some of the physicians that are at HRC, our Human Resources Command, have a schedule where they go every week and work at Ireland. Before COVID, I was traveling a whole bunch, so I wasn't able to have a regular schedule to do as much clinical as some do.
Yeah. So for those people that don't understand, Fort Knox is kind of the hub for everything accessions related. So when I spoke before about accessions, that's your onboarding type situation. Sorry, I'm getting texts with questions.
I know. It's like I probably should put my Gov phone on quiet and stop it from vibrating.
But Fort Knox, so it's the home of Recruiting Command. It's the home of the Medical Recruiting Brigade, which we both fall under. Mm-hmm. It's the home of Cadet Command, which manages all your ROTC. So any officer pipeline, it gets routed through Fort Knox. Like that, guaranteed it's going through there. To include HRC, so Human Resources Command, and that's where all of our career managers. So my career manager is located up there. Yours is, and there's going to be one of your peers. So a doctor in the medical corps managing medical corps careers. Mm-hmm. And the cool thing, like you mentioned it, is we do reach out to them when I was working there all the time for readiness processing. If we needed backfill, so if we had a doctor that wanted to go on leave, we'd reach out to HRC, be like, hey, can we get like one doctor per week to go ahead and see people? And like I said before, if we found out there was a RAM or a flight surgeon in there, we're like sitting there like beating on the door because they won't let us in, and be like, hey, we need you, come here. So it's definitely great, at least that you're able to maintain your clinical proficiencies, even though you're taking these other positions as well, command positions and special staff and whatnot. So it's good to hear that we're not letting like doctor skills like kind of go by the wayside, because everything is perishable. It truly is. And
they're doing really, really cool things, because the medical corps is started to do surveys of their physicians to ask them questions, and the medical corps leadership is listening. So there are MilCiv partnerships in place where we have military physicians and teams embedded in civilian hospitals for skills sustainment and trauma places. And it's, we have some at OHSU in Oregon and, scattered around the country, and we're building those relationships so that those general surgeons that might be in a low volume place can go to those higher volume places to maintain their skills. I used to tell people I am a low volume OBGYN. I've been, but very high volume OB, because at Fort Polk and in Alaska, people are known to have their expand their families while they're in the small remote places. And I never worried about that because I did have the OB to keep the volume of my surgical skills up if I wasn't doing a lot of large GYN surgeries. So it was always a kind of a balance. But there's some studies coming out from the ACOG that are saying that volume is important, but it really is the status of your team that morbidity and mortality decreases if you have the same team. And at small places like that, like I mean, did I dislike Fort Polk greatly? No, but what I loved was my team. I loved my team, and at Alaska, loved my team. I mean, the people who were there at my son's birth, I was there for their kid's birth. Like, they knew my kid. Like, everyone knew everyone. So we worked in such a tight knit group that our people were shocked that my complication numbers were low. It's against what everyone says, higher volume's better, but I'm like, my complications numbers are perfect, and I don't have thousands, I have hundreds. So, and
you kind of hit it on the head with that one. So I've been quite a few different places. I've been to Germany, Hawaii, Fort Riley.
Completely opposite. You got all the good ones.
Well, I said Fort Riley. Come on. I've been to Fort Knox. But here's the thing. I've been some excellent locations and have been miserable just due to, like you said, it's the team. So you may get assigned to like this awesome place. Well, guess what? If you're assigned to this awesome place and you're out doing stuff day after day after day and you're not home, it's not fun. And that's why I tell people a lot. It's like, don't discount the smaller places. Like, when people hear it's like, oh, I'm at Fort Knox, and like, oh, like, I love Fort Knox. I truly did. Like, I had a house down in E-Town. When there wasn't that craziness outside of a normal military installation, it's not that you really had to worry about. And the population of Fort Knox is generally more senior, not senior in age, senior in rank and stuff like that. So you don't have, I'm sorry, Fort Riley, but the general stupidity that you have with BCTs. So it really does make a difference in your career about not necessarily the place, but do what you want to do. And that's going to make or break your experience. One thing I did want to kind of hit on while I had you on here, a question that was asked. he's an infectious disease internal medicine doctor, and he is a sole practitioner. And he has his own staff. He has his own everything. And coming into the Army Reserve, his major, pretty much sticking point was with him leaving for any length of time, whether it's 90 days or not, that's going to put his nursing staff out of work.
Mm-hmm.
And say, what would you say to somebody like that?
Should have prepped me with these questions. No, just no. I've never practiced civilian medicine. I've never been a business owner. So that is really, I know there are options for locums, but it depends on what his business model is, and how much he wants to serve. And I know the UAMTFs were the task forces that were deployed for COVID were using all of our internal medicine and infectious disease doctors. So, I mean, those are ways that they could be used. And when, especially in a situation like that, where there is no elective things going on, to serve in that capacity is definitely a really cool opportunity.
So I know that was kind of a tough question and kind of a curveball for you, but
that's fine.
It's some of the questions that we get asked around here, and from that's why I just kind of wanted to get a physician's perspective on it. And
it's a hard question, because then you're responsible for other people's livelihoods, and what to do when you're a business owner. You're responsible for people's livelihoods on top of being a physician. And those are questions that they have to talk to their family, talk to their staff, figure out what works best for them. Military service is awesome, but sometimes it's not right for everybody. Also, sometimes it's not the right time for everybody. And service is so there, with service, there's sacrifice, and not always when it comes to money, but for us, it's moving every 3 years, but that service and sacrifice comes with other things, like having a family of friends scattered all throughout the world, that we can call on. So stuff like that. And that's, we can't, as recruiters, we can't answer that for them. We can just say, well, I hear you. I hear you. Yes, that is a very difficult decision to make.
Don't feel, felt, found me. No, but that's, I mean, good answer. There is no correct answer to it. That's why I just wanted to pose it. But I do want to, I want to thank you. I know you said you had a little one sleeping, so I'll let you get going, and thank you.
Like 2 hours, unless you have somebody else, or do you need a break? You've been going at this for 4.5 hours.
And I got another day tomorrow too. So, we are going to take a quick break, because after this, we're going to follow up on dental core and kind of talk about undergrad nursing for a little bit. If anybody has any questions for Major Geisler, you can go ahead and leave them in the comments. I can easily go ahead and email them out to her, at least get an answer on that one. And if you have any questions as far as becoming a doctor, whether it's through, like you said, UShoes, whether it's through or UHS now, maybe USU. So we don't recruit for it, so I don't really pay attention to it. But even going on to like HPSP through the STRAT program, and kind of getting the physician's perspective and what they think of it, like I'd be more than happy to go ahead and put you in contact. So
and I tell people, even though I didn't do HPSP, really the HPSP is the road to Army graduate medical education. So the residency piece, which I did do. So I might not be able to specifically talk to you about how life was in the HPSP. I can talk to you about how life was in Army residency, because HPSP, you're required to go to Army residency. So
Yeah.
that's usually where I go to when I talk to the people who are interested in HPSP, because really, once you get into medical school, then the world hits you and you're like, now what am I going to do next? Now how am I going to be the specialty I want?
Because here's the thing, medical school really doesn't matter. Yes, it matters because it gets you to the next point, but
it gets you to the next point.
A med school is a med school is a med school. As long as it's accredited in the US, they're roughly all the same. They all need to check the same blocks.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're really going to make your bang for your buck is that residency. And that's going to drive your career. Mm-hmm. And so that's the piece that you really do need to look at.
Yep.
All right. So it doesn't look like there's any other questions. Thank you so much for coming on, ma'am. More than happy to have you on.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah. And it's the same thing. Congratulations on 20 years. I don't know how much longer you're going to be. You're staying.
Oh, that's just fun. That was my original. That's when I signed my life away.
Oh, okay.
It's still. That's when I signed my life away. Then I commissioned in 2004. It's been a minute, but
yeah. All right, cool. Well, I'll let you get going again. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll be in contact later. I might even try and get you on the podcast as well.
Heck yeah! All right. Talk to you later.
Bye. All right. Bye. All right. Hey. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for that question. I hope that kind of answered some of the questions that a lot of people have had. I've sat down with many med students, many residents, and even just people who are in their undergrad that it's like, so their initial site is on entry to med school. So it's like, guess what? That's like the 5-yard line. Now what? Like you need to keep going the rest of the way. And at least kind of this will give you an insight into the Army residency programs, the program itself and how it works, and especially the fellowships and going into the subspecialties as well, because it's a big question that a lot of people have. And if you do have any questions, like I said, leave us a comment. You can go ahead and text me. And if this is something you want to pursue, if you either follow the link tree, goarmy.com/hiring days, or text AMMZ, we can go ahead and get you in contact with an AMEDD recruiter actually in your area. So that way it's you're dealing with somebody face-to-face. You're not trying to do something remote, and we'll get you in contact with somebody local. But for right now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and take about a 10-minute break. Up next, we have Sergeant First Class Fitzwater, and we're going to go ahead and talk about dental core. So this is anything from, well, I know we discussed dental HPSP, but any of the dental specialties. And one of the ones that you don't really see too much on the civilian side is called the comprehensive dentist. And we actually have quite a few of them to include a residency for it. So stick around. Go ahead and jump over to YouTube, over to Facebook, like our page, set a reminder so that way the next time we go live or anytime we post a video that you're reminded of it. The other thing to take a look at is right up here, Careers in Army Medicine. So that is my podcast. It is not necessarily just the recruiting side of it. I want to try and get at more of the human side where people are coming on, telling their story, telling why they did what they did, and also the pathway that they took. So head on over. It's on iTunes. It's on Stitcher, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts. Go ahead and take a look at it, like, subscribe, and leave us a comment. All right, cool. I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so and with Sergeant Fitzwater. Hey everyone, welcome back. So I know we talked to Major Geisler just before we cut over for a break, and so she is the medical resource integration officer or recruiting integration officer. And coming up next is going to be Sergeant First Class Fitzwater, and this is actually information coming from our dental Rio. So we weren't able to get her on for this one, but at least we can talk about some of the dental programs and things like that. So again, everyone, hey, welcome back. If you're on Facebook, go ahead and like our pages and hit the reminder so that way whenever we go live, you can get reminded of this. Go over to go over to YouTube. Like, subscribe, hit the little bell for reminder because we're going to have more stuff coming in the next few weeks that we're just not going to be posting to Facebook, but we'll be linking over to it on YouTube because that's going to be our main repository for a lot of this. And then also head on over to the Careers in Army Medicine podcast. That's my podcast that I've been running, and it's more talking about the human side to Army medicine, and it's talking about it's not necessarily the availability of careers because yes, they're there, but it's also talking to the people in those careers, how they got started on it, what was their drive to get going with it. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and bring up Sergeant Fitzwater. Maybe there we go. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, fantastic. How are you, Sergeant Sharp? Thanks for having me.
Good. All right. So today we are going to talk about dental programs, and the reason why I brought Sergeant Fitzwater in here. So if you don't know him, he's actually up in the Cleveland recruiting office, soon to be Mr. Fitzwater, because after how many years of service that you are finally retiring.
24 years of service.
Yeah. So he's just about had it and making way for people like me. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let him go into just a little bit of a background about himself, going through how he got started. So the difference between us. So I've been active duty my entire career. Sergeant Fitzwater kind of took a different route. So I'll let you go ahead and cover that, and then I think I might have a few other questions before we jump straight into it. So go ahead, tell us where you're from and how you got to where you're at now.
Well, first of all, Sergeant Sharps, again, thanks for having me. And how exciting is this? National Hiring Day is June 30th through July 2nd. We get the opportunity in this format to discuss Army healthcare and what opportunities we have. And it's extensive, obviously, as you've heard over and over the last day and a half. But what an exciting time and what a great forum to be able to share our Army story with the general public. So really appreciate you doing this and the National Hiring Day. So my name is Sergeant First Class Todd Fitzwater, 24 years of military service. I am from Akron, Ohio, but I'm working in Cleveland. Again, my Army story is rather unorthodox, and that is I came into the Army Reserves. I knew I wanted to serve my country, but in which capacity? I knew that the Army offered me the opportunity to choose the job that I wanted to based upon my qualifications versus someone telling me what I was going to do. So they gave me a pool of jobs, and I joined the Army Reserve. And then it got to a point where I said, I think I might want to try this thing full time. I was going to college at the time, and I said, let me take a look at what other opportunities are for me. And recruiting came up. I get paid to tell the Army story. I get paid to work with American heroes like Sergeant Sharps every single day and my peers that I work with, and that's pretty exciting. But I am what you call AGR, Active Guard Reserve. So I am a full-time active duty Army reservist. I just happen to fall under a different control group than my regular Army counterparts. So essentially I'm on loan to Recruiting Command. But I've had my last 20 years the opportunity to share the Army story. And it's been really exciting and really fun to get to meet all these diverse individuals from all these different backgrounds and share the Army story and really set them up for success by doing it through dignity and respect and really slowing the process down so that they understand exactly what job or what program that they're getting into. So that's kind of my story. I'm married with 3 wonderful children. I'm going to be retiring here in the Northeast Ohio and hopefully getting into the healthcare field. This transition from traditional recruiting, what we call non-prior service recruiting, where people come in on the illicit side, moving over to the professional side of the house on Army healthcare has really been a unique transition for me. and has, again, like any other soldier, the Army is setting me up for success for that next phase in life, Sergeant Sharps.
So I know he mentioned that he's from Akron and he works in Cleveland. So I told a little story about when we did a commissioning at Akron General for one of our new ER nurses. And we were out there, and then all of a sudden, like, pretty much there were about 60 people that were surrounding us, like all there for our newly commissioned officer. And I haven't cleared with him, so I don't want to mention his name. But one thing we did is, like, we're like, who are you guys? Like, do you all work with him? Because it's like you had people from all over the hospital, not just his little department that he worked at. And it's like, oh yeah, no, we're in the Army Reserve. It's like, I've never met you. It's like, oh yeah, Todd Fitzwater recruited us. And like every single person we talked to, like, oh yeah, Todd Fitzwater. Really?
Well, that just goes to show that what that is right there is that it's a legacy of working with good patriots that wanted to do something and serve their country, and that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's neat. You come across people that.
Hold on, let me stop you right there. So even better than this. So we have a running joke calling Sergeant First Class Todd Fitzwater here the mayor of Akron, and I can't. What was the restaurant we were at? We always call it just the grilled cheese restaurant because they have amazing grilled cheese down in downtown Akron. And he's like, and I guess you got it. Like, we're sitting there talking, you got up and went and shook somebody's hand. He's like, no, that is the actual mayor of Akron.
Well, we are fortunate, Sergeant Sharps, to work for an organization that asks us to be involved in the community. And, it's not just about doing the job. The one thing that our medical professionals get and our soldiers get is leadership development. And, where companies pay thousands and thousands of dollars, we get that for free. So I work for an organization, you work for an organization that asks us to be involved and engaged in our community. So that's really how that happens. Being involved in the community of Akron, in the greater Northeast Ohio community as a whole is nice. And that provides opportunities where we get to give back to the community, and that's a good place to be.
I know you do a lot of work with, especially with the schools around here, because all your kids go to Firestone. You're part of the All Sports Boosters, so there you go. There's your plug. But one of the things that we also do, especially for the community. So yesterday, I hit on Stop the Bleed, and it's something personal to me. Teaching people, just lay responders, how to stop these compressible hemorrhages. And we mentioned it earlier with the tourniquet use. It's the methodology of hemorrhage control has changed over the years. And it's gotten to the point where, especially after what happened in Las Vegas, that we want every layperson to know how to use a tourniquet. Like, everybody should know CPR. Yes, everybody should know how to use an AED. And if you don't, honestly, AEDs are simple. There's instructions on it. It's the same thing with a tourniquet. You should be able to know you put this as high and tight as possible whenever you see blood. I don't care what type of blood. If there's an injury and you see blood, put it on. The chances of you doing more good than harm is pretty significant. So that's something that I know you've been involved in the community through community outreach, through a lot of organizations like that. And when I first got on station here, you and I sat down and you gave me the same thing. It's like, get involved with your community. Don't just be a member of the Army on your own little post here. Like, no, get involved in the communities, become part of the communities you're in. And one of the things that we've done, especially out of the Akron station and myself personally, is Stop the Bleed events. So if you are interested, please absolutely text me. We can get stuff coordinated. I know there's going to be a little bit of stuff going back and forth due to all of the restrictions, lockdown, stuff like that, but we'll get it coordinated. We'll get it put on. I've already done it with some like Phi Delta up at Kent State, some with AMSA, and absolutely getting those people to be able to share my personal experience with people and have them come out a better person is something that we all, as far as the recruiting community, can get behind. So don't just think of us as an Army soldier. We have things we do on the outside, and we really do try and give back.
Oh, absolutely. And, we're very fortunate to have Colonel Johanneman on our channel, on our YouTube channel, and have a great chat with him. And Colonel Johanneman is a general surgeon that has spent time over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And you know, we were talking about, you know, from the golden hour to the, you know, golden day, 24 hours, by utilizing a tourniquet and what it could do, and you know how the Army has been forward thinking in many of the medical progression that we've had here in the United States. You know, we got away from using tourniquets here for first responders, and he shared a story, and I can't remember the exact statistics, and I won't give that out or do disservice, but during the Boston bombing, you know, when that unfortunate event happened, first responders some of them did have tourniquets, but they were parked 2 and 3 blocks away. If those were carried on their person, it could have been a different situation in stopping the bleed on certain individuals. So, you know, changing it from the golden hour to the golden day is very critical. But he shared that story about the Boston bombing and, you know, the importance of having tourniquets. You know, you talked about one thing, what can we provide? It's not just the information as far as what you can do in the United States Army. It's what we have to offer as well. You know, yourself, First Sergeant Wainick, our other combat medics, and, you know, someone such as Sergeant Fant having that research background. We have a lot of information that we can share with individuals. That Stop the Bleed class, you know, is critical. It's a great skill to have. You know, we're willing to go into a high school to share that with a high school. You know, these are limited time investments that we have for us to be able to go, or time investment to go into these schools and, you know, different organizations. And we're talking what would you say, an hour class? An hour?
So we can do a little bit 2 ways. So Stop the Bleed itself is actually, I want to say it's a 5-hour class, but we can give overviews, very condensed overviews that said, hey, if this is something that you want to learn and go a little bit more in depth and then become certified, absolutely. We can set up a private class, and we can get, as long as we can get about 5 people together, we can go ahead and get this organized. And across our entire company. So I can only speak for the Columbus Medical Recruiting Company on this one. We are certified. So when it comes to other people around the other companies, so so our battalion, but I know there's all this jargon, but kind of our higher headquarters covers everything from about the Dakotas to Ohio, and pretty much from the Canadian border south to Kentucky. That's a good general region. So that's what we cover. And if it's something that interests you, like, by all means, reach out to me on any of these channels. Give me a text. We can help you out with that. But before we go too far down the rabbit hole,
we're facilitators. So Sergeant Sharps is the guy that could get you to where you need to be, and that's a good position to be in. But just imagine having that skill set coupled with the CPR class. In case something were to happen in this day and age, to be able to save a life because you had a class by an Army non-commissioned officer that was completely free, that's outstanding. What a great resource, Sergeant Sharps.
Yep, thank you. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and jump into the Army dental residency programs. I kind of hinted at this before. So there is a kind of a dental specialty that's a little bit of a unicorn outside of the military, and you just don't see them all that often. And it's the comprehensive dentist. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, as well as some of the other programs that we do have. So we talked about HPSP, and we're going to go over it again tomorrow too. So that way, in case somebody missed what our full ride scholarship is to dental school, we can go ahead and cover it tomorrow. You can also head over to the YouTube channel. I'm going to have it posted later on today, and about what we talked about. And it's more information than you're ever going to want to know. But when you finish up,
but enough information to make a good, solid, educated decision.
Yes. But so when you finish up your residency, or not residency, your dental school, you got to apply for, or you must apply for AEGD. So this is your kind of like your internship. But there are other residencies available. And even if you're a practicing dentist, remember what Dr. Geisler said was all you have to do is match. So these specialties are available for Army dentists and also for HPSP students. So I'll let Sergeant Fitzwater here, go ahead and kind of take it away and go through each of these programs and kind of the subspecialties and go from there. So.
Yeah, so what you're looking at is roughly 10 different areas of concentration that are available to you. And those areas of concentration are everything from general dentist to comprehensive dentist, as you see, periodontics, prosthodontic, pediatric dentistry, orthodontics, oral pathology, endodontics, oral surgery, and public health. You know, all of these are different areas in which you can branch into after your 4 years of dental school. The way in which it works is when you're okay, first of all, the really cool thing about this is we have the opportunity when you're in your residency. The average residency is about $48,000, what you get in the civilian world. Okay, our dentists are coming in before they branch out, and they're coming in as captains. Okay, what we call an O3, a captain in the United States Army. They're making between $75,000 and $95,000 a year in their residency program. Why is that significant? Well, number one, it allows you to have a lifestyle, right? We know that you're going to be busy, but say, for example, you're married, you have 2 cars, you have student loans you have to pay back for your spouse or whatever the case may be. Now you're living a little different lifestyle. You're living, you're not living hand to mouth, I would say. Would you agree with that, Sergeant Sharps?
Yeah. And so when we start going through this, so what we're talking about right now is the active duty side. It's a lifestyle. It truly is a lifestyle. It's a career for however many years that you want to do it. So we'll cover the reserve piece later. But just keep that in mind. Everything right now is on the active duty side. And if you have any questions while we're going through this, go ahead and leave us a comment. And there's something else I want to touch on, which I see it a lot in the HPSP student forums is which branch should I go into? And obviously I'm an Army recruiter, so there's your answer. But one of the things that you have to look at is we're all now covered by the Defense Health Agency. And our residency programs, if you take a look right here, Lackland Air Force Base, Bethesda Naval Hospital, that should tell you right there that we have people everywhere. So it truly is a tri-service. So when you're talking about like, oh, the lifestyle is different in the Army, it's not. It's identical because you're in the same locations. You're in the same places. There truly is no difference. So you really have to decide like which uniform you like wearing better. Mm-hmm. And whether you want to buy 5 or 1.
Well, and the chance for advancement's going to come a little quicker in the Army as well, just because we're larger. So your advancement in rank is going to come quicker. So that's something to keep in mind as well. You know, we're getting into the different AOCs, and an AOC is area of concentration. Okay, so we're talking about the dental corps here. You know, comprehensive dentist it's a 2-year program only offered through the United States Army. Okay. That's interesting in and of itself. We also have periodontist, which is a 3-year program in the Army. I'll go through the years here real quick so you get an idea. Endodontist is a 2-year program. So if you do 2 years, you owe us back 3 years on active duty. Okay. And the neat thing about this is when you branch out, you're gonna have to do this stuff anyways, right? So if someone goes, well, why would I want to go ahead and the Army's a big commitment and all that. I get that. I understand that. I get that. But what you're looking at is if you talk about, say, for example, someone does get the HPSP scholarship, right? So typically on your DAT, you'd want to have a 19 DAT score, maybe a 3.6 GPA to be pretty competitive for our dental HPSP. The cool thing about that is you have your 4 years of college paid for, right? And what we're talking about typically is average is $250,000 worth of student loan debt that someone would have without a health profession scholarship program. That's $250,000. That's what, around $3,000 per month, Sergeant Sharps, in student loans over the course of 10 years. If we take a look at that, here, like quick math, right? If we take a look at that over 10 years, that's about $113,000 worth of interest. So your school at $250,000 student loan debt it balloons up to $393,000. We could go ahead and take care of that for you. So my point there is 4 years in dental school, and then you branch out into a particular AOC, right? So you knock that 4 years out, and we have to do 3 years, 2 years in your area of concentration anyways. So you're knocking that out, right?
So I went ahead and, if you don't see it, I went ahead and posted, these are all the residencies with a good description of each and of what they do. So what does a general dentist do versus a periodontist? So there's a good description, and also it provides the length of these residencies.
Right. And then it talks about, so for 4 years, for example, you owe us 4 years of, say, HPSP, or 4 years residence, you owe us 4 years back, right?
Yeah.
So
Correct.
that's how it works. So whatever the length of your time in your residency is what you're typically going to owe us back, unless you want HPSP where you owe us back 4 years. So that's how that's going to work. What it does is it provides you an opportunity to learn leadership, to run your own clinic. See, that's one thing too that you may not understand is, in this day and age in dentistry, say for example you want to own your own practice. Well, I'll tell you what, traditional lending is not available. Sergeant Sharps, you and I were in the office in Akron when we had Huntington Bank came through. I believe it was Huntington Bank, and they talked about we were talking about general dentistry, for example, and what does that look like if I want to get my own practice? And they said, guess what?
So we had a gentleman that came in, and our office is pretty much right in a downtown area of Akron, and we have several banks there, things like that. And he worked in one of Huntington Bank's kind of like special branches where they do special financing. So things like starting a practice. It's a high risk type investment. Now, and so not only what he told us, because I mean, everything we hear we take with a grain of salt straight off the bat, but it was also parroted by one of the residency coordinators right here in Canton, Ohio. And I believe he's running a general dentist residency program. I think is what it is.
Yeah,
no. And so what he even said, he's like, when you come out of dental school, you're not even a safe bet. Like, you are there with every other person that just graduated dental school. I don't know how many thousands came out across the year or at that time during that year. So now you're competing, trying to get into a practice, because unless you have, I believe that the figure was about $700,000 in liquid assets. So cash in the bank account that you can draw on right now, nobody will touch you, because they need to make sure that you have significantly more invested in your practice than they do. So that way you can't just say, I'm bankrupt, I'm out, bye. But there's a lot of people going into corporate dentistry. So it's the same method. So they're going into corporate dentistry, just collecting a paycheck. That paycheck may not be what you are expecting to see coming out. So I highly recommend going, and I'm not going to name names when it comes to corporate dentistry, because it has its place. I've been to one of the corporate dentistry offices when I broke a tooth. I needed to find a place that was open on Saturday night at 10 p.m. So it does have a role. But you really do need to do your research. And when you come out of dental school, the market in that moment is flooded. So you're going to have to try and figure out where you're going to go. So unless you know somebody that's going to bring you on board to their practice and kind of take you under their wing, you're looking at corporate dentistry, or you're looking at entry-level positions. And then when you start looking at, all right, 5-10 years down the road, opening your own practice. So again, it doesn't matter if you're fresh out of school or if you're later on in the career, that $700,000 mark is still looming over your head. Like, hey, I need this in the bank before anybody will touch me. So again, unless you're slated to take over practice of somebody retiring, you need to look long and hard about your pathways and your methods.
Yes, the landscape has changed over the last 10 years. I had a couple of friends of mine that are dentists, as a matter of fact, and they have a group down in North Canton, and they together were able to raise the capital necessary to go ahead. And that was a different time.
And that's actually my personal dentist that I go to as well.
But, yeah. I mean, those guys are great, and everything is on point, and they're a big dental group. But I'll tell you what, you never feel like you're a number down there, which is very interesting. Unlike walking into one of those, but corporate style dentistry places. But again, they were lucky at that point. But they're finding they've turned, now that they've been doing this for a while, they've turned into mentors within the area and all that, helping young dentists come out. We have a dentist that we put into the Army Reserves that we commissioned, Dr. Dominic Homan, and he's on, and we also have him on our YouTube channel, and that's a great conversation as well. I would encourage everyone to take a look at that from the Army Reserve perspective. But he talks about some really important things in there that I think you'll find very interesting. But again, being on an active duty post, running your own dental clinic, that's experience that you wouldn't necessarily get, because we don't expect you just to run your own dental clinic. We expect you to be a leader and manage that as you go. But the opportunity to practice pure dentistry as well is very interesting. When we talk Army healthcare, we also talk, Sergeant Sharps, about if you need care, for example, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm drawing a blank.
So here, I'll go ahead and take this. When I was at Fort Knox, I had a crown that came off. I had a crown from a previous root canal. I played hockey for several years in high school, and yeah, it did a number. But so I had a crown pop off. I went in there, and instead of getting seen, and then they're like, "Oh, we got to bounce this against your insurance and send you off to a lab or was it a periodontist? No, endodontist. I can't remember which one does the buildups and everything, but they wanted to actually check the root canal to make sure that it was still solid, and then do the buildup and put the crown on. Well, I was expecting, it's like, all right, well, it's gonna be a week or two, and they're like, I came in, I said, hey, I had this crown pop up. They're like, all right, cool, go get in the chair. So I sat down in the chair. They looked at it. They brought in their endodontist. Yep, endodontist. Took a look at the root canal. Endodontist is like, yep, it's good. They turn around and then took a 3D scan of the tooth that was still there. Said, hey, come back in about 2 hours. They had a crown already made, like a permanent crown, not a temporary, already made, because they had the lab in the back. And they went ahead, they fitted it, and they had to do a little bit of adjustments. They cemented it on. In 1 day, I had the entire process done. Not a single time did they have to go talk to my insurance company. Not a single time did I have a copay. But it was, the dentist decided this needs to be done now. And so it got done now.
So efficiency, number one. What I was looking for, the verbiage was evidence-based care. Okay.
Yes.
So if they think you may have an issue, it doesn't have to go through the traditional insurance that we have here on the civilian and all that. You get the care that you need at the time in a timely manner in the United States Army, and that's pretty cool. And you don't find that in dentistry very often. Now, the place that we go, for example, they have the technology where I could get a crown done, which I had done here in the civilian world. That thing was done within 30 minutes, and that was pretty slick. But you don't find that everywhere. But that goes to show you the technology that we have that's driving this as well in the United States Army.
How much did you pay? How much did you pay for your crown?
Zero.
Yeah.
Not a thing. But I was able to get that done and completed there. I just had to make a phone call and get that done. But on the Army installation, the technology that we have to be able to have these, the care, like oral maxillofacial surgery, for example, they are on the cutting edge in dentistry and the upper lobe on the things that we are doing here. Unfortunately, war could be an ugly business. And again, a lot of what you see in the civilian world, the Army's 2, 3, 5 years ahead of the civilian world with the care in which we could provide. It's just absolutely amazing with what they're doing. It's pretty slick. In having that conversation, I do want to talk about one thing right here, Sergeant Sharps, and that is what Sergeant or Captain Homan coined the phrase, the trifecta of responsibility. Do you remember that conversation, Sergeant Sharps?
I do.
Okay. Well, what is the trifecta of responsibility? And he said, hey, look, as a young dentist coming out, I have responsibilities. One of that is I got to pay back my student loans. Now, this individual, for example, he went to the University of Akron for his undergrad, went to Case Western for his dental school, he was about $500,000 in student loans is what he owed back. So he goes, trifecta responsibility. I got to pay back those student loans. How am I going to do that? How am I going to do that? Am I going to get involved with corporate dentistry, where I sign a contract and I'm there for the next 5 years, where we'll pay back a portion of my student loans, or do I get involved in a private practice where I might at some point have the opportunity to take over that practice, and its clientele and patients? But the problem there is, if I owe $500,000, no one's going to finance me. It's just not going to happen. How am I going to get that $700 in money and capital to be able to start my own practice or to buy that practice? How am I going to do that? So the Army Reserves, for example, could pay back that through student loan repayment program and options and opportunities there. He also talked about retirement and knowing that, good people, smart people, dentists and healthcare professionals, they're going to have someone that's managing their money on the side and all that. But the Army Reserves also, and the active duty also has the opportunity to provide you that retirement, right? So now we're talking about loan repayments. We're also talking about the retirement opportunity. And lastly, in the trifecta of responsibility is I have to provide healthcare. I have to be able to do that. So in his particular case, and again, this is from the Army Reserves standpoint, is that he had to pay for his new spouse. How does he do that? Does he just go out there and get healthcare? He has to provide it on his own. We're talking over $500 a month for his family, his child. That's $1,500 a month potentially that he's spending versus utilizing TRICARE in the United States Army Reserves, which is a very limited amount of money, about $37 a month for he and his family. So trifecta of responsibility: student loan payment, I have to pay those back. I need health care for my family, and also I need retirement. In the United States Army on active duty, your family's taken care of. We are covered 100%. Okay, there may be a small copay or something along those lines for your spouse or for your child, but you as the soldier are 100% covered, both medically and from a dental aspect on active duty. Can you talk about that and how you've seen that happen?
Well, one thing I did want to say is if you head over to the link tree, so the links below, the links in our comments or in our description and everything, I actually have the links to the new retirement system. So the blended retirement, I have links to our pay charts and all that. So what you're seeing right here, that way, I have links to all that in our link tree. So go ahead and jump over there if you do have any questions about what the breakdown is.
And and during the process of when we sit down with a potential individual that's interested in Army healthcare, we break all these numbers down for you. So it's not just, oh, hey, here it is. You're going to make between $75,000. We're going to break that down and show you what these monies look like and how they come together, how we get to these numbers for you. Because for me to sit there and tell you exactly, and I think Captain Dolwood talked about this as a matter of fact too, for me to sit there and say you'll make X amount of money, that's not the case, because depending upon the area of concentration, whether it's dentistry, whether it's MedCorp Direct or whatever the case may be, the numbers could vary based upon the areas of concentration and based upon the need in the United States Army.
Yeah, exactly. And I have it posted up here talking about like the resident pay. A little bit different than medical residencies is dental residencies are unpaid and you have to pay to be in them. So it's just another extension of dental school. So if you do want to continue and get those specialties, it's coming out of your pocket again, in addition to the what you already owe on your student loan. So we broke that down as far as the civilian residency, and then the range about what you would be making, and also. Honestly, the dental residencies, it really is a case by case off of which one you go to. So the one in Canton, Ohio might be different than the one in Youngstown, which is different than the one in Cleveland, which is different than Houston, Texas. So definitely do your research on the field you want to go into, and also what you're going to look like. Are you going to have to practice for a little bit before you get this opportunity? Are you going to have to buy into a practice as well before they can kind of help subsidize you to go? Because also while you're in these residencies, you're not going to be able to work. Like that's just the nature of the beast. While you're in our residencies, we pay you. So guaranteed you will be a captain. Like that is the bare minimum you will come in as. And I mean, we broke this down. We pretty much beat this up in a lot of our other segments. So you can head on over to the links and see what the base pay is. And also in there, you can look up what the incentive pays are for your specialties. You can look up what the board certification pays, what each of these special residencies, what they make. In addition to some of the bonuses, like oromaxillofacial surgeon, it's significant. I'm not going to lie. So several years ago, I think I remember seeing a number like, was it 600 or 800,000 over the course of a contract? It was significant. It was significant. It is not that high anymore. Again, it's one of those, like, I think because they did it, a lot of people jumped on it, and guess what? We filled some of our slots and it went away. So it's something like, if you see that, we have it for that year. And if you miss out on it, that's up to you, but it may come back. So you don't know. And this just kind of breaks it all down.
You know, one interesting thing too, especially when we're talking about general dentistry, is the opportunity to go on humanitarian deployments, right? So I remember a specific story about, they talked about going to, was it Haiti during the earthquake that they had?
Yep, there was a hospital that went down to Haiti, and actually was one of our newly commissioned physical therapists happened to be down there with another humanitarian agency and met with the hospital commander. That hospital commander happened to be a physical therapist and was talking about all the benefits that the Army has for them. So I know this is a little sidetrack. Right. But it's that same unit that went down there to provide, like, you would think, why do you need physical therapy for a humanitarian? People still need these medical specialties. Like if they got injured during it, it's like, hey, we can at least set them up to rehab to where they should have, to get back to normal life. Same thing with dental. Like people get hurt, people need their teeth worked on. It's like, we're down there. We have the specialties, we have the equipment, we have the supplies. We're going to help.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about that is some of the diseases that we've gone ahead and eradicated here in the United States are not necessarily that way in third world countries and other places throughout the world. And, from a dentist perspective, to be able to go down there and treat some things that they will never see here in the United States was very interesting to a lot of people. So, it's making me a more well-rounded general dentist, or just in dentistry in all. I mean, the opportunity to see things that you will never see here, and to be able to work and practice on that, and to be able to, call back to the States and utilize the resources that we have to say, hey, how do I fix this? How do I do this? How do I do that? What do you think here? And utilize the technology that we have to be able to have those conversations so that we could take care of not just U.S. citizens, but those down, for example, in a situation like Haiti where the care wasn't there, and to be able to have a young person, for example, to walk away having the proper care necessary to assist them the rest of their lives. And that's pretty cool. I remember having that specific story about getting to treat people and seeing different diseases and gum diseases and so on and so forth that we don't see here in the regular here in the United States.
If there's a dentist listening, when was the last time you saw scurvy?
It's not going to be here.
I mean, unless you have a place where you don't have any citrus fruits, but that's neither here nor there. But like you said, there are things that you will see that you don't see in the US, and it's a chance to enhance your skill set. Some of the other things that we've seen from some of the Army reservists that have gone on some of these humanitarian missions is it's not just overseas. I know I've kind of harped on it too. It's not all combat. Like the majority of Army's operations are not combat. So we do have our combat side. Yes, absolutely we do. But the majority of our medical staff are stateside. They are doing humanitarian stuff. Can they get called to do combat rotations? Absolutely. But you also have to look at your specialty. Like if you are an oropathologist, are you going to be on the very front lines? I'm saying front lines, but like in a small dental clinic as far forward as possible, the chances of that are fairly slim just due to your specialty. If you're a hematologist, or if you're a pathologist, or if you're an oromax is a bad one, but an orthodontist, like orthodontist, not really. That's not a priority for your position. One of the ones that I did have a friend of mine talk about was they went to Native American reservations that lost their health clinics. So they went as part of their annual training and literally set up a field hospital and said, come on in. And they tried to get people set up until they can bring back some sort of medical presence. And that's one of those types of humanitarian missions. Like you mentioned, Haiti, we've done that. Hurricane Sandy, I mean, they've even gone down and set up in hurricane ravaged areas where the hospitals are flooded and shut down. As long as we have dry ground, we can go ahead and throw tents up. I mean, now if it's not dry, then you need the ship with the Navy, but that's them. But even then, we do joint partnerships with them.
Puerto Rico, we were there as well.
Yep. I mean, you may have either the Mercy or the Comfort sitting off the coast, but guess who's on the ground shuttling people back and forth? It's that field hospital. So it is the ground workers doing all that job. And dental is part of that. Medical is part of that. Our specialty core is part of that. Like everything we've talked about for these past 2 days it's a multifaceted career path.
And everything that I could do here in the United States in a normal setting, we could do in the field, which is absolutely incredible. We're talking about self-contained units, tents, and all that. I mean, anything that is surgery, anything that we need to do, we could pull teeth. I mean, all that, extract, everything could be done in a field, circumstance, and that's pretty unique. We're one of the only ones that could do that.
So I know we talked about the active duty side with these residencies and everything like that. Now, if you come on board, so say you didn't apply for dental HPSP. And again, I'm going to say with dental HPSP, apply early. I can't say that enough. It's one time a year. And if you miss it, your chances go down significantly. And you should start the conversation with us in your junior year of your pre-dental program. That's when you need to start. But down the road, if you decide to come on as an active duty dentist, and these programs interest you, so any of the residencies, can you apply for them? Yes. All you have to do is match. That's seriously what it takes. And then what you're going to do is you're going to be on active duty, getting paid as an active duty dental officer in the residency. You're not going to have to pay a tuition. You're not going to have to pay anything. And like everything we've said before, anything the Army gives you, the only thing we ask back is time.
But the beautiful thing allows you in an active duty residency, it allows you the opportunity to solely focus on that and not have to be concerned about how am I going to pay this, how am I going to pay that. It allows you the opportunity to focus on your education, Sergeant Sharp. Yeah.
And then, so let's shift gears over to the reserve side of the house. So Dr. Homan kind of said it best when he's talking about the reserve side. It allowed him to get established in his community and stay established there. And it's kind of one of the benefits that we really had, and especially during the whole COVID situation, because if I'm not mistaken, he said he ended up getting, because dental clinics were actually shut down for your neighborhood dental care. But because of the network he had, didn't he say he was brought on staff as an on-call?
Yes, correct. At Cleveland Clinic, Jackson Dental. Yeah.
So he was able to get brought on staff, and that the only way he had those contacts was through the Army Reserve. And that's how it's a great way in case of something like this happens. There's always a possibility. There's several doctors that are in the Army Reserve that their personal clinics were shut down. So they're like, you know what? There's something going, like they need help in Boston. Like my clinic's shut down. Let me go. And so they were able to jump on over and go help out in Boston, go help out in New York, go help out in Seattle. So there were several other places that they were able to go help out, but still it also helped them with one of those responsibilities, putting food on the table for their family. Cause that is the number one priority for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think I don't see any questions coming through for the dental side, but what I want to do is I want to keep you here for a little bit.
Well, hey, I just want to go back to one thing that we talked about. We talked about trifecta responsibility, and I just want to make sure that I have the correct numbers here for when we talk about low care health insurance, and we call it TRICARE Reserve Select. So
I got it right here. Hold on.
Yeah, it's $46 for the member-only coverage. Now, for the family, for the member, the Army Reservist, and for the family coverage, the premium is $221.38 a month. Now, we know, for example, how expensive health insurance is currently. We're talking for someone like Captain Holman, we're talking about $1,500 a month. So for $200, $221, his family's taken care of. It takes the guesswork away. It takes that onus off of him. And it was something that was very important for him.
And one of the other things that we've talked about previously is DCC and Bullock. So as a dental officer, you're not going to go to basic training, not the basic training that we went to. It's completely different. It is called the Direct Commissioning Course. It's at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. For medical and dental officers, it's 3 weeks. For everybody else, it's 4. And that needs to just be completed within the first year. So you're going to have time to get everything in order. And especially even if you're working in a sole provider clinic, you can give people that notice that well enough in advance. And then when you go to Bullock, the Basic Officer Leaders Course down in San Antonio, that needs to be done within 3 years. So you're going to have a pretty good idea when that's going to happen. And I believe that's 9 weeks right now. Mm-hmm. It does change. So again, what we're saying right now, just when you go talk to your recruiter, ask them, because they'll be able to actually sit down and pull up the dates and time frames of when they are currently. And that way you get a good estimate of what you're looking at. But it's scheduled far enough in advance that you can set your family up. You can set your coworkers up enough.
Right.
All right. We have a question here. Karen Pastrana asked, how does the matching for residencies work for such as for oral surgery? So when we're talking about residencies with the Army Reserve, with the Army, the residencies are only available for active duty. So whether you are in a dental program taking HPSP, or if you come on active duty, and then you can match into it. I actually have some numbers. 1 second. Where are the numbers? We like numbers.
Numbers are good.
All right. Like I said, I'm producing this whole thing while I'm hosting it, so I have to go back and forth. So here is your acceptance data. Now I know this is a few years old, but you can kind of see the trend lines on this. You're looking for oral surgery. So 2015 looks like we had 13 spots, 25 applied. 2016 we had 11 spots, 16 applied. 2017 we had 9 spots and 20 applied. So it's very similar to the match process. We have our own website through what's called mods, and you apply. You make yourself competitive while you're on active duty, and you apply. I hope that answered your question. For more intricate details, depending on where you're at, if you shoot a text to the AMMZ, it's 462769, or it's actually Go Army, or you go to goarmy.com/hiring days. What they can do is they can put you in contact with one of the AMEDD recruiters in your area, and they can sit down and they can lay out the pathway for this. And the one thing I will ask is if you have questions about the residencies piece specifically, ask them to put you in contact with the RIO. So that is the recruiting integration officer. So she's not the same one. I think she's changed out already, but that way it's coming from a dentist who assists us, and she can actually direct you through what the process is for match. So I hope that answered your question.
Right. And your Army recruiter is going to have that, your Army healthcare recruiter is going to have that information, and they're going to talk to you about and they're going to be brutally honest. We hurt feelings on a regular basis. I got to tell you, and that's not to, and that is simply not to be arrogant or anything like that. We take only the best because our service members deserve only the best, and it's highly competitive. And we let you know whether or not you're competitive, and we look at ways to make you more competitive. I mean, that's just the way we do it.
Yeah, we really do try to work as not necessarily just on the recruiting side, but actually as a counselor as well. Because if you're not competitive for one thing, one of the easiest things to talk about is the nursing side. There are so many subspecialties of nursing. And if somebody's like, hey, I want to be a crit care nurse, and it's like, well, you don't meet the qualifications, but you meet the qualifications for an ER nurse, or you meet the qualifications for an OR nurse. We can kind of guide you down that pathway. It's like, no, I want to be a crit care nurse. Like, okay, this is what you need to do to get to that point. So at least we can kind of to guide you through there. Okay, awesome. Hey, thanks, Karen. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me as well.
Yeah. And I was going to say that's important because we don't expect anyone to know the process. That's what we do really well. You're the subject matter expert in your particular health field or your particular area of interest in dentistry, but we're the subject matter experts when to get you to process you and all that. So we're going to break that down for you and make sure that you totally understand it and how can we make you competitive and for those that need a little assistance.
Yeah. All right. Unless you have anything else for the dental side, I know it's I don't need to say that. I think we'll kind of shift over because I mentioned the nursing side, and in our area, especially for you as well, for Akron, we have a huge nursing population here.
Right. With
especially
Kent State University, as a matter of fact, and the University of Akron propagate the majority of the jobs here in this area in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah. So we have University of Akron, which has everything from an RN. So was it LVN, RN, all the way up to a DNP in anesthesia nursing. So it has everything. We have Kent State, which same thing. They have graduate nursing, public health nurse, like everything under the sun there. You have Youngstown, which has the same thing, which is co-located with Mercy, which also has a CRNA program. We have Mount Union, which again has graduate nursing. So the Northeast Ohio is definitely one of the hubs for nursing. And one of the things that I get asked a lot about is undergrad nursing. What is the pathway for undergrad nursing? And you're from this area and you have a lot of experience with this side. If you're a freshman or a sophomore and you want to be a nurse in the Army, you need to be talking to the ROTC department like yesterday.
Yes, especially University of Akron and Kent State University.
Yes. Yep. The reason I say that right now, we just don't have positions for your entry level nurses because we make them. Like we take them through ROTC and we build those leaders from that level. So trying to find, I'm sorry, but they're a dime a dozen. Like you can find a nurse everywhere. You need to make yourself stand out is what it boils down to. And when I talk to people about how to become an Army nurse from an undergrad to Army nurse, you need to make yourself competitive in one of two fields, emergency or ICU. Mm-hmm. If you make yourself competitive, I don't care if you don't have your BSN. If you're working as an RN and you can get yourself into an ICU and you can get that experience and that time there, by the time you finish up that BSN, we can take that previous experience and make you an ICU nurse. Now, there is a way around that. And Sergeant Fitz, can you go through the CRNA or the CCRN program?
So we're very fortunate to have a great working relationship with our local institutions and all that. So CRNA program is just, it's a fantastic opportunity for someone to come into critical care. Let's see here. We have a program called the STRAP program. And the cool thing about that is we're going to pay someone close to $1,400 a month while they're in school.
It's 22
Oh,
now.
yeah, I'm sorry, $2,200.
It's taxed. So it's still not taxed down to 14, but still.
Yeah, right.
Now, who can apply for STRAP?
Is that a
So
rhetorical?
No, so there's a document out there that every medical recruiter has that says who can apply for STRAP. And if you're not in if you're not in Ohio or Michigan,
Mhm.
and you go into an AMEDD station, the people that can apply for STRAP are on what's called the critical wartime shortage list. And every AMEDD recruiter should have this list. And if you walk in there, and so for nursing, the things that we're going to say is going to be CRNA. That's it. So you can go into it. You can go into a civilian CRNA program. We will pay you to be in there, and we'll pay your student loans. Mm-hmm. There's also an HPSP program. So again, we were talking about dental for HPSP. It's a full ride scholarship. Now for HPSP on the nurse corps, it is for psych nurse practitioner, family nurse practitioner, CRNA. That's it. Now that's an active duty program. So when you come out, you'll do active duty. Now, do you know how many slots there are? 5. But people know it's competitive and they don't apply. So if you qualify, the most we can say is no. And then what we'll do is we'll turn around and enroll you into STRAP and student loan repayment. So the other thing I kind of wanted to hit on, because Captain Dulworth kind of brought this up, is we also have our own CCRN program, so critical care nursing, where if you are a med-surg nurse and you have that experience, and again, that experience can come from anything from, as long as you have your RN and you have that experience, then you can enroll into the CCRN program. Sorry, one sec.
And what's interesting, again, go ahead.
Oh, no. So that's kind of how that works. So I know you got to go and get rolling here. We kind of went over a little bit of time. You're supposed to be out of here about 10 minutes ago. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and answer a few of these questions because I'm getting a few rolling in here. Sergeant Fitz, have a good one. I know we have a few other questions that I may have directed toward you. And again, if you have any questions as far as Army Reserve, anything like that, even if it's non-medical, we can go ahead and kick you to one of the NPS guys or the regular recruiters, and we'll get you taken care of. But hey, thank you so much for coming out and helping me out with this.
What is the student loan repayment program up to if I want to be a general dentist in the United States Army Reserve?
I believe $240,000.
So I could pay back my student loans. So if I owe $500,000, I could pay back almost half my student loans in a 6-year commitment to the Army Reserve. Pretty good, not too shabby. So, hey, look, I understand, for example, that we might have some dentists out there that and may have, like oral pathologist or orthodontist or oral maxillofacial or whatever the case may be. The time may not have been right when you came out of school. I get that. I understand that. But now you're faced with student loan repayment program. You know that if you're oral maxillofacial, you just went through 7 years of your education, right? You know that, or however long, you know that you have all this money that you got to pay back. Take a look at us. Let us help you pay back your student loans. Let us help you get set up for success. While you're trying to figure out what you're doing on this side, you have the opportunity to have a foundation built on this side. Let us help you out. But National Hiring Days, what a cool venue. Thank you very much, Sergeant Sharps, for having me on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Take it easy.
All right, so I did receive a few questions actually to my cell phone while we were in the middle of this. So prior service, I know that's kind of a big question about people coming on as far as if they've served before. So absolutely, we don't follow the same rules as normal prior service. So if you were, for example, if you're any other MOS, if you were a 68 whiskey, so like me, a medic, and you went to PA school and you decide, hey, I want to come back into the Army. How does that affect it? It doesn't at all. So whatever you had before, it may depend on what you were discharged, but if you had an honorable discharge and there was no issues, we can even get waivers for medical conditions. So if it was a service-connected medical issue, we may be able to get a waiver for that, especially for medical professionals. So absolutely reach out to us, send us a message to the AMMZ, or head to my link tree, because I do have links on there. Let's see, I have linked to pretty much the live stream and our page. The hiring days, more info. So you click on that, you put your information in, make sure you're accurate with your zip code, because that'll put you in contact with your local recruiter. I know we talked about USAGPAN. So USAGPAN is how to go to CRNA school for free. So the link's up there. I also talk about the military pay, your blended retirement. And actually, let me adjust this. So your BAH is up there too. And that's kind of going to talk about your pays and your incentives and stuff like that. That's not really going to change much, other than just going up. And then onto the YouTube pages. So I have my YouTube page that we've been doing interviews like this with medical professionals from all over the Army and Army Reserve in various specialties. So, I mean, we're talking about the research side, we're talking dentists, we're talking HPSP students, just kind of getting their opinion of HPSP while they're going through the program. And it's also not, I try not to do anything that's gonna, if they have a complaint about it, I'm gonna put it up there. So that way it's a learning experience. That way I can let people know that, hey, this is what some other people have experienced. And just so you know, for example, when it came to reimbursement for certain pieces, they do have to buy it outright, and then they can submit for a reimbursement. So that's something that they didn't know coming in. And how to do it, I really do say, go ahead and link up with the senior M2s, M3s, M4s, and see how they did it, see what their experience was like. But if you do have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. And the other thing is also head on over to the Careers in Army Medicine podcast. It's right up here. That's the logo you're going to look for. And that is my podcast talking about just each of the different careers. Sometimes I do just an audio rip out of our YouTube page, and I'm going to have some more exclusive content coming just to that. Because I do want to hear some more of the personal side of it, why some people came into the Army. And it's not just going to be medical professionals, but it's also going to be on the enlisted side as well, because I do want to get their stories. There's a few people that I've had the pleasure of working with all through my career that have completely shifted, like going from 6-8 whiskey to a PA. They're not in the Army anymore, but we can talk about what it's like being a PA on the outside with military service. The other thing I did want to bring up is when it comes to service members. So people like me, and I've talked to a few other people, and it's very similar on the consensus with that. Well, not a consensus, but opinions are very similar. When I go looking for a personal doctor, I've had very good luck with DOs, and that's my own opinion. Like I like the style of care, and that's 100% me. But the other thing I do look for is, when I look for a civilian doctor, is previous military experience, because now they understand the types of things that we put our bodies through. On me personally, I've had knee injuries, I've had leg injuries, I've had multiple stress fractures, I have like stress related changes due to rucking and running and things like that. Bad shoulders, very like bad back, you name it. Like, yeah, it hurts. Got it. But I still try and maintain myself. I go to the gym. I try to get there every day. In fact, I got about 30 minutes before I got to head out. But I look for those people that actually, when they put their CV up and they talk about, this is what I've seen in the past. Now we have a common ground, and they understand the things that we go through. And there's more of a mutual understanding that, like, I'm not just a normal person. You tell me to go to physical therapy, and they told me to do whatever, and then I'm back and it's still hurting. But they understand that I have actually done everything that I possibly can through that method. And then that way they can more effectively guide my care. So that's one thing that, just for my personal experience, from what I've done and I've noticed, that's what I look for. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to leave a comment here, leave a comment on any of our pages. I'm going to quickly go through our schedule for tomorrow. So if you don't know, Army Hiring Days is going to conclude tomorrow. So I've been doing 6 hours a day for the past 2 days, and I got one more day left. So tomorrow we have another special guest that's going to join us. Actually, I think I may have another question here. So the question that somebody asked about prior service, I'm actually going to reach out to you afterwards because there's some stuff that doesn't need to be put out. But we are going to talk about our graduate program in nutrition. So guess what? We have nutritionists. Not only do we look for active duty or currently practicing nutritionists to bring on board, but we also have our own program that, again, is hosted by University of Texas, Baylor. So like Captain Dolworth was saying yesterday, San Antonio is like a satellite campus for Baylor. And it's the same thing. Now, whether or not we're looking for currently serving nutritionists is we got to see what we're looking like for the next fiscal year. But we do have a program that we can make our own as long as you go through an undergrad program that is accredited for I believe it's a DPD, if I'm not mistaken. Captain Dollar is going to know more about it, but it's a dietetic program. Then you can go into your graduate program, which takes you through all your graduate stuff, into an internship, and then as a practicing nutritionist. And then that's going back and forth between anything from doing the clinical side, inpatient, you name it. And even coming out to units and doing briefings saying, hey, like, stop eating Burger King, go make a turkey sandwich type things. So that's between 10:30 and 11. So we'll see what time Captain Dolworth gets on here. And then we're going to have Captain Perkins back out here at noon. And we have a very special guest as well, which is Dr. Gebhardt. And he's actually going to be joining us with, I believe it's Mr. Lee, who's the civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army. So if you have any questions for either of them, go ahead and please leave a comment, leave a message, and we can get your questions feeded to them to get notified when all this is going to be happening. Go like our pages, get reminded when all of our stuff's going to be going live. Following on from that, we have our MSc Corps. So it's a medical service corps. And our medical service corps is, like I was saying, it's that catch-all for everything STEM related. So we have everything from biomedical engineering to entomology. And I'm going to be going through each of the AOCs, so each of the job fields, and also the requirements for each, because there's certain things that kind of have some bleed over, and certain things that are very strictly defined in what we look for. So that's going to be tomorrow afternoon. I also have another special guest that's going to be joining us, which I got to check my text messages. Yes. So she should be here at around 4:30. And what that is, it's going to talk about CRNA school, and especially the CRNA school on the reserve side. So we covered USAGPAN, which is our own program, and it's the active duty program to go to anesthesia nursing. Well, tomorrow we're going to cover what it's like for the reserve side through our STRAP program. And we're going to have somebody come on who's actually taking the STRAP program. So everything you'll hear is directly from them. So save your questions and join us tomorrow, and we'll make sure we get those answered. And then we're going to go back through and talk about HPSP again. So again, I know we're rehashing this, but it's one of the biggest programs we have. And when I talked to a few people who went to especially NeoMed, so the Northeast Ohio Medical University, they were never told about this program. I don't know where they came from as far as their undergrad, but their AMEDD recruiter failed them. They should have been in that school. They should have been talking about that program. Every single person that went to a pre-med feeder undergrad program that's going to med school should know about HPSP. And that's one of the questions that I get is like, why aren't more people taking it? It's like, I don't know, you tell me. if I do a presentation and I have 3 people sitting in here, why aren't there more? I advertised it, and is it because when you're going through high school, you're just hounded so much by Army recruiters, which it's a whole different mindset for the professional side. So go ahead and save those questions up for them. If you take a look at our page, I already have the event scheduled, so you can kind of see the timeline. Things might change a little bit here and there, and I will be taking a break for lunch again, especially because yesterday was kind of tough. But if there's anything else you guys have for me, go ahead and leave a comment, and I will address you guys first thing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. All right. Take care.